Yeah? Yeah? Okay. All right. So I don't know what you guys were listening to in the back, or probably nothing. Yeah? Okay, well now it's working. All right. So I have a question. I got two questions. Question number one, the poll is already up. So is pineapple on pizza good? 44% of you are saying yes, but only 56% of you are saying no. So that's kind of sad. That's a little sad because I personally like pineapple on pizza. That's a big expose right there. You should go make an expose video that MrSEN likes pineapple on pizza. What a heinous action. How could I ever? And that's question number one. All right. So that's still there. You always have every chance to change your mind on that, guys. Just like Sully J, whatever he wants to call himself. Which, by the way, shout out to that legend right here. Let's go say hi to him. By the way, he's currently let me see if he's streaming right now. I caught a little bit of this guy's stream earlier. He's a legend right now, as we can go to the legend already here, right here. This man needs no introduction. The legendary Sully right here. This guy, what a legend. Me and the squad were here earlier. The cult of Sen. We have a cult. And I don't think Sully liked us very much. We kept them company for as long as we could, and I think we were very friendly to this man. But I don't think he enjoyed our company. So if you want to say hi to Mr. Sully J or Sullage or whatever you want to call him, feel free to say hi to Mr. Sully J, the legend that had to backtrack his lies on Kwite, and is now showing off a Coca-Cola bottle for some reason. But there you go. High quality content at its finest. Bell, thank you for being a member for 2 months. If you don't like pineapple on pizza, then you don't have any rights. Also, fuck you to whoever sees this message. Beans. Yes. And Deb, thank you for gifting 5 memberships at the beginning of the stream. By the way, I didn't forget about that. Thank you for that. Yeah. Now that we got the honorable mentions of the legendary Sulji, or whatever his name is, out of the way. I gotta ask you the second question. The second question I have is, was there any sound playing, guys, or am I just tripping? Like, was there no sound playing like throughout that entire thing? Because I was listening to some jams, and I thought you guys were listening to those jams too. It would have been awkward if there was like 5 minutes of dead silence. I wouldn't like that very much. Well, mostly because there's some like editing that would have to go into it, but whatever. Hey ho. Let's make sure that the audio is actually working this time.
Somebody is gonna fucking the fuck out of you.
Oh yeah, it's working now. Okay, we're all good now.
I need to know what's up with the sideburns.
What is up with the side? I have no idea. He's a strange man, Dee. He's a strange man. But we love Sullage, even though he lies a lot and even though he was on the wrong side. One day, Sullage, Sullage, just call him Sullage, will join the cult of Sen. Just like all the other beautiful bastards out here. And thank you for the 5. Okay, now we got the audio fully
back and forth, that's why. I intend this as a comprehensive look at...
Now we got the audio going.
My time knowing...
All right. The first time on your channel, you seem pretty cool. I am a pretty cool guy. I used to be a jerk, though. That's why a lot of people don't like me. But it's okay. Because beneath that rough exterior is a very, very caring man. All right, and totally not a cult leader. Whenever someone says Kwite, I think they're talking about me because Twitch handle is Kwite viewer. Bro, Orion is quaking right now. True. There was some sound on the end, but there was a lot of dead air. Oh, so it wasn't even playing? That's so annoying. What the fuck? Kwite for real pulled a pyrocynical, good for him. Power by Kanye was playing in and out. Oh, okay, so you could hear a little bit of it. That's fucked up though. Okay, I'm still gonna have to edit that out either way, but whatever. Good thing I got it out early. All right. Well, not the most graceful entrance into this whole thing, but what was graceful rather, is the whole Kwite situation, because it ended up going like I said it was. Basically, Kwite ended up being innocent, and now we have a lot of people that are backtracking, backpedaling. They're scared. Like Orion over here. This is my Twitter, by the way, if you guys don't know. It is at MrSEN, not twitter.com/MrSEN not. Because MrSEN was taken, so I had to put the not in here. And this is my beautiful Twitter. But Orion is quaking. She's quaking in her boots right now.
Shit that you fucking
we're gonna look a couple of
I hope
her
the $200 ain't going to the pineapple
and
pizza
we're
upside
gonna
down
also
face.
gonna go over the Kwite video, which is about an hour and a half long. So strap on in. Somebody else was in chat earlier in the pre-show before we went on live, and they were like, "Oh, well, we already saw the Kwite video. Why would we need to go over it? Because we need to relish in the fact that we were right, guys. See, if you listen to me, you were right. So pat yourselves on the back. Because there's one thing that I promise you. I promise you that I will always lead us to being right, to a W. Regardless of what it takes, no matter what it takes. I will do that for you. Alright?
Hashtag Kwite Lives Matter.
And that's what we ended up getting. And now we got people like Sullage, and we got people like Orion, and we got people that supported Orion. And we're gonna take a look at all that jazz and see all the backtracking and the coping, and then we'll get to Kwite's video. That's quite long, but thank you for the 5 hot pocket, bro. I hope the 200 ain't going to be the pineapple pizza. No, it'll probably not be the pineapple pizza, but I can't promise that I won't use at least 1/4 of that on a pie. That's pineapple pizza. Kwite lives matter. Indeed. So how's everybody feeling, though? It's got to feel good, though, right? No, I said pat yourselves on the back. I mean it. Because it's moments like these, right, where it really pays off, right? You believe in something so much, and you know you're going to be right. And then when it ends up happening, oh, it just hits you, and it feels so good, right? And now everybody that was like, anti-Kwite is going ahead with their tails tucked between their legs, right? Like, again, the legend Sullage, right? That guy, this is a perfect example. Let me show you this guy, all right? The perfect example of a backtracker, right? And again, no hate towards this guy. I think he's funny as fuck. Not for the right reasons, though. But I still think he's funny as fuck. This guy over here, this guy backtracking, spurging out, like like I said, no hate at all, but I just think it's like it's hilarious. It's really funny. People like him are like backtracking. They built up a channel based off of accusing Kwite and making Kwite look like he was a rapist, right? Only to then be proven wrong. And now because they don't want the heat of trying to ruin a man's career, now they're gonna backtrack on this whole thing and pretend like they didn't do anything wrong. So fucking sad. So sad. Take this L, Sullage. Join the cult of Sen, man. It's not too late. We can help you. We can help you so you don't take another fucking L in the future. Alright? God, man, these people. Oh, these people. I hope, on the side note, I hope you guys are having a good Saturday night. And thank you for deciding to spend it with me. Hope I can provide some good company. But let's take a look at a couple of the Orion tweets, like the Cope tweets, right? So let's try 10 hours ago, all right? Let's try that first, like 10 hours ago or something, This person is saying that's crazy. And it was a quote tweet to something Orion said on March 8th, all right? And they went ahead and they showed this screenshot, right? To which Orion said, I've literally never done that, but keep spreading misinformation. Now, I think this is really rich coming from them. I think it's very funny coming from them. Let's see what it has to say. Whatever this has to say. And misgendered them and then gaslit them. He called a trans dude a DYKE. Who thinks that he's a dude? Seriously, what the fuck? I'm not trusting that. I found the person they were talking to. I guess this is a claim against Orion right here. And this guy elaborates. Allegedly, Orion bullied someone into taking their own, their own, what's a good word for that? Let's just spell it out. Let's spell it out. LIFE. So, hold them to the same standard as Kwite, guilty until proven innocent. That's pretty smart, I gotta say. That's a good mindset for people like this. And then they said they didn't do it. Keep spreading misinformation. Thanks for pulling engagement to the tweet, you fucking liar. You're disgusting. And that aged pretty fucking well as we fast forward then later on. And now we're here on March 11th at about 3:26 p.m. Now we got this over here, the Cope. I saw Kwite posted a response, but it's like an hour and 40 minutes long. And I don't have time to talk about it right now, but I will be treating this with the utmost respect this deserves. I can't watch it just yet, but I will try to tonight. I'm sure you have other things that are busy in your life rather than like, looking at your alleged rapist's rebuttal to your allegations, right? I mean, we can even call it a fucking debunk at this point because that's what it is, right? It's a debunk to all the bullshit you were spreading for the last, what is it, like two weeks or so, right? Everybody in like the anti-Kwite movement was like, oh, Kwite silence is quite telling, quite deafening. It's like, what the fuck? Are you guys stupid? Like, do you have any idea how long video creation just takes in general? Do you have any idea how much gathering evidence, actual fucking evidence, not hearsay, not gossip, not bullshit, actual fucking evidence takes? Do you have any idea how long that takes? And to compress it into an hour 40-minute video, of course, it's gonna take a while, right? Of course, if he wants to handle it that way, of course. And I think it's having the desired effect. So now we have this person squirming in a fucking corner. And now all of a sudden it's about respect. Now I'm going to give it the utmost respect. Why? You haven't given anything else the utmost respect up to this point. So why does this suddenly deserve the utmost respect? Did you respect Kwite when you outed a bunch of the fucking a bunch of the shit he told you in confidence, right? The stuff that he told you about his life. Did you have respect for him when you outed that out to cancel him, to smear him? Did you have respect then? Because I don't think you did. Because we don't think you did either. And I don't think Kwite thinks you did either. Because you outed a bunch of this shit just to cancel him. Too. And now that you're in a corner, you want to talk about respect? You want to talk about how you have respect for Kwite or for what he has to say? You're full of shit. That's like the biggest fucking lie, my friends. That is a lie. And the ratio game is pretty good on this one at the very fucking least. It's more evened out as we have 812 quote tweets to 936 likes. We obviously don't have the same amount of support that they once did. But hey ho, there's always going to be those at least 124-ish people that are going to dislike Kwite no matter what. Right? They just don't care. So they're just going to continue on with the lie, even though it's so apparent. But now, but then we're not done yet. They go on, and they decide to do this, which, don't worry, we're going to gauge the public opinion too. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take a look at a lot of the backtrackers in this fucking whatever this was. We're going to look at a lot of the backtrackers. We're going to look at a lot of the, well, guys, I believed into guilty until proven innocent. We're going to look at all those people. We're going to show them all. All right, we're going to have a good time. And then we'll get to the Kwite stuff. We're going to have a good time. All right. The fact that they mention memory issues just makes me feel wrong because I have memory issues, but I don't use it to make lies. True. I make videos on my phone. Imagine how long that takes. Do you drink tea while listening to tea? No, I drink, well, right now I got, that Mountain Dew Energy Pitch Black. I got that. That's pretty good. It was more of like an acquired taste, right? Because it's a weird mix. It's a little bitter too, but I like it. After a while, you get used to it. Kwite had longer receipts than a CVS. Yeah, Imagine not watching a video of your alleged rapist defense video and then saying you'll watch it later so you can debunk it better or so you can lie. Either way. Now, it definitely is the lie route. It definitely is only so they can lie later, right? Because, like, it's
Somebody
so
is gonna
obvious,
fucking
right?
fuck
Like,
out
you
of
don't
you
even need
for
me to
some of
tell
the
you,
stupid
because you
shit
guys
that you
know how
fucking said.
obvious it is. You see
If,
how obvious
big
it
if
is.
here,
I
if
know
Orion
you guys
has
aren't
made
dumb.
someone ended in the
I
past,
know that.
then what they did
Listen,
to Kwite
I
could be
know
interpreted
when
as them
people are
doing
dumb,
it
and I know
again.
when they're not. All right, and I know that a majority, a good majority, I'll even go as far as to say that at least 95% of you guys in this chat are not dumb. You guys know, you caught on to this bitch's lies from the very beginning. So again, you know, clap in the back, you know, pat yourselves in the back again. GG Evan, thank you for the 5. Big if here, if Orion has made someone end it in the past, then what they did to Kwite could be interpreted as them doing it again, or at least, like, you know, trying it again. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from here. That's very true, very true. Kwite wasn't being silent. He was trying to gather evidence. He legit had to try and go through Twitter's code to see Orion's replies. Also got to say one thing, Sen, Crow was right about Orion. Everybody was right about Orion, my guy. Everybody, even the people that defended her, are now backtracking. Like, you know, again, the biggest white knight out there, the Solage guy, Sully J. What's your name, man? Sully J, Solage. What do you want to be called? I mean, I was calling you Suiji because I thought you were some fucking weeb or something, cosplaying as My Hero Academia characters. But I think that's just your fucking girlfriend. That guy over there, like, he bowed down to me at the beginning of his stream, right? When we all came in to give him like a good time, you know, we came to say hi to Mr. Sully J, whatever the fuck his name is, and he was like, MrSEN, you know, you were right, but you hurt my feelings, so fuck you, and then he banned me from his chat. The legend, man, the legend that I'll never get. That guy's reaction is funny as fuck. I mean, I know he's genuinely upset, and that's why I think it's funny as fuck. Kwite handled it really well. That's lit, his pronouns. What's your issue? I don't know what Caladrin is talking about. What's going on here, buddies? His pick, his self-harm, his mental health, his boundaries. He firmly put it all in place. All of that disrespected. Chad, did you see the awful fake document Orion posted? Obvious troll. Orion and Orion's followers never respected Kwite. If they were going to spread so much hate for something that wasn't proven and was false. I saw somebody become a member earlier. I don't know if that's my is that no. Suplex has been a member for 6 months. Orion only proved they told their therapist. Well, let's read this then. Let's read this. All right. So Orion says, "Hey, I haven't seen the full video." Okay, so then they already fucking, didn't they say they were gonna not watch it? And they're going to try to do it tonight. Was that 3 hours ago? When was this? This was literally an hour later. So they lied. Again, here, right here. They said they weren't going to... They said, I will be treating it with the utmost respect it deserves, so I'll watch it later. Well, then what the fuck do they mean? I haven't seen the full video, but I noticed quite a bit of lying in the first 10 minutes. So then they're fucking going back on their word already. They said they weren't going to do this until later. Then they changed their mind to, actually, I'm going to watch it now. 10 minutes. Where the fuck did the excuse of respect go? I thought you were going to treat it with the utmost respect. And that's why you're going to watch it tonight. But then like an hour, okay, whatever. Just completely disregard that inconsistency. Again, I know I might just be being a dick right now and just looking at any little thing, but I think people like this should be under a microscope at this point. Exactly. Like, I think, quite frankly, they should have been under a microscope from the very beginning, but now even more so, right? Because what the fuck? So anyway, Orion says, "Hey, I haven't seen the full video, but I noticed quite a bit of lying in the first 10 minutes, so I realized I need to show my diagnosis." Oh boy. After I post this, I'm logging off for a while. There you go. There's the fucking retreat. There's the strategic retreat. There you go. There you go. After I post this, I'm logging off for a while. But here is undeniable proof that what I said occurred did. Thank you for everyone's support. Go fuck yourself, bitch. Eat shit. Alright, let's see. Let's see what this is, guys. Let's see. Alright. Instead of taking accountability... Blah, 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 blah. Wait a minute. Did you say something? Did you say something? Going up. I hope Orion is sweating buckets right now because he just got caught. Game over. There's a thread on Twitter that goes into detail very well. Okay. Well, can you give me the ad? I'll go check it out. I'll pull it up. So Orion doxed his own therapist. That's fucking great. Tries to hide the name, but leaves out the phone number. That's fucking lovely. Well, you know, if you want to blame somebody, this is Orion, and I'm sure, you know, they've been like quite the attention whore, so you know, find it pretty easily. There you go. Hey man, I'm a simple bird lawyer, right? I am a simple bird lawyer. You can call me even like a magpie of sorts. All right. The fuck. Okay, so brief psychological summary. The client, Orion. Why do you have that as your middle name? Whatever. Orion, preferred name is a 21-year-old transgender male who self-referred for individual psychotherapy due to onset of panic attacks, dissociative episodes, and intrusive memories. Oh God. Of a sexual assault they experienced in 2018. Orion reported experiencing the following symptoms, which are consistent with a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. Recurrent. Okay, we're going to go over the bullet points. All right, these are the bullet points. I don't know if you guys know anything about this health shit or this mental shit. So bear with me. You know, you're not the only one. You're not alone here on this venture. I am too. Like I said, I'm a simple bird lawyer. But we're going to figure this out, okay? Kind of funny how obviously fake the signature is, though. Yes, doctors have bad handwriting, but that's literally just a scribble. How many of you guys think this is fake? Orion confirmed as a trans Amber Heard and Ohm Wrecker. Yeah, I saw a lot of people in the comments section calling them Amber Turd 2.0. I think that's a fair interpretation, comparison, whatever you might call it. So give me a 1 in chat if you think this is fake, then give me a 2 if you think this is 100% legit. Give me a 1 for real. This is real, guys. Give me a 1 for real. Actually, wait, I'm fucking it up. Okay. No. 1 for real. No. I fucked it up. I fucked it up, guys. No, I fucked it up. I tricked you. I just played you. I just failed you guys. I'm so sorry. Cancel me now. Cancel me now. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, 1 for fake, 2 for no. Now we got 69s and 9s and 7s. Okay, let's do this. 1 for fake, 2 for no, and 3 for, I don't know, Psyduck. 1. Everybody's saying that it's fake. It's fake. It's fake news. This is a fake news document. 9,000. That's a good number. 9,000. 420. Oh, we got some 420s in here. 420 blaze it. So we got a 1. We got 3s. 3s for Psyduck, bro. Let's go. Psyduck, best duck Pokemon. Don't even at me. But all right, well, we're gonna let's go see the bullet points here. Let's see how fake this is. Nice little scribble though. You're right. Look at this. Fucking hell. All right. Bullet point number 1: recurrent, unwanted, distressing memories of the traumatic event. Number 2: reliving the traumatic event as if it were happening again. Flashbacks, severe emotional distress, physical reactions to something that reminds person of the traumatic event. Trying to avoid thinking or talking about the traumatic event. Avoiding places, activities, or people that remind person of the traumatic event. Trying to avoid thinking or talking about the traumatic event. That's, you know, they're saying the word traumatic event quite a bit. All right, they're saying it quite a bit. I think we need to take a step back and redo this shit. All right, hold on. Give me a second. Oh boy. All right, chat. I know what I'm doing. All right, let's do this again. Nice and easy. Okay. Recurrent, unwanted, distressing memories of the traumatic event. Point number 1. Point number 2, reliving the traumatic event. Point number 3, severe emotional distress or physical reaction. Point number 4, trying to avoid thinking or talking about traumatic event. I thought she was talking about it. Okay. Number 5, avoiding places, activities, or people that remind person of the traumatic event. Number 6, trying to avoid thinking or talking about blah, 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 blah. Wait, no, I got it jumbled up. My bad. Okay, the point is this is probably fucking fake. Okay? Feeling detached from family and friends, feeling emotionally numb, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Okay, interesting. Okay. The current severity of Orion's PTSD symptom. Oh my fucking god! You've got to be shitting me. What is this? Oh god, you weren't joking when you said this was just a scribble. The current severity of Orion's PTSD symptoms is moderate, and symptoms have been interfered in their daily functioning, especially when triggered. When triggered, Orion experiences panic attacks and or disassociation, in which they are unable to focus, concentrate, or complete tasks. At times, Orion has had to leave work early or to take an unscheduled break in order to calm and ground. Orion is currently receiving trauma-informed cognitive behavioral therapy once a week to treat symptoms and to assist in appropriately processing the trauma. Sexual assault. However, Orion may require certain modifications and allowances in the work and school environment, such as frequent breaks, the ability to leave work before end of shift without penalty, extension on homework assignments, missed due, blah, 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 blah. Should there be any further questions or information needed, please contact me, blah, blah, blah. And then they post this shit. That's fucking lovely. So, I don't know, man. I just think this is, I can't get over the scribble. All right, after you guys pointed this out, I just can't get over it anymore. This scribble, you're right. This scribble bothers me. It bothers me. Okay, it really does. Definitely fake. They posted this and then said LMAO basically in their tweet. Just because he's posting his medical diagnosis doesn't mean Orion's going around and abuse Kwite's life. She spent 2 weeks talking about it, and that is the only God knows how much time it took to Lynn Pease, thank you for 5. If this is real, the signature looks nothing like any listed name on the faculty staff. I can't get over the scribble right now, guys. I just can't.
Somebody
the scribble
is gonna fucking
is
the fuck out of you.
it's just
shit that you fucking said.
I mean, it's a
If
goddamn
this is
scribble.
real, the signature looks nothing like any
there's a
listed
scribble
name on the
over
facility
here.
staff.
There's a scribble over there. Like it's just not good. It doesn't look professional. But you know, I don't know. Somebody in chat said it was like probably Orion that made it. So like, anything's possible, guys. Anything's possible. MrSEN Neon Caffeine shows a screenshot that someone DM'd them about attending that counseling location, and that signature is fake for the doctor, and a thread link matching up to 2 signs together. Okay, I'll look at their ad. Why does that name sound familiar? Let's see. Yeah, why the fuck does that name sound familiar? Neon Caffeine. Oh, here it is. What the fuck? Oh, here it is. All right, cool. And this is in reply to one of the fucking messages that Orion made. Okay, thank you for that. I'll go and check it out then. Let's go right now. Drawn with a mouse kind of signature, a scribble here, a scribble there, a scribble everywhere. I still believe that a doctor's signature, like if a doctor had a bad signature, imagine being so deep in a lie, you have to make an entire diagnosis. Couldn't be me. Who else would have made it if it's fake other than Orion? It's the most overcentric signature I've ever seen. Yeah, you guys aren't really digging the scribble, huh? There's not much professionalism in there. Okay, well, in reply to the scribble, this person says, as someone that actually has PTSD, I can tell this is a fake document, rip. As others have pointed out, it's copy and pasted. Clearly you have mental problems, but you need to stop blaming other people for them. Get offline and get help. People like you are why victims are scared to come out. In addition to Star's reply, check this out too. It's not that difficult to tell if the images like this are doctored. You're not helping your case. That's really fucking sad. What is this? Me when you copy and paste a fake doctor's signature. Oh boy, that's fucked up. Damn, this tweet's blowing up anyway. Here's the sort of resource. What's crazy is that the doctor is real, most definitely, and is on the counseling page when you look it up. So they're using a real physician's name to prove that their claims, which is illegal. That's so fucking sad. Well, there are some naysayers here. They say this is not proof of the document being faked. Many professionals do just copy and paste their digital signatures to save time. Many family members of mine are doctors. I've had to do this. It's specifically convenient if you spend hours of the day, blah, 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 blah. Says, oh my God. Oh my God, Dr. Apnop. It's Dr. Apnop. Glad he could save time by doing this method, though. That's horrible. That's fucking terrible. Oh my goodness. I know you're going through a lot right now. Just know you did this to yourself. Goodbye. Nice. Oh my God. Doctor signatures are way less detailed, so fake. That scribble was made by someone who didn't learn cursive in school because it got phased out. I had a doctor's note and the signature was legit 3 bumps. Looks like a kid trying to draw a cloud. This is definitely real. I didn't copy and paste it from some random wiki and then justify my actions by taking a BuzzFeed quiz. Is that a joint? What the fuck? Oh my God, how many laws are being broken in this one image? I don't know, Smart Alec. How many laws? Why don't you tell me, Smart Alec? How many laws are being broken? That's a real... See, not even... People aren't buying it. Okay, chat. Is this a real doctor's signature? Do you think this is a real doctor's signature? I don't know, man. I don't know. That scribble, man. That scribble is definitely not good. I don't like it. Well, let's move on to, and thanks for tipping me off on that. Let's move on to how people have changed their opinions. Oh, before that though, one final part to this right here. So we got this over here. No way, that shit has to be illegal. The person said, forging someone's signature like that, there's a decent chance it's illegal. I also received this message from someone. So we have this right here. We can go and look at this. I don't know if it matters, but I've actually been seen by the corner store counseling, and that is not a real signature. None of the care team members even refer to themselves as PhD except for Dr. Jane Perez, and that is not her signature. And this is a message that they got. So do with that as you will. That information as you will. Go ahead and take this down real quick. All right. Let's see how people are coping. Let's go look at Kwite, because they hit trending today. And let's see what's going on now. The Kwite trending. Let me see if Kwite is actually still trending. Let's see. Because they were earlier today. I wonder if they are now. Well, here are the tops. The top search results. Or whatever you would call them. This person here, top 3 hours ago.
Fuck out of you.
I don't know who this
Some of the
is.
stupid shit that you fucking say.
If that
Check
sig
it
is
out.
real, it has got to be the most quirky and eccentric
Instagram.
signature
They
I've
have an
ever
Instagram.
seen.
They don't have a YouTube. Okay. Big follower account, apparently. Let's see what they have to say. I would like to apologize to Kwite for jumping to conclusions on the allegations. Good job, Rebard. He's done a good job at explaining everything in this video and has disproved pretty much, if not all, of the evidence made against him. There was never any evidence against him, though. Using my platform as a call out for something that hadn't been fully proven was irresponsible. I agree. To prevent it from happening again, you should probably not have a platform.
With some of the stupid shit that you fucking say.
No,
I
of
feel so
course not. Of
horrible.
course
That
not. That's
doctor's name is being
MrSEN
used
supports
illegally.
deplatforming.
I feel like she needs to be
Confirmed.
let know.
Exposed video number 40. Solage, go take that. Use that. Here's the thing, bro. Here's my firm belief, right? If you know you have like a big audience, right? Which I'm assuming this person thinks they do, right? They're a very influential figure. They're known for being very honest and not trolly at all, right? Like, is it not common sense to just go with the notion that you're not gonna brand someone a rapist, based off of hearsay? Is it not that, not like, because again, you're really not looking at the big picture here. Like, the big picture here is like, and work with me here. It's not hard to understand this. We have confirmation from Orion now that Kwite is not, like, he has his own weaknesses, he has his own issues that, again, Orion just wanted to air out to the public to try to maliciously attack him and like serve their own narrative. But we're at this point where it's like they're showing us that he's not like, just complete fucking hearsay. I'm sorry for the fucking the reconnect and the disconnect just now. I don't know what happened. I fucked up with my settings today. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. Otherwise we'll do a little fix. But yeah, let's see. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Elusive Anekis. I feel so horrible that doctor's name is being used illegally. I feel like she needs to be let know. I mean, if you want to, I'm sure there are people out there that can let them know. You're cutting out. Oh boy, how bad is it?
Somebody is gonna fucking beat the fuck out of you.
How bad? How bad am I cutting out from like
I'm a psych major,
1
and
to
I'm pretty
10?
sure I
Let me
could write
know.
a better fake diagnosis.
Thank you for the 5 Lin Peas. Appreciate it. Is it just my Wi-Fi? No, I think it's mine. OBS is so fucking up with the mic. OBS is fucking up with the mic. Oh, it's really bad? Alright, give me a second. It's a 10? Oh boy. 9, 8. Alright, give me a second. She's fucking up my Wi-Fi. Alright, hold on. Give me a second. Let me try this out. Bear with me. Get ready to just hit refresh on this, alright? Alright, maybe now. Alright. I'm hoping a majority of you guys hit refresh on that. What the fuck? Reconnect. My god, the stream is quite cursed. I like that.
Somebody
The
is gonna
stream
fucking
is
beat
quite
the fuck
cursed.
out of you for some of this
Plus
stupid
net
shit
strikes
that you fucking said.
again. GG Evans, thank you for the 5. And Deb, thank you for the 5 too. It's the daily curse or the monthly curse or whatever. Sen says Orion is bad. Fucking stream goes up in flames. Feels like I'm listening to Skype audio. No worries, Sen. I understand you.
The stream is quite cursed.
Blame Orion for the slow internet connection. The lag is real. Why, man? Rejoined. It's better. Okay. Orion's fucking up your stream. Deb End. Yes, thank you for the 5. I said it, but I gotta give you a second one. Thank you. Orion is trying to get your IP. Y'all have to leave and come back. Yeah, you gotta do the we gotta do the refresh. Hopefully it's better now. Yeah, let's try it. Let's go back to the walkbacks though. And hopefully we pass this curse, alright? So how do you even say this? Uxidust? Uxidust? Uxidust, whatever. Uxidust. I would like to apologize to Kwite. Yes, it is using my edit. Oh, OBS is reconnecting again. Uh-oh. The curse is so fucking real. Let me try something again. Hold on. One more thing. Let's see. All right. Maybe there. But I mean, hey, if he's a forgiving guy, well, that's good. That's great. OBS is having a stroke. I need some sage. Maybe. Perhaps. OBS is just getting good head right now. Don't worry. How is my audio though? Because I think that was one of the main problems too. The whole audio thing. I'm more interested in whether or not the audio is good, right? So let me know how bad the audio is. The audio's fine. Audio's good. Okay. Much better. Okay. Cool. Audio's good now. Audio's great. It's way better. You need a VPN to fix this? Yes, I know I need a VPN. Audio's pretty good. Not woody. It's fine now. It was fucked earlier. Okay. There was no other evidence, and they talk met and such, and some people even thought the unproven transphobia was proof of the rape. I'm going to say rape now. All right. I think I'm going to get to the video now. Let's see what he has to say. Until I figure out the thing with the OBS. Hopefully it doesn't stop, like... Anytime there's a buffer, you guys have to put the little buffer symbol thingy, alright? Orion is a toxic person. That's the best audio quality. Okay. Best audio quality. Alright. Let's all band together to sue him. You want to sue Orion? See, toxic people prey on people like Kwite who struggle to get out of these relationships also face this problem. I mean, yeah, that's usually what ends up happening, eh? It's pretty bad. Watch the video, it's amazing. Amber Turd 2.0. Son was first to neck the twit longer. Oh, to wreck. Jesus Christ. To neck the twit longer. Son was first to wreck the twit longer. There you go. Didi, you got me mixed up because you didn't put the W before the R. I got mixed up for a second. That was not my bad. That's not on me. I want to get to the video though. Let's play some of the video. And then we can go ahead and like look at the tweets. I'm sure he has like, yeah, so he has a little Google Drive here. All right. Free my home slice Kwite. Aren't most twitlongers wrecks? I mean, it really depends, to be honest. Because some are like, I'm sure, I assume are okay. Right? Some I assume, like, I don't automatically assume all the twitlongers are bullshit. I'm sure there's some that have some legitimacy to them. But I gotta say, most of the ones that come out now, especially on YouTubers, are just very, very lackluster and very more so attention seeky. And so that's problematic. But you know, you can't, you gotta be open-minded, I guess, sometimes. So Orion gets help and becomes a better person. Neutral ending. Yeah, but like, are you guys willing to give Orion a second chance? I'm gonna go ahead and actually run a poll on that now that we got like the pizza out of the way and shit. Let's see. 200. All right. Let's get rid of the pizza poll. Let's put up a new poll. Let's start up a new poll. Will you give Orion a second chance? So this is the new poll. Hey guys, save it for the poll. Come on. Keep it. We gotta keep an open mind, guys. Alright. Keep an open mind, guys. Keep it. Come on. Alright. So let's go ahead and run that poll real quick. Go ahead and let me know how you feel. Whether or not you'll give them a second chance. And I'm gonna play this video. Alright. Who voted yes? Hey, it's alright. Just answer the poll honestly. Alright? You're not gonna be outed because nobody can see who's voting. That's one of the perks of voting, I guess, anonymously on a poll. Your vote will not be shown to anybody. People will know who you are, but you know, just answer truthfully. All right. Well, let's see what he's got to say. Let's see what the boy has got to say. And I just gotta point out that he doesn't even have his getup, so you know it's a serious video. So let's go ahead and play this.
This is my response to several allegations made against me, the most serious of which being that I sexually assaulted a former friend and ex-partner of mine named Orion in Orlando, Florida on February 18th, 2018. This is patently false and completely untrue. Not only did I not assault Orion, I never had any sexual contact with him in any way, shape, or form. I have a lot of evidence to share backing what I say in this video, including a recording of Orion giving a testimony of this exact interaction from late 2018 that directly contradicts his current version of events. events. I've prepared what I have to say ahead of time, as this is something I wanted to make sure I had my thoughts in order for when discussing, so if you see my eyes flitting back and forth, that's why. I intend this as a comprehensive look at my time knowing Orion and afterwards, but certain things will be addressed out of order as I need to touch on the most severe allegations first. This video will be split into chapters for easy navigation if you want to jump around or come back to any section later. A very strong content warning on this video for discussions of sexual assault, transphobia, slurs, racism, self-harm, emotional abuse, physical abuse, and more. If any of these topics are sensitive ones for you, please use discretion while watching and make use of the chapters if you feel the need to skip any of these.
Okay, well, we got a content warning for the discussion of SA, which is, sexual assault, transphobia, the usage of slurs, racism, self-harm, general abuse, and other related topics. So this is going to be a very heavy video, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen. So strap on in. All right, strap on in. We're going to have a good time seeing him disprove this shit. By the way, if you just joined the stream, or if you hit refresh because we're having technical difficulties earlier, make sure you share the stream and like it, help it live, help it breathe, spread the word and all that good stuff, all right? And hopefully we won't have any more technical difficulties. But to the people that stick around past the technical difficulties, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for bearing with me. Trust me, it's just as frustrating to me as it is for you, all right? So we can be frustrated together, but we can get this back on track too, all right? Spread the word, drop Orion. Yes, also do that. My rats have a higher brain capacity than Orion, bro. This is embarrassing. Yeah, I sat through and watched the entire thing. Can't believe Orion is 23, bro. Certainly don't act like one. There are a lot of fucking people that are old, all right? There is a specific age range that don't act their age. So it doesn't really surprise me. All right. Hashtag drop Orion. That's a good hashtag, actually. I'm going to make that, actually. Hold on. I got this. Hold on. So I'm going to do it right now. Hashtag drop Orion. That's going to be my new pinned tweet. So there you go. Hashtag drop Orion. I'm going to post this to the chat. Drop Orion, guys. There you go. Got you, best. Thank you. Appreciate it. There you go. All right. So let's go on with the video.
Topics for your sake. Orion claims I assaulted him in the backseat of his car outside of the Cinemark XD Theater in Orlando before we went inside to watch a 3:40 p.m. showing of Black Panther. Orion alleged that mid-intercourse, I didn't listen to him when he said that I was hurting him, and when he told me to stop, I apparently didn't until some time after he had asked. And that all the way through the act, I was continuously telling him, this is what you wanted. Orion says when I did stop, it was only because I got bored of the sex and then I exited the car. He goes on to say that after we got into the theater that I had him buy me popcorn to make up for it. This is entirely false on multiple levels, and I have no idea why Orion would this egregiously and ridiculously fabricate a crime of this magnitude. This clip is of Orion describing the same day the assault allegedly took place in a video 4.5 years ago, where he has a very different account of how he felt about that day, even in hindsight looking back at it.
Cut to February, where we met up for the second time, and I remember it was February because we went to see Black Panther. It was fun, and I distinctly remember him getting out of my car, but stopping midway and saying, just remember I really care about you, and then closing the door, which made me feel really good because, this was my best friend. We had met up for the second time. He still cares about me.
Yeah, that's the thing. I hate this voice. I still hate her voice right to this day. I really, really dislike their voice. It's always been one of the most grating things about them. Next to, the false allegations and all that shit. And the fake victim complex. And, possibly, illegally getting that signature of the doctor who's not really the doctor. It's a forging, copy and pasting somebody's signature, whatever. Aside from all that, one of the worst things about Orion definitely has to be their fucking voice. All right, I'm never going to get over that. I'm going to always hate it. It's horrible. It's like one of the worst things imaginable. his voice, dude, I can't even tell. And I don't like. Do you personally think? This is a question for you guys. Another one. All right. I like to ask a lot of questions to you guys. All right, just to gauge some opinion here. Okay. How many of you guys do you respect Orion's pronouns? Yes or no? Do you respect Orion's pronouns? I'm curious. Because I don't, personally. All right? I don't. That's my take on it. So I'd be like, no. So you guys discuss that as you will. Let's see what you guys have to say. And I'm going to keep playing this video.
Throughout the entire video, that clip is taken from a testimony given much closer to when the assault allegedly took place. The topic of sexual or romantic activity between me and Orion is not mentioned a single time. I'll be going through everything I've been able to gather around mine and Orion's interactions to give my side of how the time we knew each other went and to demonstrate what things...
I want to point out another thing that's kind of like fucked up. It seems fucked up to me. This whole thing, right? It's they say it's innocent until proven guilty, right? Why it feels like this guy had to go ahead and gather like a bunch of shit and go out of his way to prove his innocence, but it's like there was never anything concrete, even remotely concrete, to prove that he was in the wrong in the first place. So it almost feels kind of fucked up too, right? You're making this one guy do all this work to prove his innocence for something that, I mean, like, what? All you had was an allegation and hearsay, right? That's all it was, and a mob. You know what I mean? It's kind of bullshit. So I don't know. Is that just me? Am I the only one that thinks it's kind of bullshit that somebody needs to prove their innocence, even though, like, you know, the allegations against them are so fucking weak? I respect people even if he acts like a limp dick tool with a victim complex. I don't care about their pronouns. They can be called a motherfucker. Literally, people switched up with no evidence. Fucking ad. Alright. Hey man, we love the ads here. Alright, an excuse to not watch Kwite response to someone creative. It's giving, I don't think I'll watch it because I know I'm fucked. Yeah. Dodging. Scared. You have to look at it this way. It's not about Orion, but rather about respect for those that want to use pronouns. The only one I refuse to do that to is for Chris Chan. Well, yeah, Chris Chan, like, raped his mother, so... You know, at that point, like, if you really want a rapist, it would be Chris, right? But I think Orion was trying to, like, at least say, oh, respect Chris, you know, respect their pronoun. It's just, why, though? I thought you would understand why you would just say fuck you to a rapist like Christian, though, right? I don't know. I don't know how people believe those evidence. Yeah, I don't really care who he is. I'm not a person who misgenders people just because I don't like them. They're a piece of shit for what they did. But I'm not misgendering someone just because. Interesting take. Orion isn't trans. They apparently have been out publicly since 2018. Made no effort to see a doctor for it. If you're suffering, try to see a doctor. Don't forget you can call Orion an abusive boyfriend and white male. White man if you don't fuck with his pronouns. Put his own optics against him. Kit Kat, I gotta say, is that Malin from fucking Majora's Mask? Okay, that's all I can think of right now. Is that Malin from Majora's Mask? Like the rancher people? I respected in pronounce, but if that person disrespects me, oh hell no, we'd throw in hands if they insult me for small reasons. So we need to respect the people who actively work against the credibility of rape victims. Is this really the hill you want to die on? That's a good point, though. I think that's a very good way of articulating this whole thing. Do we need to respect the people who actively work against the credibility of rape victims? Is that really... Yeah, mine is the hill you want to die on, because that kind of seems a little argumentative. And I'm not personally looking to be argumentative with you guys. I mean, why would I? I'm just trying to gauge the opinions because I want to know the mindset behind it all more so. But I gotta say, like, I guess the closest thing I could get to articulating the point against why we I personally won't, is what Oneosaurus Rex just said, right? based Malin enjoyer. I love Malin. Okay, so that is legit Majora's Mask. Is that Majora's Mask? Kwite made a tweet on his alt. What's his alt? Give me the at. Oh no, I know it wasn't directed at me. One source Rex. My take is I don't change the pronouns of other predators and evil people. Like I don't call Ted Bundy she/her just to spite him. I think it's from Ocarina of Time. Oh, okay. Let's go. Misgendering them is an excuse to be transphobic. You can hate them. I hate them. But you respect their pronouns. Hashtag drop Orion. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Hemi toast. Amazing.
Things Orion alleges happened that conflict with what I have to show. Every single thing I have been accused of, not just from this set of allegations, but the one Orion tried to spread in that video from 2018, have never once been substantiated by any solid evidence other than testimony. The only thing ever backing any accusations Orion made against me was a person saying that something happened, oftentimes while contradicting other things they said when giving separate testimonies. Currently, outside of proving that me and Orion did know each other, did meet up in person, and discussed sexual intimacy over text at some point, none of which is proof of anything malicious, Orion has failed to prove anything he claims I have done. This is my account of that.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things too. It's like a lot of the screenshots only prove that they've like at the very least talked and shit. They don't directly prove, like, for example, Orion's claim about Kwite being a gaslighter, Orion's claim about Kwite being like, you know, emotionally abusive or whatever other nonsense they were saying about him. You know, how he would do this and that to them. That none of that was ever shown. In fact, we never even saw a conversation between Kwite and Orion that I know of that made Kwite even look like he was aggressive towards them. Right? We didn't get a leaked call of it. We didn't get any of that. So it kind of becomes this issue for me where, again, there's so much lack of evidence. There's nothing that substantiates any of the fucking claims being made by this fucking person other than hearsay. And stupid fucking YouTubers like Soolage that'll go ahead and run with it like it's fact just to build up their channel to 1,000 subscribers, right? And then after that, then they'll backtrack on the whole thing. But if you could just take 1 second to look at how inconsistent, like this whole mindset of believe a victim, right? Well, what if the person doesn't really present themselves? Like they don't have... Like, they have the story, but they don't have the evidence. Not even, like, the evidence that describes the character of the person that they're trying to talk about, right? Then, like, what? Are they, like, what makes me want to believe someone, right? What makes me want to ruin some other dude's life, right? In this instance, I know nothing about this guy other than he's a 1 mil channel that makes his living off of YouTube. And now I know that he has his own issues because Orion decided to air that out in 2018, 2019, for whatever reason, for another cancel attempt in the past, because this guy has apparently been, people have been trying to cancel this guy since way back since then. So, of course, I'm going to feel empathy towards this dude, right? It's frustrating. It's annoying. Also, Orion's fucking people are fucking annoying as hell. Like, people like, again, that fucking small YouTubers, Soolage, and just idiots that believe them on Twitter. Of course that made me want to get more invested in this shit. Because you people are annoying. Because you guys are annoying. That's it. Sorry you had to go through that Austin break. What did Austin break have to go through? I was too afraid to do anything and it's too late. Hating Orion as an excuse to be transphobic is wrong. Orion sounded like my ex in their messages. This sucks, gross, and icky. This lie comes out of nowhere. All of them are baseless. Like being a horrible person is devious. Anyone who likes Orion are just as bad as him. Honestly, from what it looks like, Orion is just doing pretty much everything for clicks or fucking interaction. You know, Twitter interaction, to be specific. I do believe, let me try to substantiate this claim. Because people were like, oh no, they're not trying to gather a Twitter audience or something like that. But, look, I'm not so sure about that since, like, didn't they do this? Let's see. Isn't the last thing, something they did here, is they went ahead and they advertised this kind of. My old cosplay from whatever. I need to redo it because it's been forever since I cosplayed. So they're kind of just like, I don't know. It seems like they're gonna advertise other shit, which is like, all right, nice direction shift or whatever, dude. You know, whatever. Also, I don't want to. Isn't this character a woman? Like, I thought Orion wanted to be. Wouldn't they want to cosplay a male character? Is this a female character? It's just like, I guess, a question at this point. It's like, because here's the thing with Orion too, and I've noticed, if you guys go back in some of the tweets they made, their whole thing was like, don't misgender me or something, right? Because they specifically told YouTubers not to do that. It's in one of the tweets, you could go back, but it's weird to me because what did they want to cosplay a woman? Wouldn't they want to cosplay a man? You know, to fit with the, I don't know. It's just one jumbled up contradiction over the other, and I just can't keep up. I can't keep up. Zombie fuck. Thank you for being a member for, what is it, 23 months. That's over a year, I believe, right? Yeah, they're 12 months in a year. That's close to 2 years. Thank you, Fox. Orion is a living L, who should get offline. True. I know fucking Orion will probably Me Too someone in the future. It's so over. It's so over, Orion bros. It's not transphobic. Orion is not trans. It's clearly for attention. Gotta love when people want to shoehorn Twitter politics here. Go be a nuisance somewhere else with the scolding and the finger waving. Okay, ain't no way she's trans. Yeah, I mean, like, that's why I was so confused. One of the people in my server, Crush Potato, great guy, by the way. Which, by the way, GG Evan, if you're here, post the Discord link as well. And so people, if they want to, can get in. It's quite a rigorous process to get into the Discord in the first place. But, you know, if you can manage, you'll be in good company. You know? Probably. So, GG Evan, the head moderator, if you're here, you know, post that from time to time. Sulich turns out to be the real commentary troglodyte, along with this, all along with MrSEN story. Yeah, that's another thing, Sulich. You and Genevieve Simmons and whoever else, you know, with this whole lolly gotcha thing. I'm still waiting for you guys to show me that that's my Discord fucking ID. I'm still waiting. I've been fucking waiting. So I don't want you two idiots to duck me. Alright? Like, you guys are so stupid. You guys are somehow worse than Orion. Because here's the thing with Orion. At the very fucking least, Orion was able to show a Discord ID. What? I don't even get that courtesy from you idiots? Like, I get you want to smear me and all that shit, but you don't even want to... Like, you must think everybody's fucking intelligence is as low as you guys. You really don't even want to fucking get a Discord ID match? You guys are fucking jokes. Fucking rejects. It was inevitable, but it's okay, Sulich. You can join the cult of Sen one day. We will accept you for your stupidity and we'll make you better. Genevieve Simmons, on the other hand, I don't want to touch that with a 2-foot pole for multiple reasons. And you'll see that one day. That day is not today. Probably won't be next week. But it will be one day. Anyway, I just wanted to show you Orion in all their glory. The queen... I guess the queen, the king, I don't know. People are telling me that they want to be the king, but when you want to be the king and you dress up like the queen and you're saying that you're going to dress up like the queen again, I don't fucking know, man. Something tells me that you're not very fucking serious about what you're preaching, and it might be a pattern of behavior. Queen or king, holy fucking shit. Let me get rid of this incognito tab, because I don't think we'll need to go back to Orion's thingamajig. Let's play this video, though. We're 3 minutes in only. We got quite a bit to go. Hour and 28 minutes. Let's play this. Come on.
day. When we met up on February 18th, at one point, me and Orion were in a shopping center and came across a store that sold plushies. I saw one I liked that I was looking to buy for myself as a keepsake of the trip. Orion, through what I assume was trying to be polite, didn't want to let me pay for the plush and was very insistent that I let him cover the cost. In general, I like to pay for my own things when out with friends, and around this time is when YouTube was first doing well for me, so I knew I'd have money coming in not far down the line. This made me want to pay for my own things even more. When any of y'all first got a job as a kid or a new position that gave you a higher level of income for the first time, I'm sure you felt the same way. You want to use the money you feel for the first time that you've earned yourself to do things for yourself. This plush was not a shared cost. It was something I wanted to get specifically for me. I genuinely did not want Orion to pay for my stuff when I felt I could finally do so on my own. That is more than likely a pride thing, but it is how I was. I distinctly remember the cashier who was watching us bicker about it at checkout say something along the lines of, sometimes you just gotta let them pay for it, in a cheeky, young love kind of way. After going back and forth on it some, I directly communicated to Orion that I would be more comfortable if he let me pay for it myself, and I tried to be as direct and clear with this as possible. In response, Orion said something to the effect of, okay, I'll let you buy it if you give me a kiss later. This was a weirdly identical mirror to a similar situation that happened over text the day before.
Let's see, February 17, 2018. If you pay for snacks, I will smooch you. You don't want that now, do you? I'll pay for them and dodge your affection. Nah, you can't dodge smooch. What the fuck is...
Which I will be sharing. This time, though, I didn't get to just put the phone down and not engage. I'm actively looking to buy this thing in the moment, and Orion is right in front of me. I regret agreeing to their proposal in hindsight, and maybe if I hadn't, Orion would have stopped pushing at some point. But in this somewhat awkward situation, my brain sees that as the most immediate way out of an uncomfortable spot and to pay for the item myself like I wanted. At the time, I took the comment to be lighthearted and honestly didn't think it was something that was going to get followed through on. Later that day, though, Orion and I are in the driver's seat and passenger seat of his car, respectively, when the topic of the kiss comes up again. What I'm about to say is not a standard of consent I would have applied to anybody else back then, and it's something I've learned is also true for me and I'm deserving of as I got older. Back then, though, I was a lot younger. I was 17 and had complete shit for brains. In my head, I'm thinking, fuck, that's right, I did agree to that. Since it's come up again, I'm thinking that Orion meant it seriously and I misread the situation, and that it would be shitty to now pull out of something I'd already committed to. That is not how consent works in the slightest, even on something as relatively small as a kiss, but despite my hesitance, I did kiss Orion once. That's it. That's all we ever did. Immediately after, I was feeling weird about it. I wasn't exactly enthusiastic about the event in the first place, and I didn't want to go any further with it, so we didn't. I am not trying to paint this as some instance of me being assaulted or violated, and me and Orion can both only give our personal accounts as there wasn't a camera in the car that day, but the dynamic we had regarding sex and intimate contact is significantly different than what Orion made it out to be. And my account is far more in line with not only incidents prior to the meetup, but the type of thing Orion was saying he'd do to me just the day before. Like I said, I never had sex with Orion, and the popcorn I had him apparently buy for me is something I explicitly said the day before we met up that I would...
To Orion, kissy face. When fine, then I'm buying your snacks. No, nope, deal with it.
Buy for Orion. After asking multiple times how much
I got a reserve now, so when should we go? How's 11:40? Tell me how much I owe you. Now it's my treat.
I owed Orion for my movie ticket, he wouldn't let me pay him back for
that we can hang a bit beforehand. That's cool. I got getting okay, how much do I owe you? Done. And
the cost. Again, this is literally the day before we saw each other in real life, and I was in that same mindset of wanting to pay for my own things with my own money. I responded to him, fine, then I'm buying your snacks, as that was meant as a compromise on my part. I figured if he wasn't going to budge on the tickets, I can at least do this thing to contribute, even if it was a bit uneven. In my head, it was at least something. We go back and forth over text where Orion keeps trying not to let me buy even his snacks, but I'm standing my ground, and after the third time he tried to get me to not pay for it, I just stopped responding, because I had already said what I planned on doing for my part. Over an hour passes by after that, and Orion is still insistent on this. He texted me a brand new proposal saying, if you pay for snacks, I will smooch you. You don't want that now, do you? And yeah, quite frankly, I didn't want that. This is a lighthearted text exchange, so I'm not going to send in all caps, I do not consent or something like that, but I try to communicate that I don't want to in a relatively playful but straightforward way. I'll pay for them and dodge your affection. And even at that point...
That's so funny, actually. What the fuck? So, like, alright, I don't want to be that jackass, but so Orion's older, and Orion is definitely, like, do you see a pattern of, like, how Orion seems to be the aggressor in this situation, or the one that's actually, like, you know, I mean, what is, somebody said this in chat earlier, the predator in this situation, to where she's the one coming off, like, a little bit, a little strong there, hey? Like, I want to kiss you, and then Kwite's like, I'm not quite feeling it, homie. You know what I mean? the aggression Orion was showing towards Kwite was so obvious. I mean, yeah. It's so... Oh, God. That's interesting, though. That's very interesting. Orion is the actual criminal here. Well, you know, I can't necessarily disagree with that. Literally forcing herself on the man. I mean, yeah, pretty much. That's that's pretty much... look, I'm not gonna mince words with you. That's exactly what's happening in this situation, and we can see it from what they're showing. That's another thing. It's more okay. This is the one thing. Orion tried to describe Kwite in a certain way, but never provided any screenshots or interaction between the two to where that was substantiated. Meanwhile, Kwite is not even trying to bury Orion. That's our job, by the way. That's our job. That we're gonna do that. But what he's showing is that he was kind of reluctant to do this. He wasn't on board with this, you know? He wasn't... Oh, okay, yeah, like he wasn't the aggressor. He wasn't the initiator, right? Like more of the initiation came from Orion rather than the initiation or the initiating coming from Kwite. You see what I'm saying here? And like the two screenshots alone that they were trying that Kwite just provided is enough to substantiate that. So he's already got a one up. He's got a leg up on Orion, and that's in that sense. 10 minutes in, right? What was the old tweet Orion said? 10 minutes in, and Kwite is already lying. I don't really see it. I see it more as them showing that they're more credible than you in 10 minutes. And then it's not even 10 minutes. It's 7 minutes in. 7 minutes in. And we can already tell this guy is more credible than fucking Orion, right? So yeah, I can see why you're shaking at your boots, Queen, to go ahead and address this, because it's not looking too good for you. You probably made a panic thing, you know, with that whole little scribble doodle thing that you copied and pasted or whatever the story is. It's not looking too good for you, I think. It's not looking too good. They have colored hair and pronouns. You can ignore them. The receipts, I love them. Orion is probably like 23 and Kwite's 21. Orion groomed Kwite. Oh, shit. You know what? Technically speaking, yeah. Technically, Orion did groom Kwite. Technically, like, again, it's technically. I'm sure it would make Orion very mad that if they came to the realization that they groomed Kwite. So we should definitely not tell Orion that she groomed Kwite. We should definitely not do that, because that would make Orion upsetty spaghetti. And we definitely don't want to get Orion upsetty spaghetti. Definitely not. Of course not. Why would we want to do that? Alright? They've never made us upsetty spaghetti. They've never lied. They're the perfect, innocent little angel. Alright? Orion was 17 or 18 at the time, so if they were 18 at the time, it was grooming. Damn, wouldn't really say grooming, but technically, yeah, that's right. Guys, it's all about the technically. We're technically, guys. We're technically jackasses, but...
Orion still wasn't taking no for an answer. He doubled down and said he was going to smooch me anyways. Nah, you can't dodge the smooch. It will find you...
Pause. Whoa. Pause. Okay, Jesus fucking Christ. I almost... Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, wait a minute. Oh, pause. Orion the Grapist. Orion the Groomer. Ladies and gentlemen. Orion groomed Kwite. Groomer Ryan, ladies and gentlemen. I claimed the jackass title with pride. True. If I wanted to make Orion feel bad, I would. I don't, so I won't. But Orion knows deep down what they did. That's right. They groomed Kwite, and it's quite unfortunate. The innocent angel. That's right. She's a queen, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know. That cosplay that she did, and the fact that she wants to redo that cosplay as a female, I don't know. It doesn't ring king shit to me. It's more of like, you know, queenie shit or something. You know what I mean? Team Kwite. What the? Alright. So let's let me see this shit. All right. So Kwite says, "I'll dodge your affection."
Somebody is gonna fucking
and
kick the
Orion
fuck out of you
says,
with some of the stupid shit
my
that you
God.
fucking say.
Did you
Let's
see
read this.
Orion posted forged medical documents?
Yeah, I did. We saw that earlier today when we began the stream. If you guys just got here, yeah, we did go over that. We had a laugh about it too. And if you just got here, you know, like and share it. Well, we'll take another look at it in a bit later on. We got quite ways to go still, but thank you for the $2 Canadian. Appreciate it. Orion better admit what they did. They won't. They're a liar. They never fucking admit to that. They're just gonna find a way to weasel out of it. If Orion is right, that means you were an adult. That means you got raped by a minor. That's still an I either way. I don't quite understand that. I gotta be honest. Orion's pronouns are he, him, for real. Orion is too deep. They're probably gonna die on this hill, or too deep. Yeah, they are in very deep.
And it will smooch when you least expect it. There is no dodging, only smooch. Maybe he meant that.
So that's it. Like they're the aggressor in this situation. They're the ones.
An answer. He doubled down and said he was going to smooch me.
Look, you can't dodge the smooch. I will find you, Jesus Christ. Or it will find you, and it will smooch, and you at least expect it. There is no dodging, only smooch. Okay.
Anyways, nah, you can't dodge the smooch. It will find you, and it will smooch when you least expect it. There is no dodging, only smooch. Maybe he meant that playfully, but I didn't respond to it because I was uncomfortable with the way he was talking.
Yeah, if you
to me. I'd the smooch. It will find you, and it will.
Look, after this, all right. So you want to see how this is substantiated, like his whole uncomfortable shit. Look at this, and then notice how there was no interaction until February 17th, and notice who was the one that initiated the raid again, right? And this kind of like confirms with like the whole thing where they're saying that Orion's too much, and they're just too draining. They're always like they don't shut the fuck up, right? This kind of substantiates, you know, pretty much everything we've known, but it's not making them look good. And it's like this guy right here, right?
Smooch when you leave.
This guy that got like dragged through the mud by them is basically still giving them an out. So, you know, good guy Kwite a little bit, maybe. Just a little bit. Mass unfollow for Orion. This message sounds so creepy and weird when you're uncomfortable with them. Yeah, I mean, one can call it even like a bit predatory too. Orion, and I said this before, Orion strikes me as more of like a predatory kind of person, the person that would be the predator rather than being the prey. And that these messages kind of just substantiate my initial thoughts on that. You guys remember I was telling you that when we first started covering this shit, how Orion comes off as more of like the predator in this whole situation, right? That's where we started these whole little like funny little memes of Orion actually being the groomer and shit like that. Technically speaking, of course, right? So yeah, I'm glad that the fucking messages that Kwite gave out were able to substantiate that further.
Well as getting kissed, and he just kept going. I'm sure that when Orion tried to pay for my stuff, it was meant with good intentions. I was uncomfortable with the way he was talking to me. I'd said my piece on how I felt about buying the snacks as well as getting kissed, and he just kept going. I'm sure that when Orion tried to pay for my stuff, it was meant with good intentions. But in these moments, I set a clear boundary of what I preferred that he essentially said he'd only respect conditionally. This type of insistent behavior, specifically to pay for things, aren't isolated incidents. Orion even admits he has this tendency in the same testimony I shared a clip of earlier.
He drove halfway and I drove to a certain spot and we agreed to meet up. I took him around town.
I love how like as
I
Sonic
paid for
appears,
everything
we have
because
like a furry that shows up on the thing. It's like the curse of the furries. Whenever a furry gets on screen, another furry shows up in chat. The Sonic bot. You know, that Sonic bot was attacking Suji earlier. So there you go, Sulij or Suliji. See, it wasn't my mob, you know, they're just people you gotta like rationalize it. Unless that thing is a Trojan virus, in which case, you know, I don't want to talk to you. But if you're not a Trojan virus, you know, well, welcome to the show, I guess. Mitosis? Oh god, a furry. Pop-Tarts. Oh wow. Stupid spammer. Oh my god, you're not a fan of the Sonic spammer? What the fuck? The guy is legendary. Sentient Trojan virus. God damn, that Sonic bot got booted from the highest degree. Hey, it's okay. We gave them like 9 messages, alright? I'm sure they'll be fine. Respect for the wholesome furries, though, by the way. Y'all cute. Oh. Try my retarded. The furries are rolling in. The furries, guys! The furries. How... Okay, so how scared are you guys of the furries? Just out of curiosity. How much fear does a furry strike into your heart? Right? Watch fucking Orion's squad just pull up, man. They're gonna pull up. Oh, it's Squidward. Somebody handle Squidward. Thank you. There you go. Bye, Squidward. It's nothing personal. It's just, it's nothing. It's not me. It's you. You know, you gotta pick the perfect times to do this, right? Oh no. Okay, how do you guys feel about Squidward? Squidward did get Thanos snapped, man. Imagine being so pathetic you have to hire bots to support you. Listen, man. It's alright. You have to be understanding to the bots here. Besides, you guys can handle it. I'm sure you guys can handle it. Squidward. What is a furry for fish called? What is a furry for fish? I don't know. I don't even know if that's a sentence. To be honest. A new challenger? None, I just don't get their deal. They baffle me, but it's no biggie. They're an interesting species, that's for sure. A wet dog? I don't fucking care. What the fuck? Furry poll. How many of us are furries? Oh, God. God. Well, handle that. Alright, let's keep it going. Alright, are you guys ready to keep it going? Do I need to change it into, like, I don't know, slow mode, or do you think you can handle it? Give me a 1 for slow mode, or give me a 2 for just, you know, however it is right now. Just let me know. Let me know, guys. Let me know. Do I need to put it on slow mode? Leave it as is? Leave it as is? Okay, we got a bunch of 2s. We got a bunch of 2s. Alright, I guess we're gonna leave it as is. Well, mods, you handle. You're gonna be making your you're gonna be handling your paychecks today. You're gonna be, God, my mods don't get paid. What the fuck am I talking about? You're gonna be working for your paychecks this time. 15, 12, oh Jesus, 3. Well, alright, well the majority said 2. So I'll just trust you guys to handle this situation. There you go. Alright, let's continue.
I insisted that since I was the host, it was my job.
In regards to physical intimacy, the entire time me and Orion knew each other, I was the one most often expressing my hesitance on the matter, backing out because I got cold feet, or just outright denying to do intimate things with him. Meanwhile, Orion was always the one more forward about engaging in physical intimacy. Even if sometimes it was in a lighthearted context, Orion had a disregard for my personal choices and boundaries that I had expressed to them, often persisting beyond me showing clear discomfort and continuing to press even when I had directly declined the physical intimacy he would propose. One of the screenshots Orion used as proof of his claims
Required. Also, what are your family doing while we hang out? Because if they're out, hotel room empty. We'll see. Come on, sheets no good.
is literally Orion floating and initiating the idea of us hooking up when we see each other, and my response is being unsure, then stating a reason why I wouldn't want to do it. He also cropped out the next message where he's the one to push for it even further by asking if I have condoms. You could read that as him trying to give solutions to a problem that I brought up, but I personally didn't want to continue with that discussion because I wasn't comfortable. Orion says that we had been on and off flirting and talked about how if we were both single and virgins, we would take each other's virginity. This is not something that was ever formally and fully agreed upon from my end, and much less as something we do at some specific place or time. The virginity thing was first mentioned over half a year earlier in August 2017, where Orion was the one to originally propose the idea in a voice call, and I was the one who wanted to think on it further. While I don't have a recording of that call for the exact wording, Orion specified that a heart message he sent was platonic, and in response, I joked that it didn't seem very platonic, just straight up gay. That's because we weren't talking about just cuddling or something in that vein. He had proposed explicitly having intercourse, and I was the one still still
What
unsure
the
about it.
fuck?
The reason I was in Florida was never to hook up with Orion. I was vacationing with my family. Orion was always aware of this, and I only planned to see Orion in Orlando because he was someone I knew who lived in the area. Another time, on December 26, 2017, after a voice call and small message
You know what? Fine. That's a good idea. Sub only it is. Fine. That one comment talked me into it. That's right. No shame. All right, let's see. I think I have to go here. Shout out to you guys, by the way. Thank you for being in the chat, guys. All right, I'm doing this for you. I'm doing this for you. Wait, where the fuck am I supposed to go for this? I'm a total professional, okay? Any duration. There you go. There you go. There you go. That'll make you guys' job easier, I think. There you go. Now, Soolage, if you were smart, you would have done this, but obviously you're not a veteran streamer here. All right. Maybe one day, kid. Maybe one day. God. All right, let's continue on. Basically, what we know so far is that Orion might be a... Like, you know how we made that joke? We made the joke that Orion was like a rapist or whatever, the actual one this entire time, and that Kwite was the victim. Maybe that's not so much a joke anymore, but like maybe partially a joke based on reality a little bit. Because that's what it's kind of looking like right now. Just saying.
Message exchange, Orion asked me to come down south, and at the time, I straight up said no. Where Orion then jumps to the reason for this being, oh yeah, your penis no working. Essentially assuming the reason I wouldn't come down was specifically...
Wait a minute, hold on a second. Wait, whoa. The second video we had...
aware of this, and I only planned to see Orion in Orlando because he was someone I knew who lived in the area. Another time, on December 26, 2017, after a voice call and...
Guess who finally got a desktop? WH. Fuck you. Okay.
Small message exchange, Orion asked me to come down
south, no.
South, and at the time, I straight up said no. Where Orion then jumps to the reason for this being, oh yeah, your penis no working. Essentially assuming the reason I wouldn't come down was specifically because of not being able to do sexual things, when I'm not the one who has ever been shown to be the person most concerned about doing that. My penis not working, meaning my performance issues, are another thing that I'll get into shortly.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing, right? Like... So, like,
come down south, and at the time, I straight up said no. Where Orion...
Why is the person that's supposed to be the rape victim making jokes about...
Somebody is gonna fucking...
You know, the guy's penis not working?
Shit that you fucking say.
Hey brother, I'm gonna head out now. Love the stream and hope you have a good stream, brother. Folded hands, medium light skin tone, black heart.
Thank you. Appreciate that, hot fuck. Thank you for the 5. Have a good... Are you going to the gym now? Gonna head out to the gym? Yeah, I'm gonna head out. Well, have a good rest of your night, man. Thanks for stopping by. All right. Sorry for the shaky beginning, I guess. I think it's gotten progressively better. You know, I don't think we've had any shakeups other than, you know, the obvious fucking bots. But I mean, come on, let's be real. Those are kind of fun. Those are a little fun. MrSEN, remember when I told you that it's sus that Orion never showed the rest of their screenshots and it's always been cropped? I was right all along. Yeah, so when people do the cropped screenshots and shit, they really leave out, like, there's a specific reason. I mean, sometimes it's because you don't want to overwhelm it with irrelevant knowledge, but other times, and most of the time when it comes to narrative building, it's because you want to isolate the screenshot in order for it to fit the narrative. So all you need is somebody saying one thing, and then you can say like something like, oh, look at what they're saying about this and that, you're not showing the context. It could have just been a joke about something, but you can try to pass it on as like, oh, some serious thing, you know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, my fucking statement for this though, basically TLDR, is that why is the alleged rape victim having like talking about how fucking like they're basically trying to demean Kwite for not having his penis work, right? Does like, you guys understand how bizarre that is, right? Does that not sound like, I don't know, something that a victim wouldn't say? I just think it's like you're taunting that guy. You know, again, you're showing yourself to be the aggressor, the predator in this situation, or at least the dominant one in this situation. And I you know, what can I say?
Somebody is gonna fucking
just make it make sense.
With some of the stupid shit that you fucking say.
Yes, going to the gym lol, but have a good one. Folded hands, medium light skin tone, black heart, save up, or eat some pineapple pizza, my guy, black heart.
Thank you, Hot Pocket. Big dono too. Appreciate you. You're a godsend, man. Appreciate you. Have a good time at the gym, and I will keep the stream up so you can catch the replay if you want to watch it. So thanks again, man. Appreciate it. Sen's just getting free subs now. Lol. Yeah, I know, right? I'm such an asshole. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I feel like such a dick. But well, it's okay, guys. We're all a little dicky here. All right.
Ryan then jumps to the reason for this being, oh yeah, your penis no working. Essentially assuming the reason I wouldn't come down was specifically because of not being able to do sexual things, when I'm not the one who has ever been shown to be the person most concerned about doing that. My penis not working, meaning my performance issues, are another thing that I'll get into shortly, but even though at the time I probably meant my response lightheartedly, as when it happened, I did see this conversation as just jibbing with a friend. When I said, this is why I don't hang out with you, it still has a pretty clear undertone on how I felt about the situation. Another time, on October 28th, 2017, Orion tried calling me, and when I didn't pick up, he said this: I know you're online, fuck you. If you don't pick up, I'm gonna fuck you. I'm pretty explicit when I say in response.
Wait a minute. Oh, pause.
October 28th, 2017, Orion tried calling me, and when I didn't pick up, he said this: I know you're online.
Okay, wait a minute. What is this? What is this? I mean, all right. I'm not part of any of your communities, right? I'm obviously not a part of the LGBTQ or anything, right? And we had a discussion earlier about whether or not you should respect Orion's pronouns. Why does it seem like Orion has an issue respecting other people's identities a little bit, right? Like, what is this? This seems like a little, that's a little fucked up. This is a little fucked up, I gotta say. I mean, we can agree with that, right? We can agree with that. This is a little fucked up. It's a little inconsiderate. Some would say it's a bit of a homophobic slur, maybe, maybe just a little bit. So let's read it. Let's read what they wanted to say. Yeah, come on. I know you're online. I'm gonna fuck you if you don't pick up. I'm gonna fuck you. What the fuck is this? Orion wants respect but won't give it, so fuck them. Just took off the guard. Grape threat from a grape victim. True. They're making a lot of threats themselves, right? I think that's one of the most accurate things right there. A grape threat from a grape
Somebody
victim.
is gonna fucking beat the fuck out of you.
Interesting.
With some of the stupid shit that you fucking say.
Interesting. GG Evans. What did you say this time, my guy? According to Orion, Kwite's dick doesn't work, but he graped her? Make it make sense. Also, fuck your pronouns if you're a pedophile, a groomer, or a grapist. So very powerful words by the GG Evans, man. TTS didn't want to go off for him because they were too fucking scared. Grape. I meant grape shoot. Can we get grapes in chat, by the way, guys? Can we get a couple grapes? Bots, if you guys are still here and you want to be cool like everybody else in the Cult of Sen, can we get some grapes in chat? Yeah, bots. That means you too, bitches. Get to work. Put the grapes in the chat, bots. Alright, I'm talking to you, Sonic and Squidward.
Fuck you. If you don't pick up, I'm gonna fuck you. I'm pretty explicit when I say in response, don't fuck me, and then I'm busy. Busy being an e-thought, okay? I will fuck you. You didn't pick up, I don't make the rules. I didn't have a strong reaction back then as it seemed.
Can you imagine getting DM'd like this, bro? Oh my. So just so you know, I don't know if this is universal.
I'm pretty explicit when I say in response, don't fuck me, and then I'm busy.
When you do this shit, it makes us not want to talk to you. When you're annoying, aggressive, and like whiny, it makes us not want to talk to you.
being an e-thought, okay? I will fuck you. You didn't pick up. I don't make the rules. I didn't have a strong reaction back then as it seemed pretty lighthearted, but also because this was how Orion would joke towards me being busy or denying them things fairly regularly. When I said no to having Orion on a podcast I had, he said he'd suck me off if I did. When he
Thank you for the grapes. Oh shit, what the fuck? Wait a minute.
lighthearted, but also because this was how Orion would joke towards me being busy or denying them things fairly regularly. When I said
Okay, let's see. Put Orion on the podcast. So now we got the clout chaser showing, right? So you remember how everybody was like, "Oh, Orion isn't a clout chaser." Well, why is she clout chasing right here? Or why is she attempting to clout chase right here? Put Orion on the podcast. Sounds like something a clout chaser would say. Kwite says no. They say, "Please, I will suck you off." Also, the brown friend says I should. The brown friend? Is that racism? What the fuck? Wait a minute. So we got somebody that's not only being homophobic, but also racist. Now look, man, if you've been around my channel, you know that I'm not exactly an SJW. I don't do that stuff, right? I'm not trying to be a hypocrite here. All I'm trying to say is that you've established these rules for yourself, right? Where we're not allowed to misgender you. We're not allowed to do this. We're not allowed to do that because you're in that community. You're leftists or whatever, right? You're protected. Then why the fuck aren't you doing the same thing to other people? Why the fuck can't you live up to your own fucking rules? That's the one thing that annoys me, right? That's what sets me off a little bit. You could call it even a trigger of sorts. Why are you setting these rules that you want other people to live by when you can't even live up to them yourself? Like, okay, so like, there they are, they're telling their great victim that they're gonna suck them off, and then they're also saying their brown friend. What could they mean by brown friend, I wonder? This is like, what the fuck? Orion, I helped Kwite gain his fame. Also, Orion, please, Kwite, I'll do anything to be in the podcast. If people keep spamming, I'm gonna time them out. Wait, why don't you just get rid of the mods not the mods. Why don't you mods just get rid of the fucking bots anyway? Like, just, you could hide them, right? Did you all see the medical paper Orion Forge? Yeah, we saw it. We'll go over it again. Because we saw that at the very beginning of the stream. We'll go and we'll recap that for people that hadn't joined us yet. We had a bit of a shaky start. There were audio issues. There was like a bunch of there was a little bit of buffering. We had to do a little refresh, but I think it's stabled out since then. Right?
Somebody is gonna fucking
jinx myself or
fuck out of
anything, but I
you
think we're
for
good
some of the
now.
stupid shit that you fucking say.
Orions are like onions. They have layers. And all of them are fecking bitter.
True. Also, some onions are okay though, but that's just my weird taste coming in. Have you ever had an onion on a burger? That's really good. I don't know about onion rings. I can only have one of those, but onions on a burger is not bad. Let's get rid of the mods. No, I love my mods. My mods are family. I've been hiding them. Someone else keeps unhiding them. Oh, what? Well, I don't know. I don't know. Who could it be? Maybe they're pressing the same button. I don't know. Well, we'll check the mods list later. I'm sure it'll be fine. Should be fine. Maybe. Orion seems like an anime villain. Honestly, kind of reminding me of the Shield hero. There was something else that reminded me of the Shield hero. It was a while back, though. It was a different situation with different people. And you're probably wondering, well, how do you know what a Shield hero is? It was an anime at the time. I think people really liked it. Little did they understand the actual implications in that show, which we're not going to get into that, but holy fucking shit. I just got to say, anime is an interesting topic to cover as you progress in the years. I'll just say that for now. I still refuse to believe that silly green hoodie man has an actual face. Well, believe it, man. It's right there on the screen. It's not on the screen right now, but it's been on the screen for a bit. What's up with the neo-pronoun users and the weird, hilariously bad names? I have no idea, White Glove. I don't know. Also, if there's a white glove, does that mean there's a black glove somewhere? Bro, this chat be wilding with the comeback. I can't. Let's keep watching the video. All right. Don't worry, I got you. All right, you're Sen. Your friendly neighborhood spider Sen's got you.
Said no to having Orion on a podcast I had. He said he'd suck me off if I did. When he asked me for a Discord rank and I said no, Orion said they'd fuck my ass. And on the rare occasion you do see me reciprocate a sexual advance, like the Skype log where I tell him you have to draw porn and Orion says I will, it is still a topic that Orion was the first to bring up the idea.
Oh boy, censor version of these images in the description as proof they were sent to me. Oh god. Because I know you're beating your meat. Here you go. Lol, no, porn is nasty. Jesus Christ. Kwite was probably one of the most vanilla motherfuckers out there. Okay, wait a minute. So we're seeing that the Kwite in 2017, 2018, whenever this was happening, is one of like the most vanilla motherfuckers out there. And you want to tell me that Orion was raped by one of the most vanilla motherfuckers out there? Meanwhile, Orion is sending these weird NSFW censored, like not censored, but he had to censor them, Kwite. But these NSFW messages and shit, and asking about, like, have you noticed how hypersexual Orion seems to be in all of these exchanges? Like, what the fuck? Like, there's obviously one person who only has sex on their mind, and then there's one person that's really fucking vanilla and doesn't have sex on the mind. I'm sure you guys can figure out which one is which.
Had initiated by sending me explicit pictures he had drawn himself, and well after the last time I had said anything concerning the topic, Orion would continue to mention as something he was willing to do. All this still being something only happening over the internet, where
I want to read that.
He had drawn himself, and well after the last time I had said anything concerning the topic, Orion would
add me back. Stop kicking me from the group. Add me back. I will draw Pornobus if you do. What the fuck? If you don't, I will never draw Mr. Kwite again. I will cry. I will draw you more of you. Add me. Oh,
would continue to mention as something he was willing to do. All this still being something only happening over the internet, where it required no actual physical contact on my part, making my anxiety around it much more manageable. Orion claimed that we are both ex-friends and partners who had been in an on and off relationship from sometime in 2017 till February 2018. The screenshot Orion showed of him asking who he could tell about us dating, where I respond that I prefer to keep it to mutual friends, but I ultimately trust his judgment with whoever. That was said in the only period of time we have both agreed on the term dating. A period of time that lasted less than 2 days. What Orion never showed was that at the end of that conversation those lines were cherry-picked from, there was an abrupt tone shift where the conversation switched from something to
not as funny as you are cute. Listen here, buddy boy, you're hot.
Two people freshly in a new relationship might say to each other, to something more like strangers making small talk for the first time. This is because the night before, barely a day into us being together, I broke it off. The relationship started because I told Orion I had a crush on him
if you're trusting you.
After meeting up for the first time in June 2017. But I was also the one who just as quickly broke it off. I don't have a recording. The relationship started because I told Orion I had a crush on him after meeting up for the first time in June 2017. But I was
let's see. Okay, Orion says, I don't want you to commit to something you won't want in a month, but it's fine. I should have stopped you since it was so close. Kwite says, no, you can't blame yourself for this. This is a bad habit I've noticed with my breakups, and it's something I should have known better than to do. It always ends with someone else hurting because of it, and I'm sorry. Orion says, no, it's okay. I should have seen it coming. Kwite says, you shouldn't have seen it coming. Though, Orion, my mistake is my mistake. Please let it be known how it should. Ultimately, legitimately as far from your fault as it can get.
Was also the one who just as quickly broke it off. I don't have a recording of this phone call saved, but all the reasoning I stated in the call was explicitly mentioned and discussed in that text conversation where we spoke with each other more like coworkers than good friends or partners. It confirms that I was the one who ended it because I was scared I'd made the wrong and a rash decision and had only gone to Orion as a rebound. I was coming off the back of a very bad breakup with an ex-boyfriend who started dating another friend of ours just a day or two after saying me and him should call it quits. And while that
let's see.
And that as a
we do something that I just don't know. I'll stand a month from now. I feel like I jumped into another. Okay, so his whole thing is that he feels like he's jumping into another relationship too fast.
I was coming off.
So when did I say I didn't trust you? June 15, 2017. I think we should just call it quits. Neither of us is benefiting from it, and staying in it would just be wrong. Maybe we could try again once I'm in a better mindset or something like that. I'm sorry about all this shit I pushed onto you. I'm sorry for being a shit person. You didn't deserve that kind of treatment because you're amazing and caring, and I'm just an idiot for not taking that for granted. Not even a week before I hung out with Orion. Maybe you're right. I didn't want it to end this way.
Off the back of a very bad breakup with an ex-boyfriend who started dating another friend of ours just a day or two after saying me and him should call it quits. And while that technically didn't overlap with the time we were together, it felt like my ex had cheated on me twice within 4 months at that point. And while I'm older and mostly over it now, it hurt a lot at the time. It was just a week after that breakup that I saw Orion and this whole relationship dialogue happened and then ended. Well, in this instance, it was me who admitted having feelings for and wanting to become closer in a romantic way with Orion. At no point did we ever do anything sexually intimate outside of sending flirtatious messages within that time frame and outside of it. And it was also me who called off taking our friendship to that next level of intimacy because I was again the one getting cold feet from my nerves around the situation. My apprehension when it comes to sexual contact is not limited to Orion. Not only did I never have sex with him, I have never had sex with anyone. Even as of recording this video, I am still a virgin. It has been a long-running insecurity of mine. Due to my general focus on work, the pandemic killing the ability to pursue anything in that vein for years, as well as causing me to backslide in my social ability and confidence like it did most people, a fair few of my friends have had to deal with me drunkenly venting about my nervousness around it. And it's something I have had casual discussions with my friends about nearly a year and a half after Orion claimed I had raped him. The part in those DMs where I mentioned me getting my penis sucked one time was in reference to summer 2018, right after my senior year ended. I was talking to a girl I was friends with from my school who had thrown a graduation
Text we sent each other around when this took place.
Party where we ended up making out. One of the nights after, I ended up at their place again, and I got fellatio from them. I told my friend Ethan that we didn't go any farther because I didn't have condoms on me, but what I didn't mention was that I had her stop the oral early because I couldn't feel it or get my penis entirely hard. I can masturbate on my own just fine, but when it comes time to do the deed with someone else, my nerves have stopped me from being able to perform because I have incredibly bad sexual anxiety when it comes to the actual physical act. It's to the point where every time...
Well, you know what? That's the thing too, right? I think that this is like case closed because, I mean, look, it should have been case closed a while back, to be fair. But in this instance, I'll try to put it together for you guys so you can understand. Because we got that screenshot earlier, remember where Orion is taunting Kwite about his problems performing? Then we got him saying it here, right? And he's obviously very truthful. Like, he sounds very... You can often tell when people are making shit up or not. It's is like the benefit of being, like, you know, in a live environment, or rather like vocal, right? So you can tell there's like truth to what he's saying. He sounds genuinely embarrassed to be telling us this, but he's doing it because he's kind of like put in a situation where he has to, even though he shouldn't. He's kind of put in that situation. So you got those two things, right? That's already like how could he have raped you then, right? Because it's like believable enough, and it seems to add up. This guy does seem to genuinely like lack the sex drive. Like, because Orion tried to use it against him as like some attack or something, they've kind of like fucked themselves over, because now it just doesn't work. Like, how did Kwite go, like, even now, right? He doesn't even seem like like the kind of guy that's all like, oh, I just want to get ass. No, he, like, I totally believe him when he fucking calls himself a virgin and shit, right? He does seem like he is a virgin, like. So just the kind of like, it's all coming down for Orion. Like, it didn't have a leg to stand on before, but now it's definitely over, Orion bros. There's no recovering from this. All right.
Time I've been in a real life sexual situation, it has caused me to be the one to back out of them before it can ever fully progress to intercourse. One person I did mention this insecurity to was Orion.
Ooh, yeah, that was your mistake, buddy. Kwite has emotional damage when he gets hard. Thank you for the 2, GG. Is that a joke that just passed my head? Kwite has emotional damage when he gets hard. Thank you for the 2. Elaborate. Using that slant font feels like a red flag. Maybe I just know to many psychos who use it for weird roleplay that feels like I'm being harassed through a screen, given how they use it. Wait a minute. Why is Kwite having a human to say this and not the funny green man with a mask himself? I don't know. I guess it's a serious video. The fact that he went on to talk even further about this point is frustrating because it's pretty much disproves Orion's entire thing. Yeah, it's like 14 minutes. Again, like, Jesus Christ, 14 minutes. And it's already kind of like, yeah. Like, you know, a lot of guys getting gay for Kwite in the chat. Hey, man, there's nothing wrong with that. Oh, Kwite has a snake problem. I don't judge. At least that saved them from the lies. Orion knew Kwite couldn't perform, so their claim has no dirt to sit in. Couldn't remember no leg to stand on. There you go. That's what you were looking for. Emotional damage is a meme. It's both in this case, Napoleon. I'm just trying to explain it to Sen. Listen, guys, you got to explain a lot to me, okay? Sometimes it just goes over my head. All right. Hopefully, hope Kwite doesn't stop making videos, or else Orion won't win in the end. I don't think he is. I think he'll be fine. I don't think he's gonna stop.
Who in late 2017 I vented to about an earlier incident where a boyfriend I had at the time was.
Let's see. He's venting to Orion. I'll come clean about something that I think being called, oh my god, whatever, is hot and it is really into it. Could you get it up? I did the day after when we were hanging out. Like, it still gets bloody if I'm horny. Fine, maybe you need to stop whacking the willy. Yeah, I'm clean. Fine.
Was giving me a hand job, and I just could not get it up all the way or finish. I was already an insecure teenage virgin, and I was stupidly embarrassed about having these performance issues. So I essentially begged.
Can actually tell no or no, not yet. If ever, don't, please. I got you. PP, no word.
Orion not to share what I confided in him. Me and that boyfriend tried more than once and never figured it out, and my unsuccessful attempts to get it up persisted until just 3 months before the alleged rape, at which point me and my then boyfriend had broken up, so I was not doing it with anyone at all. That is a major issue I would have had to figure out very quickly in the time between those messages in February when Orion says the assault happened. Further showing he knew about this still persistent issue and insecurity of mine, you might remember a message I showed earlier where he poked fun at me for my dick not working in regards to me not wanting to meet up with Orion down south. The cold feet I get with sexual contact is something I've had another stunted interaction because of as recently as February of this year. The last day I was in Brighton in early February, I was making out with a guy who I got on with in a club named Club Revenge. But I chickened out of doing more and left the club early because I was.
Where are you gone? Headed home. Got to fly to the States. Yeah, I get that. Didn't even say goodbye, though. I apologize. My friend was at the end of the rope, though.
I was nervous, and I had a flight home in the morning. It was to the point where he even offered to come over.
I will see you sooner than later. It's a promise. I certainly hope so, but if you want company to even just cuddle or chill, then I'd be down. If you're safe just to hang out, I'm not going to say no. I just have to get up mad early.
Or just to keep me company because of how anxious I ended up getting in the club. This has been a continuous issue, not just with getting it up, but engaging in sex in general that has made me incredibly anxious to go all the way with anybody at all. These examples might seem sparse, but there are so few because they are genuinely the only times I have ever been in a situation close to actual sexual intimacy, with me failing to follow through every time. Part of this anxiety stems from me having also been sexually assaulted in the past, both before the time Orion alleges I assaulted them and after. Once by a coworker over twice my age when I was 17 and working an awful fast food job, and the other was in a club when I was 19 by someone who thought I was more into them than I was, but didn't bother to check before putting their hands on me. Pain is not meant to be compared, but I do know what it's like to have your agency taken from you and to feel helpless to do anything about it. Being told over and over again I did the worst version of that to somebody else when I know what it feels like from experience has been soul-crushing. In his twit longer, Orion says that when.
Yeah, that actually adds like another layer to it, right? It's kind of fucked up. It gets even more fucked up. It's crazy. The more we have more information, like, or at least Kwite's side of the story, it's just, Jesus, it gets more fucked up. There's more layers and it gets more fucked up for this guy, right? Kwite ends up looking a more like, you know, vulnerable, but also like he was wrong pretty fucking badly because, again, I'm just gonna like say it here. He didn't have to do this. He didn't have to do it. He didn't have to do it because there was nothing substantial, nothing to substantiate any of Orion's claims. It was all it was a mob based off of hearsay and gossip and like hatred for this guy, right? Because it's like, you know, you're a public figure, you're an influencer, you're a YouTuber, you're always going to have people that hate you regardless, right? That's just a thing that's going to happen. It doesn't matter. You know, even the nicest people will get haters for no fucking reason, right? It'll be something, but you'll get it. So again, it's just really fucking weak. It's really sad and just annoying too that he has to do this. I mean, again, he doesn't have to, because again, nothing was ever proven against him. But
several months passed after the falling out that he tried to come out about the alleged emotional abuse he suffered, but that he received harassment and calls to his house telling him to kill himself for it, which only worsened his mental state. This is in reference to a video I've used several clips of so far while making my arguments that was uploaded by a YouTuber named Tuskspicious, and at the time of the upload went by Oceanus. If Orion was harassed and threatened for being in that video, I completely and harshly condemn those actions, and Orion should never have been put through that. If people out there did those things, they should be ashamed of themselves and know they have no safe harbor in my community. I have never and would never instigate or support this kind of behavior. That video is something I have never acknowledged publicly until now. This is because I viewed the video then and still do now as an attempt to put my reputation into question by saying anything that its creator could think of. Whether it was based on shaky evidence or even no evidence at all, it didn't matter. It was designed to get a reaction out of me. That video was called Giving Kwite the Axe, and Tusk explicitly said in the video,
I want to show you guys something.
Whether it was based on shaky evidence or even no evidence at all, it didn't matter. It was designed to get a reaction out of me. That video was called Giving...
So you see how, like, so this video actually got re-uploaded, Giving Kwite the Axe, terms of service breach and more. And this came out initially, right? But what you guys probably don't know, or probably have caught on to if you were with me covering this shit for as long, is Giving Kwite the Axe. Let's find it. They actually changed it. If you can go over here, you check this out right here. See how they changed it to transphobia and more? So they purposely changed the title of this video to go ahead and just sully the waters, you know, make it even worse for him. So I just want to show you that. Like, does that seem like what a victim or what the right side would do? Like, you know, the people that are super honest and shit? No, it just seems like something people that want to muddy the waters would do. So I just want to point that out. They had to even go ahead, and that's another thing. This is another reason that I just don't support using the pronouns for Orion, because you're using your weapon, other than the fact that you're being Amber Heard, essentially 2.0, and you're like really fucking it over for the actual victims, right? Other than that, you're using transphobia. You're using the community that you're in, right? You're using that as a way. You're weaponizing that to get at this guy who's actually in your community as well, right? In the LGBTQ. So this person has no respect for the LGBTQ. Are you kidding me? Orion has no fucking respect. This jackass, whoever the fuck this guy is, with a staggering 2,070 subscribers. So I'm sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. This jackass doesn't have any fucking respect for the LGBTQ. These guys are fucking clowns. They're a fucking clown show. Fuck this shit. Fuck these people, man. No, seriously, fuck these people. Kwite has more respect for the LGBTQ, and some of those people turned on him for no fucking reason. It's insane. Kwite is definitely justifiable in leaving. This whole thing has permanently stained his YouTube career. Can't stand the Tusk guy. He completely misrepresented the guy from the DMs. Orion has no respect. Fuck that bitch. And Tusk, fuck him too. Kwite does leave. I get it. Kwite literally is dating Springtrap. And he doesn't like the LGBTQ. Is that true, Mr. Ragnar? I'll take your word for it. For now. Until we can get a confirmation on that. Make it make sense. All right, I'm open. I'm all ears. Make it make sense. I'm gonna have to go because it's 11 for me. Lol, bye. Have a good one. I'll keep the replay because we probably still got a ways to go. I'll definitely be able to keep the replay. He's gay. I look like a weird spam. I look like a weirdo spamming a lot of conspiracies in different channels just to defend Kwite for 2 weeks, but it was worth it. It's a shame that false allegations can bring this on anyone, which is why you should always question everything. He says it. It's a part of his channel. It's a bit. God, we got some conflicting reports. I gotta say, totally not a furry. That is a fucking funny ass name and avatar. Like, what the fuck, dude? What is? That's funny. That's funny. I'm sorry.
Quite the axe, and Tusk explicitly said in the video it was made with the goal of destroying my career.
This species is called a Kwite.
Oh my god.
He is often located in a bland setting and can be seen wielding an item whilst recording.
Cringe.
It's time to give the axe
Oh boy.
to his career.
In it, Orion gave a spoken testimony about their timeline of knowing me and the apparent emotional abuse I did to them. That testimony was the only thing he gave to support his claims back then, much like the current allegations. Both times, Orion said a whole lot and gave next to nothing, or literally nothing in this video's case, to substantiate any part of his claims. The video is littered with falsehoods, outright lies, and contradictions of Orion's current version of events. For example, the clip I showed at the start of the video, where when discussing the day we met up and watched Black Panther, Orion described two completely different versions of events, both tonally and even how he felt about the event after the fact.
It was fun, and I distinctly remember him getting out of my car, but stopping midway and saying, "Just remember, I really care about you."
What was completely missing from that video was any mention of sexual contact at all. I don't mean just sexual misconduct, I mean any account of us having any physical intimacy at any point. What Orion did do was publicly out my struggles with self-harm.
I wasn't his best friend, but I was one of his closest.
I love like the fucking choice in music for this shit, you know, just like, oh, just casual music, just casually outing out the self-harm of a person that trusted me. Oh, no big deal. What the fuck, dude?
I helped him through self-harm, which I'm still susceptible to.
You like the fucking casual fucking fish in the background and the casual music in the background? Oh, no big deal. Just gonna air out my, you know, former friend, lovers, fucking dirty laundry to just try to maliciously stab them in the back. Oh, no big deal. Like, what the fuck is this? This is so bizarre.
This is something that I have never at any point before that video was uploaded all the way till now ever spoken publicly about or ever intended to. It is one of my deepest and most personal struggles that Orion was willing to expose to the public without a care just because it became useful as a tool to hurt me with. And it feels like, considering what he says later, to hold over my head that he knew about. Throughout the video, Orion continuously drives home how good of friends we used to be before saying how many secrets he had on me.
So after he didn't respond to Discord messages, I texted him on his phone because I had his phone number.
The furry
as
pictures
well as
of
I
Ryan.
met his parents. I had his address. I have a lot of secrets on him because we were best friends.
This video came off as malicious to me when it was first released and still does now. Considering the private issues of mine Orion was willing to share about me in public, I feel like nothing, even just a passing comment, would have been off the table. And yet any mention of sexual contact is completely absent in any form from his previous testimony. In that testimony, from the jump, Orion gets the timeline of events objectively wrong. In the video, Orion says we met in early 2016.
I met Kwite early 2016, around about January, because it was around about my birthday.
This is instead of early 2017, like he says now, and all records point to the latter being the case. This directly puts the timeline he gave back then off by a year. You could excuse Orion as having misspoken, but it's a mistake he makes every time he mentions what year something happened in.
But then we started to get really, really close. Especially around about summer of 2016, we met up in my home city.
When that actually happened was in summer 2017. Orion's current version of events agrees with me that we had first met both online and in real life in 2017.
Cut to planning to VidCon. We met up in February of 2017. Cut to February where we met up for the second time, and I remember it was February because we went to see Black Panther.
Orion implied Black Panther came out in 2017. He says cut to February 2 separate times, but only mentions what year it was once. He either means that I met up with him only the one time in February 2017, which was when we would have watched Black Panther, and is objectively untrue, or he added an entirely new instance of us meeting up, which puts an extra year on the timeline of our friendship. Either way it was meant, his timeline of these alleged events would be objectively wrong and at odds with his current version of the allegations. If you think I'm nitpicking with the years, this isn't an issue exclusive to raw dates, but spans of time as well. In the video, Orion says I started ignoring him for 2 weeks after seeing Black Panther.
2 weeks later, he randomly starts ignoring me.
In his current version of events, Orion said that several months had passed after Black Panther before I cut him off. The reality is closer to Orion's original testimony, but both are still wrong. The call where we fell out happened on March 20th and was almost a month to the day after we had last met up on February 18th. My contact with Orion had petered off into almost nothing only a week before, but we did still occasionally message. In the period of absolute silence where I didn't speak to Orion through text, call, or otherwise at all was only 3 days long. Orion also claimed I called him out of nowhere.
In the middle of a call with one of my dear friends, The Right Opinion, I get a call from him. And I think, oh, finally he's made some time. He's not busy anymore. When
in reality, I was returning the single call Orion had given me over those 3 days only 2 hours after he had originally sent it. Towards the end of his testimony, Orion had this to say about what he did after our March 2018 call.
I texted, rather DM'd a shared friend of ours, asking if, just because Kwite doesn't like me right now, if we could still be friends. Obviously, Kwite had talked to him because he then sent me a 5+ paragraph note.
Well, we're 22 minutes in. Well, 23. Chosen, thank you for the 2. GG Orion. GG Orion, lol. Is that like the fusion of GG Evans and Orion? No. GG Orion, time to return to the lobby. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Appreciate it. Don't stop at the lobby. Straight to the street. I hope Kwite will wait to upload. I hope Kwite will upload videos. What the fuck? Orion made a mistake about the Black Panther part, one of his many holes. True. Kwite was way too nice to Orion. Sucks that he had to go through it backfiring like this. Orion is a biological woman, ergo a woman. Fake crying if infuriated. I like kissing trains that are... Fuck, dude. Boy, I gotta go. Please continue throwing rocks at Orion. We will. We will have... In Minecraft, or in SENcraft, we will have the best time doing that. In SENcraft, that's right. If you put SEN before every word, it makes it better. Just remember that. Alright, that's totally not a cult thing. Cult of SEN, confirmed.
About how disgusting and selfish I was. He told me a lot of the things that Kwite had told me.
Tusk shows the screenshots of this at the end of the video where it's revealed the friend of ours was Kappa Kaiju, who it sucks I have to name in this, but I don't feel I could properly make this point without doing so. Orion said that Kappa's opinion was a result of Kwite having talked to him already.
Obviously, Kwite had talked to him because...
And I had spoken to him first, but the nature of that discussion and what Orion did to prompt it is very important. In that March call, I was giving Orion, to the best of my ability, a level-headed explanation of why I wanted to cut them off. He was codependent, he was a drain on me emotionally and mentally, and he had long gotten in the way of A, my efforts to take care of my own mental health, and B, live my life. Orion told me that he apparently noticed I'd been withdrawing from my older friend group overall in favor of new people. At the time, I could see there being some truth to this. I was hanging with some new people more, others less, but I was still in contact with plenty of folks I'd known for years in that community, a whole lot of whom I still talk to today. It was nothing actively malicious, but I could at least understand it from his perspective. But then he says that the mutual friend, Kappa, had agreed with him that they see this happening too. That was the first I'd ever heard of that. If it was true, if multiple of my friends are noticing this about me, it's like, whoa, am I the problem? So I asked. It turns out Kappa never said that. At the very least, not in the way Orion presented it to me. When Orion messaged Kappa about it, he specifically led with, it's like, whoa, am I the problem? So I asked. It turns out Kappa never.
So Kaiju says, what were the exact words Orion used when he brought me up? He messaged me and I need to know the response. When referencing me supposedly talking to my old friend's lesson and the rest, he said that you and has noticed it too. I'm not sure the exacts because I wasn't clear-minded, but that was the best I can remember.
Never said that. At the very least, not in the way Orion presented it to me. When Orion messaged Kappa about it, he specifically led with, hey, do you actually like me, like as a friend? Because Kwite backstabbed me. I want to make sure we're still friends. And Kappa, who I feel was understandably not happy having his name and word used to try and back me into a corner, didn't respond lightly. He shared his actual outside perspective of me and Orion's relationship, and if you read the whole thing, agreed with basically all my reasoning for removing
My god. Okay. Should we read all of this? Should we read all of this? Should we reread all of this? Give me a 1 if we should reread this. Give me a 2 if we should just press play and continue with the video. Kwite power W. True. Kwite deserves the truth. Orion be like, quite a sob. Two. Oh god, we got a lot of ones. We got a lot of twos. Just continue to. We got 4. We got 5s. I'm seeing more 2s. I'm seeing more 2s. All right. I'm a man of the people, so we're gonna keep it going. I'm a man of the people, guys.
Orion from my life, and also behavior that lines up with what you can see going through all of our message logs. For the most part, the rest of the video I haven't covered is Orion's claims I was emotionally abusive and would verbally batter him, while giving vague examples of what he claims I said with no solid proof to corroborate any of it. I'm not sure the reasoning for this part, but the history of this video's availability and publication status is notable as well. The original title in 2018 was Giving Kwite the Axe, Terms of Service Breach, and More. And then at some point in the last few years between then and now, it got unlisted. That is until recently, when these new round of allegations came out, where Tusk republished the video with a new title, Giving Kwite the Axe, Transphobia, and More. A notable thing to do, considering that since this video was old and made no mention of the alleged transphobia back then, it was a misrepresentation of what was in that video. Around the time he republished it, Tusk made a tweet with a video attached, a video I didn't manage to archive, unfortunately, but at least in the tweet caption, he promoted his newly titled and republished video, saying in it that he and Orion...
That's Tusk Picious? That's him? That's interesting. Hold on, I'll show you why that's interesting. Because I didn't know if that was actually him, but I actually got this a while back. And let me show you what I mean. Yeah, this guy actually hit me up. Funny enough. How do I do this? Yeah, so go to my DMs. I didn't reply because I didn't feel like it, but if that's him, yeah, then this guy hit me up. See here, he hit me up. I don't know why, but yeah, if that's him, he did hit me up. Never replied. But here you go. Just curious, just like strange, you know. It's weird. It's weird. It's a little weird.
Had talked about what Kwite had done in the past all the way back in 2019. Except they didn't. That video was made in September 2018. I can only make excuses for these two misspeaking so many times. In regards to everything around the original attempt to give the axe to my career, Tusk and Orion failed to get correct even the most objectively provable parts. What was interesting is Ethan deleted that tweet soon after making it at the apparent request of Orion. Not long after this, the YouTube video itself went unlisted again for a short period after that tweet got made. You can see it unlisted here with the new title and all, before it was finally republished a third time, where as of writing this you can still view it. If anything changes though, it will be archived with all Orion and I's message logs in the description. Orion's pushiness was also not a dynamic unique to sexual situations. Orion would often push the limits of my other explicit personal boundaries if he wanted something that crossed them. And there were times I'd eventually cave after he repeatedly asked me for it, even if I was overall uncomfortable with the request. As a lot of the time, saying no hadn't been enough up until then, and giving in would get him to stop with minimal conflict and without me having to try and explain in detail why specific things make me uncomfortable. For example, Orion said this in their Twitlonger. Kwite had a rule that I wasn't allowed to take any pictures of him, but he was allowed to take pictures of me. After promising and begging to take a few pictures that wouldn't and still haven't been posted for memories, he let me take a few before he left. Then later Orion says, I have a video with him to prove we were together at the time that I was able to post only for myself after begging him to take pictures with me because we were friends. Firstly, there was never some rule set up like that, and I didn't take pictures of Orion on that trip. Even if I had, their face was in the public and was something he had willingly shared before I ever would have taken these hypothetical pictures. How this section reads to me is that I had set a hard boundary of not taking pictures of my face. This was because that even back then, I was a faceless creator hoping to maintain that anonymity and had anxiety around any of my personal details getting shared with the public, whether that was through someone leaking them or an account someone used being compromised. But instead of respecting my set, stated, and acknowledged boundaries, Orion kept pushing, saying stuff like we're friends and that I could trust them with those pictures because of that. That's behavior he admits doing on multiple occasions. I agreed to do something I was generally not okay with to try and accommodate something Orion wanted because it seemed important to them. And the part where they said they still haven't posted those pictures anywhere is a lie. Not only did Orion—
Wait a minute, did I see Orion's PTSD? Yeah, the fake document thing, or like what everybody thinks is a fake document because it looks fake. Yeah, we saw that at the beginning. It's pretty bad. Like the most notable thing, the little scribble, you know, I'm still not over that. I'm still not over the scribble, guys. All right, I'm still not over it. Wow, Anon creator wanted to stay Anon and didn't trust you after you had a history of leaking their personal details and name dropping creators them. What a terrible person. I don't understand. Orion says no means no, unless you say no, that one means yes. Orion clearly has no idea what no means, even if it's real. It's a 2021 intake. People fled it out for being copy and pasted, as well as forged signature and a lot of PR grammatical errors. Yeah, like, but you're forgetting the most important thing. The most important thing is that fucking scribbly line thing. That shit. That fucking thing. Look, some people will say I'm fixated on that, but yeah, the scribble, exactly. The fucking scribble. That's like, man, the scribble fucked everything up, man. That thing I'll never get over. All right? Never, ever.
And obviously posted pictures of my face because of this current situation, but he also shared them around to people I didn't know at least around or before September 2018, as well as sharing other photos of me that I had taken of myself and only shared with a select group of people. Orion might not have posted them publicly until now, but I think taking pictures of my face that he assured me I could trust him with and sharing those pictures with people I don't know is a breach of that trust. And the way he has now used those pictures to dox me and make these kind of false accusations has proved that my initial fears were correct.
See, there you go. He doxed him. Even the man says it himself. There you go. There you fucking go. He doxed him. Like, we were saying it before, but, like, I mean, now it comes from the Kwite's mouth. Yeah, he takes it as a dox. We were calling it a dox for the longest time. But there you go. Well, what pisses me off is that faking documents is illegal. Yes, it is. I need to track this doc down. It sounds hilarious. It's on, what do you call it? It's on Orion's Twitter. If you're not blocked yet, you should be able to catch it. It might be one of the latest tweets. I would not be surprised if Kwite has trauma because of this. I wouldn't either, buddy.
Going back to boundaries over physical actions, on Skype around April 2017, Orion said he wished he could hug me when I was going through something tough. I let him know that the gesture was appreciated, but that platonic touch was complicated for me, and I generally only wanted to cuddle or have that kind of contact with whoever my partner was at the time. Prolonged contact was my main issue. I was generally fine with hugs of greeting or goodbyes and more casual forms of touch. I have improved with time on this, and I am...
You know, the guy that Kwite is, like, the guy that has, like, a lot of issues getting touchy with people, it seems, right? Even in this video alone, you can see he's not exactly the most extroverted person out there. He still seems rather introverted, even in this whole exchange. So again, if we're taking that into account, you know, it's kind of more difficult, even more difficult. If it wasn't already astronomically difficult, it is way, 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 way more difficult now to even believe or humor the Orion. Oh, he forced himself on me and he did this. It's like, bitch, how? Like, you're more aggressive than fucking he is. You're more touchy than he is, right? Like, that's fucking crazy. That's...
am more tactile with people that I'm comfortable with now, but at the time, this was a boundary I had clearly and directly communicated to Orion. And to his credit, Orion did try to specify that whatever affection he had for me was platonic. However, just a few months later, when we first met up in June 2017, that respect didn't really hold up. You could argue that this is less serious considering that it was the day before we got together, but we also then broke up the day after. And at the time, the line was drawn clearly at platonic touch being uncomfortable for me. And for most of the day, it wasn't a problem. Orion would
Kwite said that he had experienced SA himself from much older. It would make sense he's wary of touch. Yeah, I believe that's when he said it around I want to say the beginning, but not really. It was like about 10 minutes ago, maybe, right? 10 or so. But he mentioned it earlier when we were going over this, and that's when I think I said this adds more layers to this whole thing and makes it even more fucked up, right? Because Kwite basically is saying, I know what people that you know, this happens to go through because it happened to me, right? And if Orion is just gonna, you know, prounce around pretending to be a victim, which pretty much is a given at this point, like, I don't think there's any doubt about that now. But if that's gonna happen, then again, another layer to this whole story, another layer to this tale, Kwite becomes even more of a victim, really, and it becomes even more fucked up for this guy because he didn't, again, and I'll stand by this, he didn't have to do this. It shouldn't have had to been done. Like, it shouldn't have had to have been done. Hello, hey, the clinic they claim to get the diagnosis from is a faith-based service who can't actually officially diagnose from what I've seen of their staff. Interesting. We need to fact check on that, guys. Get on that. The Kwite is right. I know I used to be very wary of touch, so I understand his experience. The document was hella fake. Not only she copy-pasted, pasting to diagnose called her out. Okay, I sent the links in this chat. Otherwise, they forgot to censor it on the letter. Tag me on Twitter if you have one. Tag me on Twitter or send me a message. Because that's where I get my mail there. Here. My Twitter account. You send it to me there or tag me there. He's quite right. Clever. I'm going to get used to Quite's face at the end of the stream. I don't even let my parents hug me. Lol. Why did Orion want to do this? Becoming noticed off of being a victim isn't what you want to be known for. Or he does want. Exactly. Maybe they just didn't think that far ahead. But there you go. That's my Twitter in case you want to go ahead and you tag me with that evidence or send it to me. I'll be able to put it up on stream there.
Would certainly do some casual touch, but I didn't really mind, like a hug when we saw each other, an arm on the shoulder. That wasn't a problem. Important context to this is that Orion's dad chaperoned us from location to location pretty much the whole day. He was skeptical of his kid meeting a random dude off the internet in real life. He made a point to be there when I first met Orion, would only let Orion be in his car when driving to different places, and when we ended the day at his house, me and Orion stayed in the living room watching a movie the whole time, with him in the room at almost all times as well until I left to drive home. I had absolutely no plans to do anything physically intimate at this point, and it's here where Orion crossed my boundaries in a major way. In the photos Orion leaked of my face, specifically the ones where we're at his house, you can see I'm not the one initiating contact in any of them. I'm hanging off towards the end of the couch, and Orion is constantly leaning on me. When we sat down to watch Moana with Orion's dad in the room, Orion put his arms around me in a full embrace, and I froze up. And he stayed leaning onto and hanging off me for the whole runtime. Again, Orion's dad is there through the whole thing. He's followed us and kept track of where we are the whole day because he's concerned something would happen with Orion. And from the very first time I messaged Orion all the way up until that point, Orion has only ever described his parents as annoying, that he butted heads with them often, and he told me his parents were both physically and verbally abusive.
Oh, here it comes. All right, let's see. Like, did she physically punch you and hit you? But of course that warrants punching me in the head and then grabbing me by the arm and dragging me to the office. Yes, she does that regularly. Oh boy. Oh my God. I'm your parent. I'm supposed to do that. Yeah, stop crying. You're not too. Well, you know, when you physically attack me, especially near the... Jesus. I wonder why Orion never wanted to share these little fucking details of her life, right? You know, assuming this, you know, this is all true. I mean, you're a victim of, you know, parental abuse too, but why wouldn't you want to bring that out there? You know, it's kind of strange. Just
on the regular. With all that in mind, I was incredibly anxious, to say the least. I'm trying not to move a muscle or do anything that could be interpreted as me reciprocating or making a move, because the dad is right there, and I'm under the impression he's on a hair's trigger. Orion knew I was uncomfortable with this kind of contact. He knew his dad did not like seeing him do that with me. And it made me feel like I was being used as a tool for Orion to stick it to his father. A type of, look at what I'm doing right in front of you that you won't do anything about. I know you hate it. And they did that at the expense of my boundaries and my sense of safety in that moment. You might argue, did you really care if you told Orion you had a crush on them the next day? But that wouldn't change that this was not the case when it happened, and that I broke it off with Orion less than 2 days after. That was a scenario I did not enjoy being in, and I was relieved when the movie ended, because it meant I could leave and get away from the position I'd been forced into, the way I had been used for someone else's grudge. There were other minor incidents of Orion crossing this line in the time after, when we were explicitly not in a relationship. After Orion went down a spiral of questioning his self-worth and asking me if we were still friends, he said that when we meet up in February, in the same conversation as the come on bed sheets message, that he requires snuggles. And considering that he's just vented to me about not knowing if I still care about him, I don't want to say something that might make him second guess himself and go down that hole again. So I told him okay. But when we got closer to the actual day, it was still not something I was 100% on. The day before we met up, he told me the same thing, and my answer was another uncertain we'll see. Even on relatively minor things, Orion would not take a very direct no no or denial as a final answer the first time around. In 2017, I had a now deleted Discord server that I started when I was much smaller and had below 1,000 subscribers. I was basically just giving admin and moderator roles to my friends and the people I knew at the time. Since even though it was a community server, it was a very small one where most everyone knew each other and that didn't need a dedicated team. In January 2018, Orion asked me to give him a rank with authority in the Discord server. At first, I declined because I had multiple people already in the role he asked for, but as he continued to ask, I eventually gave it to him because he said he just wanted to help send out notifications for my videos. It's when my channel numbers started snowballing and more people were joining, I realized that having a bare-bones server with only friends as staff wasn't really going to cut it. That original decision wasn't because of anything personal to Orion, it was because of that reasoning. As the community scaled, he just wasn't the type of person I wanted in that position of authority. I'll admit, I probably could have communicated that better at the time. I don't remember if we had any discussions about it at length in calls, but after I removed Orion's role, he, I assume jokingly at first, sent a "how dare you demote me" message, which was fair enough. It seemed
whoa, wait a minute. Hey, yo, how dare you demote me? I will kill. Oh, great. Yeah, that's interesting. Is that a fucking threat? I think that's what we call here in the MrSEN Club a threat. I don't know, man. They're just not looking. They're not looking too cool, right? They're not looking like a victim. You know, like I know I said this from the very beginning, and you guys said this as well. They're not looking like a victim. The more of these leaks come out, the more shit comes out, the more receipts, as most people call it. You know, people on the interwebs. They're just not looking like the most ideal victim. They're looking like a complete fucking psychopath. They look like they're a danger to Kwite. They don't... You understand that it's safe to say at this point that Orion is the actual danger to Kwite than Kwite being a danger to Orion. I think it's safe to say that Kwite has been the actual victim this entire fucking time. And anybody that just blindly thought he was a rapist is just a fucking loser. Right? I think it's fair to say that. Orion is so stupid for this. How did you think you could get away with this? Hey man, they thought that they could prey on the stupidity of the internet. And it almost kind of worked a little bit. I argued with people on Twitter about this. Despite Kwite being proven innocent, they still sing believable victims despite no evidence. Fuck Orion. I'm throwing a chancla. Well, people. Chancla. Bro, I had to let out a heavy-ass sigh seeing the first time. Poor Kwite. Orion in jail. Loose cannon. Orion is a very big crime kind of guy. It's not a joke. Posing as a survivor. I hope he doesn't survive the back of my palm. Orion, you know, I for some reason, I don't think you guys are the biggest fans of Orion. I could be reading that wrong, but I think you don't like Orion. I think you want to drop Orion right now. I don't know why. It just, I kind of get that vibe, guys. You know, am I reading it wrong? Also, I think the bots might be gone right now. Who knows? We're gonna spice it up a little bit though. All right, we're gonna go ahead and put it back for all of you. We're gonna put it back on the freestyle mode, right? For everybody to partake in the chat. All right. XX Lopez 1998 XX. Thank you for being a member for 6 months. Appreciate that, buddy. Let's go ahead and make it open for all again. I hope there's some mods out there. Okay, I see 2 of you still there. I trust you. You should be able to handle this. All right. So let's leave it up for anybody. Okay, we're leaving it. We're going to open the floodgates once again. We're off subscriber only mode. All right, let's see where this lands. Let's see where this lands, chat. Surely nothing bad will happen. All right, let's keep going with the video though. It's good stuff. Good stuff, good stuff. Also, hashtag drop Orion if you guys haven't seen. It's a snazzy little fucking message I have on my Twitter. If you haven't seen it, hashtag drop Orion. I think it's got a nice ring to it. Let's continue on with the video. We are about 32 minutes in. It's not bad. We're making some good time. 32 minutes in. But yeah, like, unstable person is unstable. There you go.
lighthearted. Not long after that, I had noticed Orion putting personal details of mine in my Discord server. It was admittedly benign ones at first, like that I had a trampoline, but at the time it was something I was very cagey and anxious about, so I let him know not to do that. That's not something people are usually concerned about leaking online, so I didn't blame him really, and Orion seemed receptive. Except just 10 minutes later, I have to tell him to stop again because he was telling people I was a bottom, and that hadn't clocked to him as personal. It was a bit frustrating, but again, I let it go. The next
Well, honestly, this is even worse than the pyrocynical situation, honestly, because, like, this one didn't even have any proof of anything, right? This one has been, like, a complete, like, with the pyro thing, you could at least say that it was, like, there are facts in there that have been misrepresented, right? There are certain things that happened that were misrepresented, or, like, people use hyperbole on to make it look worse than it was. But with this here, we have a situation where there was just nothing. It ended up being like quite the opposite of the story we were told to believe, which is like Kwite is actually the victim in this whole situation, right? It's not even. It's crazy. It's like Kwite is quite literally, no pun intended, the victim in this situation. Orion is not a victim. They were the abuser the entire time. They've been the predator the entire time. Orion is a predator. That's fucking insane.
Next day, Orion again tells me to give him his Discord rank back, and I give a non-answer, a tentative, I'll think about it. Where after that, Orion then lists a bunch of reasons why he should have the role. Then, not 5 minutes later, he shares information that, while definitely vague, is language I was not comfortable with being used about me in public at the time. This conversation is where the looks part us meeting up is fine message that Orion showed is from, as back then I had a video that is now deleted talking about, in part, when I first met up with Orion. That was something I had revealed publicly, so it was fair game to talk about. Orion was describing me as a cutie in my Discord server, and I understand that's another weird thing to consider sensitive information, but my headspace as an anonymous creator just starting to get any traction was to be overly cautious. Orion seemed to understand this and asked for some do's and don'ts about what he could share about me, which I appreciated. But after that, Orion asks if he can @me in the server if he has a question, like something he wants me to respond to publicly in general chat. I told him to ask the question he wanted answered in DMs, and it was very nothing burger stuff. So I tell him no straight up to doing that publicly because it could cause other people to start pinging me in the server over random stuff as well. At this point, Orion has shared multiple pieces of what I considered personal info, and I had to tell him to stop more than once, though you can argue that one's on me. But he also wants to be able to ping me in my public server to ask random questions he wants me to give a public response to. I'm not thinking he's evil or anything because of this, but it felt like to some extent he was using his ties with me to gain notoriety in that community. At the very least, this wasn't the type of person I wanted modding my server at the time, so my mind was made up and I wasn't going to give him his rank back. 2 weeks pass and Orion asks me for mod again, and I miss it the first time, so he asks again. I'm finally giving
Why do they keep saying they will kill? Like, what the fuck?
him a straight up no here, to which he in all caps says, "I will fuck your ass." And I'm trying to keep the conversation light but still get the message across, so I tell him no again to stop spamming and call him a nerd as an insult of affection after, kind of like he'd been doing through that conversation already. He still isn't understanding though and keeps telling me to give him mod aggressively, so I put it as straightforwardly as I could, stop at.
The key word here is aggressive, by the way. Alright, I'm not giving you it. Stop asking. I love you. I respect whatever. Yeah, here's the love bombing. I love you. I respect whatever decision you make, but also fuck you. Is there a specific reason for it? What the fuck? You're fucking crazy, bro. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Asking. And only after that did Orion finally.
I've never felt this
Some of
fucking
the stupid
unstable
shit that you
person
fucking
is worth
say.
believing.
Give me my roll back. That sounds very familiar, Sen LMAO.
Give me my roll back. That sounds very familiar, Seth. Laughing my ass off. Yeah, there's this one Swedish guy that keeps harassing me. That his name is I Bully Bullies, and he won't stop fucking messaging me or trying to stalk me. But that's a story for another day. That guy's fucking creepy. Jesus Christ. Oh, wait a minute. There are actually a lot of people, because like I just remembered Fox. It's not just him. It's that Seath guy too. That guy was fucking. He was pretty crazy too. A lot of the people that say this whole "give me my rollback" shit, they end up being horrible people or just unstable individuals. Like, it's insane. It's just a bad pattern, right? And it's a bad pattern that we see with a lot of bad Fucked crazy ass people. But Fox, thank you for the 5. Good to see you again, man. Good to see you.
Finally cut it out. This was roughly a week before that call in March 2018 where me and Orion fell out and stopped talking. Throughout this entire active situation, Orion has demonstrated a consistent pattern of lying. At one point in a tweet after releasing the initial TwitLonger, Orion said that I had deactivated my Discord account, but that luckily he got recordings of it, that I was deleting my side of all the messages. These recordings only showed that the Discord account he spoke with was mine and nothing else. I have no idea why Orion said this. He didn't show evidence for that claim, which isn't new, but it's so provably wrong that it's dumb to say if you aren't absolutely certain about it. I showed as much by posting a small update in my Discord server, just saying that I did not delete my account and that I was working on this statement. When Orion got caught being wrong on that, he changed the story to me apparently having used a bot to delete.
Remember when we were, because this is another thing, we were covering this daily to find the inconsistencies, right? We weren't covering this daily to milk this shit, per se, right? Because there are a lot of people that were milking this shit, right? And it's like, whatever, alright, do your thing. If they're gonna care about you for this shit, I mean, they didn't care about you before, but they're caring about you for that shit, fine. But I wasn't, like, the point wasn't to just milk this shit. It was more to, like, catch this shit live as it's happening, right? Like, for example, the first one we did, literally, if I wasn't on there, I wouldn't have had the first copy of the fucking Twitter space that Orion privated. And I wouldn't have been able to get those shorts out there, the ones where they say ridiculous, factually wrong things, right? Which, by the way, Kwite uses, which I'm happy he ends up using my short at, like, what is it, like here somewhere, 1 hour and something. He goes ahead and he puts the short, the infamous short. We'll get to it. He puts the infamous short of, like, what did he call it? You know, the it costs nothing to believe victims or some shit. So we go ahead and we'll see that. But, like, yeah, that's what I mean. It's purely for having laughs with you guys, but also because you want to catch this shit in real time. You want to, like, in a sense, archive it, right? It's not so much milking, right? It's like their current events, there are things still happening. Let's give a brief rundown. And we were here and we covered this. I think this was stream 3 where this happened. Right? Or it might have been stream 2. It was either stream 2 or stream 3. But we caught this as well.
My side of all our Discord DMs, insinuating that I did so because I was trying to cover up the truth or I had something to hide. I don't know why he said that either, because it also isn't true. Orion still didn't prove it, and it's very easy to show that. When I go to mine and Orion's Discord DMs, the entire history of our messages is still there. It was all still accessible from my end before this whole thing, and it definitely will be after. I went ahead and archived the entire year plus of mine and Orion's Discord conversations, as well as all of the text messages we've ever sent each other. And you can look through all of them yourself at the link in the description. Some details in the messages are censored for obvious reasons, like both mine and Orion's personal information, as well as the names of people who are not a direct part of this. Orion claims that I kept most conversations we had to voice calls and to texting on Skype because messages deleted on there after a certain amount of time, implying that I was trying to not leave any kind of paper trail on purpose. This is part of Orion's attempts to paint what he alleges I did as premeditated, that how I behaved in all our interactions was to put him in a position where I could supposedly take advantage of Orion. What might surprise you is that alongside our texts and Discord DMs, I have also dumped all of our Skype messages that you can look through as well. Even if disappearing messages was the reason I had some apparent preference for Skype and not the major feature it had that Discord didn't at the time, video calling, the version of Skype we used back then didn't actually delete messages, it just stopped them from showing up in chat. The only messages that Skype would fully erase back then were the ones that got manually deleted by a user, and even then it was only a sure thing if it was a text message. On older versions of Skype, the pictures you sent to other people and in group chats would save to a media cache on the recipient's local hard drive indefinitely. I managed to get all our messages and most of the images sent in that time frame together. I'll spare you the long version of the process, but if you want the details on how I got these so you can cross-reference the methods I used, they are on the screen for you to pause and read now, and will also be attached as a document in the file folder containing all these archived messages. The claim that I kept discussions to mostly voice calls is false as well. Throughout the entire time we talked, Orion was by far the one who initiated conversation the most. This would most often be in the form of messages asking if I was around, calling after I gave the affirmative, or calling being the first thing Orion did to reach out.
Bro has so many receipts, you're so right. Oh my god, that's crazy. He does have so many. You know, that's another thing, right? That's insane to me. This guy has so many receipts. And it just fucking destroys Orion's like 1 or 2 fucking screenshots that don't even really help them because it doesn't provide anything. It's fucking crazy, right? Hold on, let me check something. Oh, can you take a look at that for now? Okay, let's see. And a quick check under the standard JIG practice. They wouldn't be able to distribute the different news, but this is the funniest part to me. Also the only person who is just a PhD. Let me check this out. Okay. So this is from my DMs. They show me the message thing right here. I'm Osbase for a quick check under the standard diagnosis practice. They wouldn't be able to officially diagnose at a clinic like this. Cornerstone Counseling. Meet our counselors. Laws could be different in the US, obviously, but this is the funniest part for me. And then they go ahead and give me. Also, the only person who is just a PhD is this one. Jamie C. Perez. Let's see. Interesting. Let's find out. Let's see what we get when I... Waiting for all the people on Twitter to go quit. I think the people on Twitter have quit. Okay, so this is the Cornerstone Counseling Palm Beach. See, I don't want to dox these people. Okay, so yeah, this is the PhD. This is the only PhD here. Okay. What is this? Interesting. All right. So obviously, okay, so apparently they wouldn't be able to officially diagnose at a clinic that Orion is stating. So that would be the Cornerstone Counseling of Palm Beach, where this allegedly came from. They wouldn't be able to. So again, kind of adds more legitimacy to the whole, this is like fake, this isn't legit, this is like illegal, and you're fucking up, and you're fucking it up more for you. And the only thing that I can get out of this, or like why they would do it, because it would be pretty stupid to forge something illegally like this. Like, it's not like it doesn't happen. I've seen people try to forge documents and then send them to Kiwi Farms. I've seen people do that. It's a stupid thing to do. Now, why would they do it? Well, in Orion's case, I just think that it might be because they're panicking a little bit. So, because they're panicking, they're starting to do stupid things. And when you panic, you do stupid things. And if you're doing stupid things, maybe you'll do something, I don't know, stupid, like, say, you know, illegally, forge a signature, or, do something like this in general. I don't know. It's crazy, but it's interesting. It's the only PhD, only person. Interesting. So, do with that information as you will. But it does look like a little bit of a liar there. 2 signatures. Got to work early. Have a great stream. Have a good night. Yeah, have a great night, Dev. Thanks for being around. Orion is so stupid, man. He fumbled the bag so hard. Springtrap over Orion. Bro was 9 days older than me. Damn, I got to share a birthday with Orion. Motherfuckers on Twitter already confirmed that this was forged. The only mental health issue Orion has is rebardation. It's a joke! The name of the PhD and the signature is kind of sus in the way it doesn't match up. Trying to avoid thinking or talking about the traumatic event, but it was a copy It was copy pasted twice. Faking documents is hella illegal. Well, you know, when you panic, you do stupid shit. So maybe they're panicking right now. And if they're panicking, they're probably doing stupid shit. So, unfortunate. Not really. Couldn't have added to a nicer person, honestly. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening with that.
Out to me. Oftentimes, if I missed the first call because I was busy or otherwise didn't see the notification, Orion would call me several more times throughout the day, or even just one after another, before finally moving on because I wasn't answering. Orion was in control of how we spoke at most points because he was the one starting most of the conversations in the first place. There are examples of me saying I'm only able to text and him requesting to call anyways. And despite that, I agree because he sounds like he's in distress and I'm trying to be there for a friend in whatever way they need me to. None of that is inherently bad on its own, and there's not a problem with preferring call or text, but to completely reverse the truth of the matter by saying I'm the one who actively preferred voice calls, framing it like I did that all intentionally as a master plan so there was no record of our discussions, is complete fiction. Orion alleges that during the March 2018 call that during our fight I called him a, quote, D-word who thinks she's a boy and will never be. In addition to this, Orion claims that he told me his dead name before we met up for the first time only to be used around his transphobic parents to maintain his cover, but that after learning his dead name I would apparently use it to belittle him. Both of these are false. Orion's old Twitter got suspended, unfortunately, so I could only ever recover my half of our conversations, but they are also available in the link in the description. But in every message I've sent to Orion on Discord, Skype, through text, or Twitter that I can still get my hands on, all of which you can look through yourself, you will not find a single instance of me A, ever misgendering Orion at any point, or B, referring to him by a name other than Orion, as well as like the general gender-neutral words that I still use for everybody I know. While Orion did tell me his dead name, I have genuinely forgotten it since because I never used it outside of the context he told me to. I can only show you that I never did it in text, but I also never did it through voice calls or in person. In fact, the only person you'll see using an insult of this nature towards Orion is Orion himself. Orion would often go down depression spirals that he would end up messaging me during, and these usually turned into him doing a lot of negative self-talk, just disparaging himself in all sorts of ways that I would be trying my damnedest to walk him back from. During one of these spirals in April 2017, almost a whole year before Orion claims I made the D-word comment, he said a nearly identical thing about himself that I immediately say is not true and try to counter-argue. Just like I was doing for every comment Orion made about himself before he called himself a D-word and continued trying to do until the end of the episode. And I was doing all of this no matter how many times Orion said something to try and shoot down my attempts at reassuring him. There is a single message that I could understand if you interpret it as being derogatory or hurtful to Orion in the same way that the D-word or dead naming him would have been. And it's a message where I call him a Lebanese communist. That was followed up by me saying logic as in the rapper Rules with a Z, which I feel shows the tone of that conversation was not very serious. But the Lebanese part was not autocorrect or a typo, and using it in tandem with communist is important to the meaning. As the reason I said that specifically was because I had genuinely been hearing stuff about the real life and historical Lebanese Communist Party. Since it was something
Man, he didn't fucking hold back on just getting everything. Jesus Christ.
I'd consumed recently, my brain jumped to that as a silly sounding combo of words to a person who'd never heard it before. If you don't believe me, or that seems like a convenient cop-out to avoid responsibility, I understand. It may seem like a stretch. But later in that same conversation, after Orion said that I like to bully him from the third person, my next message was saying that all he had on me was Asian slurs. If you don't know, I am half Filipino. Orion was aware of this, and it was not a super rare occurrence for Orion to refer to me as a chink or make jokes about Asian stereotypes that were aimed at me. I thought there was more, but I couldn't find any in our Discord logs, just in the Skype chats, and I didn't get any screenshots back when we had these discussions, so I have no way of knowing if I'm misremembering or if Orion might have gone back and scrubbed it at some point. It would just be speculating. But even at the time, mutual friends of ours would ask if I was bothered by Orion making Asian jokes about me as often as he did in voice calls. I say in those messages it bothered me sometimes, but I want to make it very clear that I do not hold anything against Orion for these individual comments or even as a whole. I was not very concerned by the remarks about my ethnicity back then, and I'm still not today when looking in hindsight. In fact, Orion explicitly asked me if I was okay with him joking about it, and I told him directly that I was fine with it. Hell, if you go through our messages, you will definitely see me say some weird, edgy stuff that even if it's taken out of context is not something I'm proud of, especially when having to read it back. The reason I bring this up is to show how absurd it is for Orion to even raise this as a point against me. By the logic he
You know, the fact that he's being so like willing to like throw this out there kind of shows it kind of well, hashtag welcome back Orion. God damn it. It kind of shows like, you know, It's always good when like one side at least is willing to be super transparent, right? I think that even if like he's going ahead and he's showing like all the slurs he said or whatever, at least he's being transparent about it, and it kind of shows like, you know, he doesn't really have that much to hide. You know, he's kind of putting it all out there for everybody, and Orion is just kind of like backing away. I'm gonna take a trip trip away from social media, guys. I'll be back, maybe, possibly. God damn, it's bad. My birthday is the day of that. Quite exactly. He's basically exposing everything at this point. Yeah, he really is. And again, kind of comes back to like my original point at the very beginning. It's like it sucks because he shouldn't really have to do this. It shouldn't be on him to prove his innocence. Like, it shouldn't be guilty until proven innocent. It should be innocent until proven guilty. And again, the fact that it was all hearsay, like I said, I told everybody, it's just hearsay. It's just it's hearsay. There's nothing. It's just, oh, this happened because I said it did. And yeah, that's just not good. There was nothing. There was no evidence that corroborated even like the way they were trying to categorize Kwite behind the scenes. So
used with slurs and bigoted action I've never actually even said or done, he would be guilty of the same thing. Not only are his claims of me being transphobic false, I would have been 17 at the time this happened, and it is hypocritical of Orion to try and condemn these comments he says I made in the manner that he did without mentioning the fact he also showed comparable behavior towards my immutable characteristics, ones he did not share with me. Orion says that we were close and would mutually confide in each other in ways that were beneficial to both of us. And while we did both confide things in each other, the idea that this was an equal dynamic and not heavily skewed in the direction of Orion dumping heavy emotions onto me is absurd. And the idea that we mutually benefited from it is completely ridiculous. I'm going to give another spoken content warning here because this subject matter in particular is grim. Warning for graphic discussions of self-harm, discussion of many forms of abuse, suicidal ideation, and topics in that vein. This is a hard one. Me and Orion have very different accounts of what I said to him when I cut him off. Orion claims I attacked him for immutable characteristics he couldn't control, like his gender identity, and I maintain to this day that I criticized his character and behavior and told Orion I was removing him from my life because of the way he acted. We do agree on one thing I said, though, and it's that one of the reasons I gave to Orion for ending the friendship formally was that he was codependent towards me. I know he vouches for this because he mentioned it in that old video.
He proceeded to berate me and call me all kinds of really bad names and call me disgusting and too codependent and needy.
And he complained about it on his private Twitter the day after we fell out. When someone sees you as their best friend, typically they go to you first with their problems. That's not codependency, you absolute tool. Maybe to an extent that's true. I think it's a nuanced thing, but that's just not what Orion was doing. On February 2nd in 2018, before we met up that month, there was a conversation me and Orion had that I feel encapsulated the nature of our friendship and how Orion viewed me over the course of it. We had a short text exchange where I said I was busy prepping for a podcast I was about to stream and that I had a video to edit afterwards, so I didn't really have the free time to hang. I let Orion know I was busy and I got back to it. A few hours later, I'm wrapped up with the podcast and Orion hits me with, "Hey, can I ask you something?" Apparently the thing that brought this on was that when Orion listened to the podcast that day, the conversation I had with the guest sounded too good. Essentially, I had gotten along with them so well that it made Orion scared I wouldn't be his friend anymore. In other words, the sight of me having other friends or even being friendly with other people came off to Orion as a threat to our friendship. A message like that can get me worried, as I'm sure it does for a lot of folks. So I tell him to go ahead and he asks, "Am I important to you? Genuinely. I'm not being passive aggressive. I just need to know." You can point out that Orion specified he was acting genuinely, but this is not the setup for a scenario where if these are real concerns around the topic, you'd be getting sincere or untainted answers about it. I was already worried Orion was in a bad spot, so when he asked a question of self-doubt like this, even if I did feel the way he fears, I was scared of what would happen if I said it and felt guilty for even considering it. I'm trying to reassure him that I do care for him because it was the truth at the time, even if it had been waning in recent months. When questions like this came up, Orion was very prone to start spiraling and saying awful things about himself. So my knee-jerk reaction was to think he was in distress. A fair assumption because he explicitly confirms it in the very next line. He goes on to say he is loathing himself and isn't sure if he matters. In that situation where it has been made clear I was talking to someone in a vulnerable state, I was scared of what would happen if I did anything other than try to reassure him. The setup was basically saying, I don't feel any value in myself about this thing, so I need you you to constantly reassure me about it so I can keep feeling it from somewhere. And I wasn't sure if this person I know can be a danger to himself was going to do something drastic if I didn't fill that role. In the right amounts and in hard times, it is natural and okay to lean on your friends to support you. I did it all throughout these last few weeks because having my face plastered everywhere against my will with the false label of rapist immediately attached to it is emotionally taxing. Go figure. But with Orion, it was a continuous thing. He'd ask if the good things I'd said about him applied to him now so he could hear me say it again. He would then express his insecurity again, which would prompt me to reassure him more. And then he asked if he can be selfish, which I'd argue he was already being, but I give the go-ahead because I'm seeing Orion in emotional distress. And the thought of saying no made me feel guilty and scared of what would happen if I did. They'd go on to say that they don't feel good enough and that they think I deserve so much more. And after everything they have just told me, I am not going to tell a person saying these things that they're right. I'm already shit scared something bad will happen even when I'm trying to say these positive things about them. I felt pressure to give the same validation I've had to multiple times this conversation and before it. Orion would repeat the same line, put himself down, saying others are more deserving of my time, which left it to me to build him back up all over again. Orion said he was scared of losing me, a fear, again, that he said came from just seeing me with other friends, or worse, that he was keeping me back.
He's making you feel bad so you'll stay around him. It's like that dude who said he would commit if she stopped, so she was forced to stay to avoid that. Yeah, that's a thing. That is a thing. That is indeed a thing. And it's kind of fucked up. Orion had a toxic, highly manipulative codependency on Kwite. The constant asking about other people in Kwite's life is an isolation tactic used a lot of by abusers. The constant asking about other people in Kwite's life. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, fuck, dude. Oh. Shit, I misread the poll and I want to read. What's the poll at right now, by the way? Who's win? Like, what is? Like, I'm pretty sure the last thing I said was, "Will you give Orion another chance?" Right? What's it at right now? What's that looking like? I'm curious. I'm gonna admit I have BPD and I did this shit to an old mutual of mine and I hated myself for it. As long as you don't do it again, man, just learn from that mistake, and at least you didn't do it for clout. Orchard, that's a good idea. Put Mini Lad and Orion in the same room. True. I love how Kwite pulled every damn receipt and managed to make it a 180 to Orion. Yeah, I gotta say, the thing with this video in particular, I mean, just general response videos, but like this video in particular, it makes me think like I kind of want more like allegations or false allegations on me rather, so that I can make like an awesome fucking response video myself. Maybe that'll be like what I need, right? That would be fun. That would be my own fucking, you know, kind of deep. It kind of inspires me. It's like a little bit inspiring, you know what I mean? Never mind, make that 7%. Wait. So we got 7% saying yes for Orion. The fuck? Time to find that 7% gang. And oh heck, now that one was true. Drama alert. Sen likes B. Jesus Christ. Those damn Orion cheerleaders clicking yes. The hunt begins. He should have think this through instead of starting a freaking controversy. Me as a fan was just chilling in his video until Orion came and started throwing warfare in Twitter. 7% is dumb. Oh, so like there's only 7% of people that are willing to give Orion a pass or accept them again. So I'm guessing that's like 93%? 93% that are just like Bell, I swear to God. Bro, I left and saw Mark Lore shit. The Mark Lore short. I'll reward Orion with a Kiwi Farms thread. What the fuck? Orion is the true reason why we should think before acting. I don't see a poll. I thought there was a poll. I thought we had a poll. What the fuck? What do you mean you don't see a poll? Hold on. Let's see. Pretty sure I had a poll up. No, it's there. It's there. Holy shit, you guys weren't lying. Jesus Christ. Here, let me show you. This is what I'm referencing, my friends. So, will you give Orion a second chance? Jesus, that 6% say yes, and then that 94, sorry, I can't do, I forgore. That 94% says no. It's quite a bit of viewers and quite a bit of votes right there. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why, guys. I don't think that you want to give Orion a second chance. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Oh, no. Oh, well, I'm sure they can turn this around. There's plenty of time to turn this around, Orion. I'm sure you can gather rapport from somebody out there. Reset the votes, vote again. Criminal or not, the poll is better. I made 15 accounts to click no. What the fuck? Reset the vote to save me.
Framing himself as a burden. And so here I am, once again in a corner where I have to emotionally prop Orion up so he can feel validated externally where he doesn't feel it internally. I kept trying to convince him I care and said that I feel guilty for not talking to him more, and looking back, that's not good. That is a problem. Guilt should not have been what was driving me to make myself interact with somebody. It should have been a genuine want to interact with them. It's having a good time with somebody versus feeling like you owe them your time, where if you don't give it to them, you feel like a bad person. The conversation continued along those lines until Orion just straight up says, I care so much about you and I would be next to nothing without you. Orion hinged his sense of self-worth on what I say to him, and as a result would rely on me to provide validation that he couldn't find within himself. That is so unbelievably toxic, because now I've been made responsible for another person's sense of self-worth. If I leave, I feel like the asshole because Orion told me how much he needed me, and I'd be proving the fears he trusted me with and that I said weren't true to actually be correct all along. Even though any of the commitments of never leaving or assurances of us still being friends were made when I was speaking with someone I was afraid might hurt themselves if I hadn't done that. That is emotionally draining on any person and honestly borders on abusive. That conversation was towards the end of our time talking to each other, but it was by no means new. Behavior like this came up early and throughout the whole year before I finally found the will to do something about it and cut off Orion. This type of codependent behavior was a recurring thing. I'm going to be hitting on a broad timeline over the year we knew each other, because if I covered every instance of this happening like I did those last messages, it would take a while. And honestly, I don't have a...
Wait, let me read this. MrSEN robbed my house and stole my dog, guys. Listen, he did. What? Proof? That's awesome. And make a new poll with the same name and the same choices, and then we can vote again, so there will be no misclicks. Should we remake the poll, guys? Should we remake the poll? Give me a 1 in chat if we should remake the poll for or give me a 2 if we should just keep it as is, and I guess continue to ratio Orion technically. Oof. Borger. Yes. Give me a 1 if we should remake the poll. Jesus, you. There's a 2. Oh, there's the Fox. The Fox says no. Oh, but there are a lot of other 1s out there. I see a lot of 1s. My vote will change 2, 1, 1. Everybody's saying 1. What? Oh, they want to go for that 100% ratio. Okay. I see you. But the question is, could you pull it off? Let's see. Let's find out. All right. Let's see if we can pull it off. All right, so we're going to end this poll, and then we're going to redo it again. Oh my goodness. All right. Start a poll. The poll. All right. Let's try this again. Let's see if you can go for that 100% ratio. We'll see how it goes. Will you give Orion a second chance? Check back on this in a bit. Well, let's get back to the video. Right now, we're at the 48 minute mark. Oh yeah, 48. Let's keep it going.
A great time going through and reliving these any more than I've had to already. Orion's pattern of oversharing personal and intense topics started in our earliest conversations. He mentioned being annoyed by his dad very often in one of our first exchanges. Then after barely talking for the next month, only starting to speak regularly in the few weeks after that, and only having known each other for 2 months total by then, Orion came to me in distress saying he felt like he needed to come clean to me about something and that he didn't have anyone else. That put me on edge. It seemed heavy, and I'm apparently this person's only option. I'm thinking that if I'm not there, then he's got no one else. So I tried to be an ear for him even if we barely knew each other. Orion then trauma dumped about his self-harm this early into knowing me and told me he relapsed that night and he hated himself for it. I am flailing to comfort him despite having no idea how to do this kind of thing. And since he had said I was the only person he had to go to, it felt like I had to leave the door open for him to feel comfortable reaching out to me again. Otherwise, in the future, Orion might just hurt himself instead. A few days later, and I hear more and more about how Orion doesn't get along with his parents.
We got rats in the chat, guys. We got 2 rats. God, did they mess up the perfect ratio? Some people are saying that we got rats in the chat. Can we get rat? Can we actually get rats in the chat? Actually, can we get mice? Well, rats. Can you get a rat emoji in chat, guys? Can we get rats in the chat? Rats in the chat. We got imposters. Oh my God, we got rats. Let's get rats in the chat, guys.
Until eventually Orion vented to me about how controlling his mom was and wouldn't let Orion do anything ever. Orion was berating himself here as if he was uniquely bad for having the reactions he does, and that was when I started first sharing deeper than surface level personal stuff. I was trying to relate to Orion in some way so we felt less alone in his pain. I would not usually talk about these things with someone I knew this little, but this is someone I've known for 2 months who my most notable interactions with were him being very distressed and defaulting to me for help. I felt like it was the only thing I could do to try and get Orion to stop spiraling on an issue like that. Just a month after that, Orion told me he was being physically abused by his parents and described it in detail. Coming out...
Would you think if that was true, that would be like the first thing you want to get, you know, some help with, right? And assuming that it never got any better, right? Then it would still be happening now, right? So it's kind of weird. There you go. There are the rats. The rats. The rats in the chats. That's for you, rats. That's for you, rats. The rats. We are the rats. Oh my God. There's a person named Radcat in chat. I thought it was Ratcat for a second. I think I found the rat. Rats in the chat. Oh, that's funny.
About abuse and asking for help is not something to discourage, but it's...
I wonder if Orion, like... I don't know, like... I wonder if Orion's parents know that Orion was accusing them of abuse. That's like, you know, like, I wonder. Like, I just wonder what they would think. Hey, Mr. and Mrs. Orion, did you know your son or daughter or whatever is accusing you of, like, you know, abuse? What the fuck? What? There goes internet access for the rest of the month. Oof.
A lot at once for anybody, especially when it's coming from someone I've only known for at most 3 months. Orion even acknowledges this in the conversation while I'm trying to ease his mind about how it's affecting me. I was trying to make sure he didn't feel guilty for reaching out and then would potentially leave to go do something drastic. Orion did warn me this was a heavy subject matter before venting about it, but after learning he was being physically hit minutes earlier and are actively distressed now, I'm even more scared than usual that Orion might hurt himself if I didn't stay with him. So I said yes and tried to be there for Orion until he was out the other side. Another week passed and Orion...
Keep a helpline number ready and give it to them. And even offer to make the call for them and tell them you are not a professional and you have emotional limits. Do not tell them you will check in later.
Mania, thank you for the 20 New Zealand. If someone does this, keep a helpline number ready and give it to them. And even offer to make the call for them and tell them you're not a professional and you have emotional limits. Do not tell them you will check in later. Thank you for the 20, and thank you for that message. Somebody needed to hear it. Boys, I'm back. Did y'all throw many rocks at Orion? We threw rats at Orion, actually, because we found 4 Orion rats. So we got rats in chat. All right, as you can see by the spam of rats in chat, we threw some rats in the chat, which then went to Orion. It's midnight right now, but this is more important than sleeping. True. We have New Zealanders here. That's right. Apparently we do. We got people from all sorts of the planet here, guys. The rats get roasted. That's true. That's even better. That's right. Throwing rats out there is even better.
Ryan messaged me frantically. He says his parents were hurting him again, and I am in panic mode because after knowing this person for only the last few months, he is suddenly ideating suicide in front of me. Orion was describing the method they used, calling himself a coward for not going through with it. He said he wished he was more suicidal like normal people so that he could just go through with it. Orion's telling me no one would miss him, not even me, all while I'm trying to fight back against every single one of these things. Every time I tried to tell Orion he has inherent value and it's still worth living and that people cared about him, Orion would shoot it down. He would tell me that I wouldn't miss him for long, even though I'm pouring my heart out trying to show him otherwise. I hate having to read these back now. I had my own mental health issues that I didn't deal with well at the time. And on top of that, I was now stressing that my friend was going to kill himself if I'm not there when he says he needs me. I felt trapped, like there were no other options but to try and help this person whenever he asked, because otherwise I might be leaving him to die. In comparison, the time it took me to open up about personal issues was much longer after I had already been through multiple of Orion's vulnerable moments, and often only in response to Orion describing these same issues first, in an effort for me to try and show him he wasn't alone in what he was going through. Early on, Orion would offer to talk with me about stuff like this, and I would thank him, but still outright deny his help. I've always been more cagey and contained about talking about these issues in regards to myself, and it wasn't until early April 2017 when I first really vented and went back and forth with Orion. It was over a very graphic discussion about self-harm, which I have censored here. It is both personal and grim, so I don't want to show the details, but Orion gave genuinely helpful advice on how to try and not self-harm again, and I really appreciated it. I did for sure trust Orion with some personal issues in parts of my life, and I would talk to him about it fairly regularly, but it was never absolute. I always talked with multiple friends about my issues, some who could directly relate, others who couldn't. At times, Orion would be worried about me, or I asked him if he was free, but he'd be in the middle of something. And even when he said he'd drop what he was doing and tried to convince me to get on a call and talk about it that instant, I would shut it down, because if I wasn't going through all-consuming stress and the matter could wait, I wanted he'd be in the middle of something. And even when he said he'd drop what he was doing and tried to convince me to get on a call and talk about
1, 2, 3. Oh my God.
at that instant, I would shut it down, because if I wasn't going through all-consuming stress and the matter could wait, I wanted to balance going to Orion for support while making sure I wasn't monopolizing his time. This dynamic continued at different levels of intensity and frequency, where I was an emotional crutch for Orion. And while I still confided things in him, I was still in general a lot more reserved about it and more likely to manage my struggles on my own or in ways outside of going to Orion. These types of conversations became less common as 2017 went on and were at their lowest from around November 2017 all the way till the end of our friendship in that March. Part of this was because I was genuinely more busy giving one last try at making YouTube work before college, and over time I had been consistently growing into a healthier headspace and becoming more self-confident. All that, and now with a tangible goal I was striving towards, I had focus. Orion claims that his ability as an artist got him in more YouTube circles than me at one point, and that I would ask him to add me to said circles, which he would agree to do for me because I was his friend. He alleges that as I grew myself and made my own connections, the relationship grew transactional. Again, the only thing Orion gave here for me to address is his word, so I'll do my best to demonstrate that this was not the case. Throughout the time I knew him, during these depression spirals that Orion would often fall down, he spoke of how he was afraid of me leaving or saying that I was better off without him. At the time, he would say this was because I deserved better and that I would leave him once I eventually realized that. Every time this came up, I tried to reassure Orion of his value as a friend, not in terms of worthiness or what he could do for me, but because he was a unique individual who I got on with, someone who I enjoyed spending my time with, and because of that, I chose to continue spending time with. He would usually shoot these comments down, but I always advocated that Orion value himself as an individual, instead of putting himself down and acting as if me choosing to be around him was what gave him value. I never thought of doing something for Orion in terms of, well, I did this for him recently, but what has he done for me lately? When I said no to things that Orion asked for, or wanted to do things a certain way without him, it wasn't a matter of transaction, it was because that was how I genuinely felt on the matter. Orion would sometimes try to bargain when I denied him things, and I almost never took him up on it, and when I did, it would be usually to make the conversation stop. For example, if you buy my snacks, I'll kiss you. You don't want that, do you? If I let you buy the plush, you owe me a kiss, being glaring examples. It happened with smaller stuff too. When I had that weekly podcast, Orion really wanted to be on it, but quite frankly, he was just not the type of person I was trying to have on the podcast at the time, so when he asked, I said no. After that, Orion said he'd make an animation for me if I let him on the podcast. I told him if he did do that, I would very much appreciate it, and that he absolutely didn't have to, but regardless, it wouldn't change my answer. There are things from the Twitlonger itself that show this same mindset from Orion. Like when he says he made my character stills for free and I only used them maybe once. If Orion had an expectation that because he made the sprites for free, I was meant to use them on the regular as a form of repayment, that was never communicated to me. I even tried to compensate Orion at the time, which they denied, saying talking to them was compensation. If using the sprites was the expectation for them getting made, I probably wouldn't have agreed to Orion making them at all, because I would not have committed to any promises of if the art would get used in my videos or not. It isn't that I didn't appreciate Orion's willingness to make those for me, it's that when it came to making content, I wasn't going to use Orion's work if it didn't fit what I was going for. In my head, those sprites were never a transaction that I was meant to fulfill my side of, but rather something I would implement in my content if it made sense to do so. If Orion felt I owed him something for the work, I would have much rather paid him so that no matter if I used the sprites or not, he would have gotten something for his time regardless. On top of this, Orion spent a weird amount of time taking credit for parts of my success before ever detailing the alleged assault. Because he didn't use his face in his videos, I thought he would have an easier time if I drew him and recommended he wore sunglasses and a face mask instead of manually keying his face out with a black box. There, I essentially came up with his persona with him and drew various talk sprites. That whole section has almost no basis in reality. This is a deleted video of mine from 2016 celebrating 500 subscribers.
How y'all doing? Hello and welcome to my 500 subscribers special. As you can see, I've put in a lot of effort to ensuring that the audio quality of this video is top notch.
A time and milestone I hit a month before ever first speaking with Orion. There's even older, though still now deleted, examples of me appearing as the exact character Orion drew in those sprites. It isn't something he could have come up with either. I have the original hoodie I used to use here. It was an old brand that had both a hood and a turtleneck that you could pull up to cover your face. It came like this. And the sunglasses were $1 pair somebody had left behind in the band room at school one day. My whole look as Kwite was me hodgepodging it together as I went along to try and figure out the best way of hiding my face in a convenient way. The black boxes Orion says I manually keyframed in my videos were because the turtleneck on the hoodie was thick and it made the audio quality awful. So sometimes I'd pull down the mask while speaking on camera so my voice could be heard better, and I would do the work to cover up my face again in post. The fix for this was switching to thinner surgical masks, yes, but Orion did not give me the idea for that either, like he claims, and he definitely didn't do so at the time those character sprites were made. I used the turtleneck as a mask until late 2017. It is still in the thumbnail of my oldest public video. Like I said, this was the time right before I went into my final semester of high school, so I decided to knuckle down and give making videos as a job one last go. Because of that, I figured out a less cumbersome and audio-wrecking way to hide my face since I'd be in the outfit more frequently. I even explained this in the first ever video where you see me using a surgical mask in late 2017.
And as usual, I refuse to show my actual face in a face cam video. This time I think I found a way to not sound like I'm being waterboarded. I bought a bunch of these surgical masks, and now I can get slightly less acne on my chin because this thing is 1,000 times thinner than my turtleneck.
I don't really know why Orion decided to take credit for something like this. It's just untrue and it adds nothing to his stance, much less the other far more serious allegations he made about me in that Twitlonger. It reads to my biased self as more instances where he felt he was owed credit for some part of my success. In fact, Orion describes our dynamic overall in a way where no matter what I did, it was always in order to get something I wanted out of Orion. He said, while I won't say I was the most stable person at the time, I was not actively unkind. I cannot say the same for him. When my abandonment issues would arise, he would leave me ignored, and then when I was having the worst of my time, he would swoop in to save me and keep me under his thumb. He would yell at me or act passive-aggressive towards me when being my friend was inconvenient, but love bombed me when it was just us or he needed something from me. Again, you can read all of our interactions, you can decide how you feel about them for yourself if you feel the need to, but here it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. When I wasn't speaking with or replying to Orion, it means I was playing off his abandonment issues. But when I saw him in what seemed like severe distress and dropped whatever I was doing to try and support him, then I'm manipulating Orion by only being there for him at his worst. And trying to counter his negative self-talk is now love bombing, praise that I'd only lather on when I wanted something from Orion. On the whole, it didn't matter if I was present or not. In hindsight for Orion, there was nothing I did right in any situation. Orion
Yeah, those are bad situations to be in because it's like, when are you gonna, like, how can you do any right, really, right? Ooh, that's tough. It's tough. I'm surprised there are no Orion supporters here. They've all gone quiet. That's the thing. Ragnar, even some of the people that were like huge Orion supporters, Orion simps. Let me show you a case in point. Let me show you one. How can we find Mr. Tard? Let's see. The legend himself. I'm sure there's a way we can find him. Okay, bear with me, all right? I'm gonna try to find the legend here. He's the legendary Sulage. All right, let me find it. Let me find him. Oh, case in point, Mr. Sulid. Oh, here he is. This guy, right here. This was one of the biggest Orion simps, right? And now they're on the fucking they're on the decline. They're like going ahead and they're like doing a 180 now. They originally had a thread where they were promoting the false claims against Kwite, right? And they were leading Orion to make certain statements. This guy, he grifted about 1,000 subscribers off of Orion's lies. All right, this sack of shit over here. So, but now all of a sudden, you know, he went ahead, went fucking 180, 180. If you guys were watching from the very beginning, this guy was spurging in my chat because I believed Kwite, because I was saying innocent until proven guilty. He was spurging out at you guys, right? The most uncredible, sad, weak motherfucker out here was praising all of Orion's lies. And now all of a sudden, he does a 180. Dude, it's so sad. Any Orion supporter is now just doing the 180. And they're just like, oh, well, my bad. I'm allowed to change my opinion, guys. You know, I believed a bunch of lies, but I'm allowed to change my opinion now that the tides have turned. It's like, you guys are so fake. You guys are so full of shit. My fucking god. How crazy it is. Crazy it is. Oh yeah, and this is I Believe Bullies. This guy is like showing me like the newest underage child that he's talking to. I don't know what the fuck is wrong. If you see this guy, be careful. That's all I gotta say. He's a weird guy. He confessed that he inappropriately touched his underage cousin at one point, broke out into a little bit of a cry, and I don't know, apparently it was a joke, but I don't know why he cried if it was a joke. Anyway, I'd be careful with this guy. His name is I Believe Bullies, and yeah, I'd be careful of him. That's all I'll say. Let's continue with the Kwite video.
Claims that a few months after the alleged rape, when I started gaining subscribers and making larger YouTube friends, is when I began to ghost him more often, all while he was having a BPD episode. Orion says that I eventually called to cut him off, and in that call is where I apparently made transphobic comments that in part almost left him institutionalized. Firstly, if Orion was having a BPD episode during that time, it must have been a trial and a very hard thing to go through. But there was absolutely no way for me to have known that. And again, it was barely 1 month between seeing him in February and cutting him off, not several. I had been ghosting Orion more often over months, but this started well before any of my major success on YouTube, all the way back in November 2017. This was a genuine mix of me being busy from knuckling down on YouTube, but I was also spending time with other people, both online and in real life. People who I genuinely enjoyed being around and whose company made the time I spent with them better. But with Orion, our friendship had been marked in my mind by trauma and intense emotions, me stressing over if he'll be okay over all sorts of things that I can't do anything but worry about, and always trying to be there for him, even when it never felt like what I did was enough, because nothing ever changed. I drifted away from talking to Orion because it was taking its toll on me. It stretched my fraying mental health even thinner than it already was, something that Orion knows I had my own struggles with. March 2018 was definitely when I was ignoring Orion the most, an amalgam of being genuinely happier around other people, little things Orion had done stacking up over time that made me less eager to talk to him, and just general anxiety over how our conversations usually went. It came to a head the day that call took place. In the back of my mind, I knew I'd made the decision to remove Orion from my life because I felt happier and healthier in the moments away from him. But I still don't know how to talk to him about it, or quite frankly, how he'd take it. As I came to know him, Orion was a volatile person. I'd seen him have extreme reactions to extreme things happening to him, and I got too anxious to do it. I froze up and didn't speak to Orion at all for just a few days. In those days, it was Orion's constant messages across multiple apps, pleading with me to just talk with him and to just say if he did something wrong, as well as a mutual friend of ours shooting me a DM about how badly Orion was dealing with this, that eventually pushed me into giving Orion a call to at least try and explain my reasoning. My logic was that Orion had called me that day already, so I'd just be returning a missed call. Plus, he literally asked me to tell him if he did something wrong, so he must be at least open to listening. And while I can't narrow it down to one event that made me drift away, I could at least tell him honestly what I was feeling and try to close this chapter in both our lives in a productive manner. While in that call, I did my best to maintain a level head and communicate to Orion what I was feeling and my reasoning for wanting to move on from him, like he had asked me to. too. But I never got a chance to express that fully or in the way I wanted, because Orion would talk over what I was trying to say, often immediately denying what I said before I could finish. And then he'd shoot back with his own criticisms of my character. At one point, Orion said he'd noticed a pattern of me distancing myself from my old friends, and that it wasn't just him seeing it, but mutual friends of ours too. Again, I never had any of this said to me by either of the people mentioned, especially not Kappa. I never said anything transphobic during that call, and I did not go in guns blazing. I tried to go in on good faith to close this thing out like Orion seemed like he wanted to as well. Still, that doesn't change that it did spiral out of control, so I eventually ended the call because I had gone in attempting to try and be productive, and it became clear that wasn't going to happen. I didn't get to complete my thoughts. I'd failed to maintain a setting where any good was going to get done, and I wasn't planning on going back on my decision, so I denied Orion's request to try again with a mediator. If what I went through during the friendship wasn't enough, Orion's actions in the days, weeks, months, and at this point years following that call have only made me more certain that I made the right choice ejecting this person from my life. The day after, March 21st, Orion took it hard, and that was understandable. It's not easy losing a friend you felt close to, and I can sympathize with that. But on his private account at Lego Hentai, which is the same vent account Orion has to this day, he said things that I feel were uncalled for, out of proportion, and I feel somewhat malicious in nature. After I removed myself from the incredibly toxic dynamic we had been operating on, everything I ever entrusted Orion with, or he helped me through, became ammunition to fire back at me. I'm just so pissed and hurt I was so supportive of you. I helped you beat self-harm. I helped you with 2 boyfriends, supported you even before you got big, met you in real life twice, and then you throw it in my face. Everything Orion had supported me through was now framed as something he had done for me. He helped me with self-harm. He helped me with bad breakups. Orion did those things for me, so how could I dare do this to him? It had become an almost entirely transactional relationship. He aired this out to people on his private account who I didn't know and directly attached my name to these traumas I had leaned on him for. Not long after that, I approached Kappa and asked him if he had actually said those things about observing me drift away from people in the way Orion said he did. And as you know, he confirmed to me that he didn't, and he was not happy about Orion using his name in that way to try and corner me into feeling like I was in the wrong for attempting to escape the situation I was in with Orion. Orion messaged Kappa a few days later saying I had backstabbed him and asked him if they could still be friends. In the Tusk video, Orion framed Kappa's response as a result of me having talked to him already, and while I was the first to talk to Kappa, he was also just not happy with the way his name had been invoked, where Orion used it dishonestly to try and get a one-up on me. Kappa sent Orion a response condemning his actions and saying that from his outside perspective of watching me and Orion, that he had observed essentially the same behaviors that made me want to remove Orion from my life, and that you can also see demonstrated throughout all of our conversations. On his vent account, roughly a week and a half after the call, Orion continued talking not about the loss of friendship that he mourns, but what he had the power to do to me. I really wish I didn't have the power I have. I know I'm not going to do anything, but I could. I very well could do so fucking much and it would ruin everything for him. But I won't, and I'm a little conflicted with how I feel about it. Some might say this could be in regards to something big that would ruin me. Perhaps.
So again, like another fucking instance of them showing that they're the aggressor, or at least they're willing to have like malicious intent behind their actions rather than being like an innocent victim that's just trying to like get over this shit, go for justice. Okay, that's dope. I want to see Orion try to deflect more entertainment for the circus. When did Orion supported really dough? When did Orion support? He basically can't deflect anymore. I don't believe a real SA victim would go to Twitter instead of the police. Orion follower count anyone? The allegations were so bare bone. Jesus. The allegations were so bare bone. Eugenia Cooney had more fat than it could ever. Oh my god. That joke, man. Bung is definitely going to have to apologize. I helped you through your dad's... Oh, fuck. I helped you through your dad's funeral. Now suck my DI word that I can't say on YouTube right now. Lord Bunghole will have to apologize. Yummy threats. Bro really thought he had evidence. We talked about Orion using the LGBT community for attention, same as they used Kwite. True. Yeah, threats, man, threats. I mean, here's the thing. If you look back, even like when we were like here, Orion makes like multiple threats. Remember how they're just like saying, I'll kill, and then here they're just, yeah, it's like I said, they're like most likely the real danger, if anything, right? I think they're more of a, I think Orion's more of a danger than Kwite over here.
even the assault he claims I committed now. But by Orion's own account of things, both his old and his new one, that is impossible. The tweet was made about a week and a half after our call, and Orion said he didn't realize he had been raped until after the fact in his own twitlonger. And he told people asking in DMs that it took a year with his current therapist to realize it as well. The inner conflict Orion mentioned having showed itself in the following tweets, where he vented about how I ruined the good memories, that I snatched this away from him when he most needed it, and I believe tellingly that he still wished we were friends. And despite saying he'd do nothing, Orion went on to do a lot after that. On my 18th birthday, barely 2 months into me doing anything notable on YouTube, this YouTuber named Progress dropped a 40-minute video dogging on me over whatever he could think of. Orion and Progress got their old Twitter account suspended, so it's hard to find the receipts going all the way back, but Orion went on to contact and befriend him, as well as many other people who had shared some general disdain or negative opinion of me publicly. That is petty, but on its own, not really a big deal. The thing is, Orion was sharing his version of events to several smaller channels to use as content for videos, and his targets didn't just stop at me, the person he apparently had.
Sounds like what Omewrecker was doing to Delirious. Oh, Lord.
Had the most issues with. After Kappa found some success of his own, Orion leaked parts of their interactions as well to paint what Kappa had said to him as needlessly mean and harsh, even though the folks making these videos had no way to know the full context of why he said that. This Danarchy guy privated all his videos, but he had made one on Kappa in the past using those messages he sent to Orion as part of his arguments. In Tusk's video, you can also see that in the section he dedicated to Kappa, when he shows them on screen, he says he got the screenshots from a Danarchy video about Kappa. And Orion was in contact with Danarchy at some point, as well as being the person to originally leak the messages Kappa had sent him back in March. Also in those following months, I heard from multiple friends on calls that Orion had approached them in DMs to try and convince them that mainly me, but also Kappa at times, were awful people for dropping him from our lives, and that they should stop talking to me because of how big of an asshole I am. I had a friend approach me as late as July of 2018 showing Orion had messaged them out of nowhere, trying to be friends and to convince them I was a horrible person. They said they didn't buy it or enjoy Orion slandering me, so they made me aware, which I greatly appreciated. And through all the parts that directly concerned me, I chose not to acknowledge or respond to any of it. It was small instances of people saying I was a horrible person in small corners of the public, but mostly in private, always without substantiating it. So it ultimately didn't matter and wouldn't have to affect me if I did my best not to let them. I wouldn't give Orion the attention he wanted and definitely didn't deserve, and I kept on moving forward. Orion did not. He tried to harm my reputation publicly, but somewhat anonymously, and it didn't change much. He tried in private to convince my friends I was a terrible person, and from what I know, it didn't do much either. As previous attempts to get a public reaction or outburst from me failed, as his attempts to ruin my friendships with others failed, Orion continued to escalate his methods. Things were quiet for a time until late August, early September 2018, when I got word that Orion was gonna appear in a video to give testimony of how I treated him. That video being the Tuskspicious video. In it, you might remember that Orion shared he had tons of my personal details. He outed me for having self-harmed, thus publicly weaponizing my personal struggles against me, and eventually this culminated into the final call we ever had in mid-September 2018, which had a mediator present. And before we move forward, I need to take the time to address the actions of that mediator, a former friend of mine and another content creator named Danny or Lord Bung. She was directly implicated in the original twitlonger by Orion, and Bung went on herself to make a statement of support for Orion, both in her Discord server, YouTube community tab, and a few other places. The way Orion describes Bung's involvement is as the mediator of our final call, who acted as both the reason I calmed down and apologized after a fit of rage, and who was able to see through my apparent pattern of gaslighting that Orion claims I was continuing in that call. Bung presents herself as an equal mediator for both parties, where, when giving each side equal due, came to the conclusion that I was the one acting in bad faith. They said I was incredibly aggressive during that final call, claiming I changed my story and was intense when questioned. She described me as being transactional socially and an angry physical drunk at the times we were together in person, and that she didn't get the sense I wanted to be her friend at all during those times. Denny also said that Orion was one of her best friends, and she had seen the visceral emotions caused by the events up close for years. All of this before ending off saying that the people taking a risk in the situation are Bung and Orion, because in doing all this, it's them who risk getting destroyed by a wealthy YouTuber. Everything Bung said in her statement regarding me are opinions she's reached on her own about my quality of character. I feel them to be very uncharitable, especially since both the events she says I was socially transactional during were industry events for my job, where part of the explicit purpose of traveling there was to meet people and network. And if these were opinions Danny held in the 2 years we stayed in contact after that final call, I unfortunately was never made aware of them or given an opportunity to discuss and perhaps rectify them with her before we last spoke. The last time I spoke with Bung was in 2020 through a brief DM exchange where she reaffirmed that she thought of me as a friend, and it's been radio silence in the 3 years following that on both sides. Now, in her community post, Bung described her and Orion as a we, like the two of them were taking the risk collectively, which directly ties Danny with the side she falls to. I don't hold any of that against Danny, but in the years since we last spoke, she spent a lot of time with Orion. She works closely with Orion on Confinement, which is Bung's flagship series, and Bung and Orion dated each other as far back as 2021 from tweets I could find, and if memory serves, as recently as around this time last year.
So if you got somebody with such a heavy bias, why the fuck and how the fuck is that thing even a moderator? Makes no fucking sense. Lord Bungus is Lord Bias. Alright. Lord Bung is a dude. I have no idea, man. Lord Dung. There you go. That's much better. Lord Dung. I like that. I prefer that one. Lord Dung. There's something satisfying about seeing the sub count for Orion drop every time I look. Yeah. 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 Yes. Yes. Hashtag drop Orion. Remember that, people. People like Lord Bung and Orion make the trans community look so bad. True. I agree with that. Imagine trying to get a commentary YouTuber whose whole job is to debunk bull into controversy. True. Lord Bungus. More like Lord Bogus. Orion is a whore. Oh, Jesus. Grim Reaper. My goodness. I mean, I'm not disavowing that, but at the same time, lol.
I don't have receipts for that one. That's just when I remember hearing about it for the first time in passing. None of this is to say that I am entitled somehow to Bung's time or attention, but the bias of which person Danny would lean to today is self-evident. Her image as an equal mediator is further hampered when Orion describes her as knowing better than to believe me in that final call, implying a foregone conclusion about if anything that I said in that call would be true or not. If this is the case, this would not only negate Bung's ability to act as a neutral character witness today, but also her status as a neutral mediator in that call. You could argue that Kappa's testimony when I first cut off Orion is similar, but he never tried to hold himself as a pillar of neutrality, and he certainly didn't use his framing to help falsely accuse someone else of rape, based on the fact he didn't think they wanted to be friends with him very much. The only reason Danny's testimony is relevant here is because she was meant to be Orion and I's mediator in our last spoken conversation, an event I'd like to now give my account of and perspective on in depth. One thing that me, Bung, and Orion all agree happened in that call is that I got aggressive and explosive, and at points I absolutely was. It is an emotional response that, looking back, I feel was completely reasonable, especially considering the circumstances I was put in during that conversation. This call, which I sincerely tried my best to speak civilly and keep my cool in, is with someone I distanced myself from half a year ago because of his codependence towards me and the emotional strain he put on my mental health. Someone who had now come back into my life by appearing in a video that self-admittedly was trying to destroy my career, in which he publicly outed my struggle with self-harm before I ever got to open up about it on my own, where he also claimed I was emotionally abusive to him with nothing substantiating it, and said that I dropped him from my life solely because of my arrogance over my newfound success and hunger for more of it. All of this, again, which made me certain that I had made the right choice in cutting him off. I'm coming fresh off the back of that upload. This call also notably took place on September 15th, 2018. Me and Bung talk about having the call set up and actually starting the call in our Discord DMs on that day. But meanwhile, outside and in real life, where I lived at the time, placed me and my family squarely in the path of Hurricane Florence. I had relatives closer to the coast who had moved in with us because their house was at risk of being destroyed and it was unsafe to stay there. Even where I lived further inland, the storm was a threat we had to prepare for in case of losing power, debris, and general infrastructure failure. It wasn't some kind of non-issue just because we weren't by the ocean. The storm and the new people in my house was a change of environment for me, but manageable on its own. And this isn't my attempt at bringing up an excuse for my actions, but rather a genuine factor in my ability to participate in this call and the amount of stress I was actively managing at once during the time. I let Bung know this could be an issue the day of, and she had even apologized for putting me through all of this in the middle of a hurricane. Unfortunately, it did become an issue when the basement where all of the equipment I used to make videos had flooded. My stress was threefold of thinking I'd almost lost all the expensive equipment I needed to do my job, what it meant for my family as far as costs and their future plans, and just generally still being in a hurricane. This was something I also talked about with Orion after we reached a truce of sorts in that call. The flooding caused me to have to delay the meeting till later that day and was an ongoing situation with my family that didn't exist in the backdrop, but was an active problem problem during this whole thing. This call with Orion, what would without a doubt be a highly emotional and personal discussion for me, was not the most pressing thing I had going on at the time. And even then, I still made my best effort to be in that call as level-headedly as I could manage. And ultimately, there were several things that happened during the conversation itself that eventually set me off. Earlier in the day, a friend of mine, Evan, had sent me one of the pictures of Orion and I together. It was one of the ones that Orion leaked himself publicly during this current round of allegations. At that point in time, Evan would not have had access to this picture on his own, unless Orion had posted them somewhere or shared them with people I didn't know and didn't approve of seeing my face. I brought this up to Orion, having proof that at some point he had leaked my face, and he claimed to have never done that, telling a lie directly to me in a call we were meant to patch things up. And when I mentioned the evidence I had proving it, he gave no response, and unfortunately the conversation moved past it. This again makes the claim in their twitlonger of never having posted my pictures anywhere incorrect as well. Maybe Orion only meant posting it to social media like Twitter or Instagram, but as the person who got doxxed, I very much count sending my face to people I don't approve of as posting it somewhere. The trigger that directly set me off was later in that call though. My emotions were definitely running high at the time, but at some point I told my account of when we met up in February in that call, of how the single kiss that me and Orion did share was something I felt uncomfortable with doing at the time. In his twitlonger, Orion preempts my actions in that call by saying I was just further gaslighting him. This was in order to paint anything I may have done in that call as inauthentic or untrustworthy before you even find out what I did. But here he says he tried to gaslight me further, claiming that I had led him on, or worse, assaulted him instead. The assault Orion says I accused him of is in reference to me telling Orion and Danny that I was uncomfortable with that kiss. I have said the same thing happened that day for years, because I remember how weird I felt about it soon after it happened, and how my discomfort around the topic still remains when having to look back on all this as intensely as I've had.
Orion is a rapist and a groomer.
To make this video. It was the same story when I vented to my friends months before that September call with Orion. It was the same when I told my therapist, the same recently when friends of mine were first approached by Orion, who went directly to Orion saying I raped him, but who were still willing to hear me out, all the way up to in this video. What set me off was that after I communicated that the kiss had made me uncomfortable, Orion denied it. And he said something to the effect of telling me that I was wrong and that we actually kissed more than once, saying that I had initiated it the second time. We did not do that. As I'm seeing it, Orion is lying straight to my face again about something incredibly sensitive to me. He's essentially told me that I'm wrong and I actually wanted it when we kissed, and that really I was into it so much that I kissed him again myself.
You wanted it. You wanted it. Why does that sound like something a rapist would say? Hey, bitch, you wanted it. Oh, no. Okay, I guess my point stands. Orion is a rapist and a groomer. Oh, boy.
Despite every denial I've made when he's asked these kind of things before, and despite me honestly communicating how he made me feel here, I'm being told I'm wrong. And in fact, the way I remember it, have always remembered it from 2018 till now, didn't even happen. I saw red. I felt like this was not the first time Orion had lied this call about something to my face, and that was this serious. I was yelling and screaming and really angry and just not handling it well. Though any claims Orion made about me throwing and breaking things are impossible for him to have known, as there were no webcams turned on to this call, and the clipping audio you may hear from a microphone isn't much to go off. And whether I was breaking shit or not, it doesn't change if whether my anger was warranted or not. The only person who would have been in real danger over Discord because of my outburst would have been me to myself. Orion says again that during this fit, all I did was try to gaslight him further, in another attempt to discredit anything I might have said or done during that outburst, no matter what it was. And Orion also claimed it took Danny calming me down to get me to apologize. This is not true. In reality, I let my family know what this call would be about, so they were aware of how it might go with emotions on both ends likely to run so high. In truth, it was my dad holding me through a panic attack while I cried that helped me pull myself together enough. When I got mad in the call, I physically left the room to actively remove myself from the situation that was distressing me. I'm not sure what else I was supposed to do. I was trying to handle my emotions. I was trying to manage my outburst in the least destructive way I could, and it wasn't enough apparently for Orion. I wasn't even sure if I was going to go back in after that. It felt like a repeat of March 2018 again. It felt like I didn't get to say anything or finish any thoughts without it being shot down or talked over. Still, I went into that last call telling myself that I'd try to do better than the last time. I didn't want it to be another screaming match, and at the time I felt bad that I hadn't managed to keep my cool. At the time, in that headspace, reacting like that felt like I had failed, but now looking back on those, I realized that both times, anger was a reasonable reaction to the type of things I had been put through and told by Orion. Still, after cooling down, I did end up going back in to apologize apologize, and I had meant it at the time, despite Orion's belief that I was insincere. Danny earlier claimed that in this call the issue wasn't my bad temper, but that nothing ever got resolved, and instead I would just yell the loudest and win. This also isn't true, as there were things I actively apologized for in that call, something Bung attested to me having done in our DMs, and Tusk also confirmed in the pinned comment of his video. I gave far more ground in that call than I got, even when I didn't agree with the things I was choosing to let go. Still, at that point, it was my understanding that even if it was messy, me and Orion had sorted things out and could try to move on with our lives. In hindsight, and I mean within days after the hurricane wasn't an issue anymore and I had time to think about the whole thing, I have always regretted not self-advocating for myself more in that conversation. There were issues that I never got resolved or to even mention to Orion. I didn't get closure on the things I brought up to Orion, like leaking my face, and a lot of that was because I was more concerned at the time with the hurricane I was in the middle of. Because of that, I conceded things that I really shouldn't have and probably wouldn't have normally to try and get it over with quicker and back to focusing on my family sooner. The thing is, despite the way he claims I treated him all the time, right after we put a lid on our differences, Orion floated the idea of trying to be friends again immediately after that. I was uneasy about that concept as soon as it got mentioned. But since I was the one conceding more fault, even if it was just to get this whole thing over with, I at least decided to give it a try. For a period of time, I genuinely tried to DM amicably with Orion again. Most of these conversations after that call took place over Twitter DMs. I can only prove my side of the conversation is real, as Twitter archive viewer is busted with Orion's side of the conversation. It only works up to like May 2017, and their Twitter is suspended, so I can't go just directly to it. What I was able to grab was Orion's side of the messages by digging through the actual files themselves. I've lined Orion's messages up with the screenshots of the DMs I've sent to prove that at least my end of the exchanges in these logs are real, but the only way I can even get an archive of what Orion...
So you want to know, who all the idiots that said, Kwite, fellas, Kwite's silence is deafening, like that idiot Buster Live. That toothless fucking moron, who, by the way, he's, in his own right, he is a great spur that we made cry at some point, too. But yeah, if we got people like that, and, people like Sulage and shit, they're like, it's really telling that he hasn't said anything. Like, so fucking, maybe this is why, ding dongs, because he went ahead and he did all this work. My man pulled out an hour and 30 minutes worth of fucking receipts, right? He lined them up together. He did all this shit. I'm sure he did it by himself, too. God bless his heart. Yeah, that's probably why it took so fucking long. In between having a life, in between, showering, maybe getting groceries, I don't know, the basics. Yeah, it takes a while to get this shit together. Then the rendering, and then the editing, and then, yeah. I mean, I wonder why they would take such a long time. They wanted to do an efficient fucking job at the whole thing, which I think they did an efficient job. I think you guys know that he did an efficient job too, right? So, yeah, there you go, idiots. There you go. Well, I don't know why he's not responding. Shut the fuck up, you fucking idiots. People like you. People like that. People like that.
Ryan said is through control-Fing his Twitter ID and the direct messages JSON file. And full disclosure, these are relatively easy to fake. You can load them.
So fucking true. Yo, let's use that logic back at them. Fucking Orion silence is deafening. There you go. Or it's telling. The Orion silence is deafening. It's telling.
Them up in Notepad. If you're skeptical because of that, it's totally fair, and if anybody knows a way I can verify these, please let me know. Regardless, I believe the messages I can prove I sent still paint the nature of these conversations fairly accurately. Orion talked about how getting to be friends again was a knot in his chest going away that he didn't realize was there. He said he had thought of this scenario before he went to bed tons of times. Very early in, I told Orion that I'm not sure how I feel about being friends again, that I'd give it a try, but I can't promise that I'll be comfortable enough to follow through by the end. There was a discussion about me being more upfront with what bothers me, which I agreed at the time was somewhat my fault, but looking back, I definitely expressed my feelings before all this, and it often didn't matter, as Orion would go on ahead with certain things I didn't want to do anyways. But I did really try for like a month. But every time I messaged Orion, it felt forced on my end, and I was always incredibly uncomfortable speaking with him. Regardless of either of our apologies to the other, I could not get past the totality of our history, and especially the fresh wound of him publicly outing me for having self-harmed. Eventually, one day, Orion asked if I was free to call, and I wasn't comfortable doing that. This time though, I didn't want to dance around talking to Orion about that like I had last time. So I decided to be upfront about this and communicate it exactly like he had asked me to when we first started talking again. My angle was that we've hopefully settled things, that I've got no ill will for Orion and wished him the best moving forward, but that after giving it an honest effort, I didn't feel being in each other's lives again was on the table. Just conversing with Orion through text was enough to make me anxious every time. There was some back and forth where Orion wanted to at least keep trying it, and I could call it off if I was ever uncomfortable again. Honestly, I knew that would be wasted time for us both by the end of it. I said I forgave him on some things, but I couldn't forget them, so I didn't want to continue speaking. To some extent, everything I apologized for in that final call I was sincere about. I did regret getting angry in the call at the time. I was willing to let certain things go and take responsibility for things I didn't really feel were my fault in order to let bygones be bygones so we could move forward. But after having to re-examine my relationship with Orion these last few weeks, how he treated me while we knew each other and after, what happened in that call, how much I wish I had said and never got closure for, I am retracting anything I apologized for that night, as I do not stand by any of it. My reactions to the situations I was put in were completely reasonable. And considering what I've been dealing with in recent weeks, I am done being the bigger person so that my abuser will leave me alone, because he clearly won't. It was hard for me to gauge how Orion felt about being cut off again, even if it was on better terms this time, but I thought I could at least get back to pushing forward to what's next for me. The whole thing was emotionally and personally taxing, but after all was said and done, we ended up back where we were before. Me and Orion weren't talking, and I was trying to move on with my life. For the next few years, it seemed to stay pretty quiet. Occasionally, I saw people saying I was a shitty person, saying things that echoed what Orion had said about my character in the past, but considering that this video exists, that peace obviously didn't last. So I'd like to track one of the people who's always had a generally negative opinion of me that Orion later befriended, and how the severity of the reasons for disliking me escalated over time. First, this guy said I was getting less attention than I used to, and this was right before my blow up. Almost a year later, he's in my Q&A replies asking a somewhat genuine question. When I hit 500,000 subs, he's telling me, this is your peak and you need to face reveal, otherwise you'll never grow more. And even with all that, they still said they couldn't judge me personally, even though they didn't like my videos. But he still hates my thumbnails and thinks very negatively of my—
Yo, I'm sure every YouTuber gets that fucking one person that does all this fucking stupid shit. Like, it's like, are you like for me or are you against me, bro? It's weird. They send out mixed signals because they seem to hate you for the most trivial shit, but they seem to try to interact in good faith. But it's weird, right? It's just strange.
My viewers. In 2020, they upgraded me from a shitty YouTuber to a shitty person in general. And at some point, they started feeling this strongly enough that if they saw me mentioned anywhere, they would go out of their way to say how much they hate me. And it was a few years later where the Hail Mary finally dropped, where in early 2022, unprompted and in a reply thread completely unrelated to me, this guy was the first person to ever call me a rapist. This was the first time I'd ever heard anything like this being said about me. And I'm very caught off guard because I have never even had sex before. They alluded to me being a supposed sex pest one more time, saying it to folks whose tweets I'd used in my videos, and it became apparent that this whole thing was an event that they'd been anticipating. The day the allegations dropped, they said, Kwite's only hope now is stop Asian hate. In my opinion, in a situation like this, that is very out of line. To me, it demonstrated a confidence and satisfaction in my suffering that had been brewing for a while. They were even in my editor's replies, instigating with someone who had nothing to do with these allegations.
By the way, I completely, I'm pro blocking people that do this, just because there's a difference between blocking somebody because you don't choose to engage with them or you think they're a threat, as opposed to blocking someone just because they do this insanely annoying, underhanded, weaselly, fucking anonymous shit, right? Like, they won't confront you, they won't do any of this shit, but they'll go and they'll spam everybody else that you're having a conversation with. Those people, 100%, just block them. I'm 100% fine with limiting their ability to get what they want. And what they want is to spam your DMs or spam your replies when it has nothing to do with them. So if that makes them angry, well, 100% I approve of that. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Make them make another fucking account. Make them buy a burner phone. Make them mauled until they stop being pussies and actually confront you. All right. So yes, I 100% avow just like blocking people that do this shit.
Allegations other than having some association with me. He parroted that line where Kwite's taken a long time to respond, so he's looking suspicious, equating my silence to guilt. If I knee-jerk reacted to this, it would have done me no good. The escalation of this person's negative opinions of me over time, from when they were just an individual who my content wasn't for, to whenever—
That's like another thing, right? It's like Well, you don't reply to the allegations, you're sus. If you reply immediately to the allegations, it's sus, right? You're put in a lose-lose situation. It's again, that's like the power of the internet and the court of public opinion.
They met Orion, and as they spent more time around him, is apparent. When this person started getting comfortable enough to say I'd done disgusting, incredibly serious things completely unsubstantiated, both directly to people who enjoyed my content and in a wider public setting, regardless if it was relevant to discussion, to how they've been taking petty joy in mocking people who are affected by these events because they're adjacent to them, now that they've gone fully public. All that is emblematic of the lengths Orion has been willing to go to try and hurt me over time, and how when one option failed, there has been seemingly no upper limit to how far they'll take it if it means that it will cause me harm in some way. Orion is not just saying I raped him. He's throwing every negative thing I could have possibly done to him at the wall to try and get anything to stick. They went for transphobia, sexual assault, saying slurs, gaslighting, emotional abuse, anger issues, threatening him. Take your pick of any of those. It doesn't matter because Orion didn't give evidence for any of them. Despite Orion saying how he doesn't want to dox me and how he won't share certain evidence because I want to stay anonymous. It rings hollow when they haven't presented much of their own evidence at all and multiple times have leaked my private info, most recently in such a huge and public way. Orion accused me of doing the worst thing you can do to somebody to him as another escalation. And he put my face out there against my will with the label of rapist attached to its reveal. I have been genuinely anxious to go outside, and the chances of this actually happening were relatively small. But what do you usually want to do to someone when you think they're a rapist? Not
That's that Kiwi Farms mindset, man. We're just gathering public information after we say all the worst things about you and call you a bunch of allegations, guys. It's like, that's why people have like this, like, I don't know, like this mixed bag, right? It's like when I did that speech about Kiwi Farms, right? And, you know, I basically just repeated everything Trump said. And I just applied to the Kiwi farmers. And like the last thing I said was like, and some I assume are good people. It's like, yeah, because like that, it's like, how are you like putting, like, you know, falsely accusing someone and then putting their photo out there, right, would be like, in a serious way, right, would be kind of like, I don't know, a little bit debilitating, maybe a little, you know, harmful, one would say. You know what I mean? It's just not as simple as, this is public information, guys, and I'm just gonna gather it all in one place after I just destroy your character, you know what I mean? Like with the Kwite thing, it's like, hey, Kwite's a rapist, but here's his Instagram, here's his face, you know, if you ever see him, just remember, Kwite's a rapist. Yeah, that's basically what they're doing. It's like the sneaky, underhanded, weaselly bullshit that you have to, like, weed out. You know what I mean?
very positive things, I imagine. And on some level, Orion was okay with that possibility. He completely stole my agency and privacy away from me, and there are ways I will never recover from this. Having to go over these logs to make my case has been emotionally painful, and while people saying awful things about me on the internet is not new, it was happening now more than ever, and the types of things people would say was a lot crueler. It took him going this far, but after 6 years of trying to hurt me and my friendships, constant emotional abuse I've had to let lie because responding to it would have only hurt me more, my abuser has managed to make a permanent mark on me in a way he's only gotten to do in private before, but now gets to share with the public. He weaponized people's good conscience and their compassion for others who they believe suffered something awful to hurt me in one of the most widest reaching ways possible. Public shaming. And from what I've seen, Orion has been reveling in it. He used the
Check DMs. You mean on Twitter or you mean on Discord? Yes, the Kwite Army. This is why you wait for both sides. Through. We need MrSEN to see the link. Which DMs? Are you talking about Twitter? Okay. Twatter. Twitter DMs? What am I looking for? I didn't get any new Twitter DMs. Do you guys know what my Twitter is? It's been the debunk of the diagnosis. Yeah, didn't we go over that? Debunk of the diagnosis. Yeah, I think we already went through that. Boom. By the way, shout out to you guys. What the fuck? Ha! I guess I see you guys like the fan art I made of of Orion here. I made Orion some more accurate fan art. Go on, use it. It's on the house, Queen. Here you go. For all those, you know, you can see it in all its glory. This is it. This is the fan art for Orion. Where did you send it? Send you a tweet of the actual documents from the clinic. Did you send it on Discord or did you send it on Twitter? Is this it? Is it the one where Dino Calico? Is that you? Is it Dino Calico? Because I see this. Wait a minute. Okay. I think this is it, right? You need to send it on Twitter. Yeah, you need to send it on Twitter. But I think this is what you're talking about, right? I found this. So I think that's what you're talking about. Let me know if that's it. I'm getting shit. Let's see. My man. All right, let's see. Did I get it right? I sent it to him on Twitter, but he hasn't seen it yet. Okay, let me go check it out. Make sure you got the right Twitter, though. Let's see. It's at MrSEN Knots. Yeah, off of the typo. It's not the prop is diagnosed. It's yeah. So this is the Twitter. So send it to me in DMs there if like you haven't already. But I saw this. I wonder if this is what you were talking about. This has been gaining traction, and this is in regards to this Orion thing. Like what we're expecting is now like fake. I don't know. Have they responded? No, they haven't said anything. This is the last thing they said, and that was 7 hours ago. So, answer in response to this. Okay, this pissed me off. This is not a real document showing proof of diagnosis. 1, the replies are off. 2, actual spelling mistakes on the top of the page. 3, Orion actually just fucking copied word for word symptoms of PTSD from Mayo Clinic's article about it. Awful. What the fuck? What? What? What the fuck? Okay, well, so there you go. So the same points here. If anyone is curious, this might be what a true document might look like. Of course, not all the counseling centers are the same. Notice how it's more detailed than the simple symptom bullet points, also showing a symptom of medical, neurological, psychiatric, and blah 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 blah. Apologies if this is incorrect by any means. I'll fix any misinformation. So yeah, if we compare, yeah, I accidentally sent it, but let's see. No, I still haven't gotten a DM. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's taking so long. You would think it's very easy to send one DM. Oh boy. All right, but yeah, apparently this is what the actual thing might look like right here. Let's see. As opposed to their document, which is this one right here. It definitely looks more simplified over on this end. So this one looks, and I mean, honestly speaking, yeah, it does look completely fucking unprofessional as well. So you got, this is Orion's. And this is what a real one might look like. As you can see, it's like, you know, way more professional. It's a little blurry, but it's more professional. All things considered. Let me see. I think I might have gotten the DM finally. Okay, here it is. The actual documents. Okay, there you go. The actual documents of the thing. All right. Okay, I got the DM. Cool, cool. Thank you for that. Now we can open it here. We shall open it here. I just wanted to jump in with my opinion on the current Kwite situation. I saw this tweet from Orion with their diagnosis and had some thoughts. I circled the suspicion parts in the image. The typo, the signature, and the repeating lines are very odd. Anyone agree? Hashtag Kwite. And so you can see here, this is the things that seemed off with it, and I think you guys saw it. And look, those damn fucking scribbles right there. All right. See, I told you these scribbles were gonna be the thing that damned it. Also, what the what is this? Look at this shit. This is what seems off to them. This person replies, so fun fact, I have a friend who goes to this exact clinic. Oh, that's not good. And this is not how they format their documents at all. This document is entirely fabricated, which, fun fact too, is illegal. Here's what an actual document looks like. I got permission from my friend to send this. Oh no. Well, that's not looking too good. There you go. This is what they look like, apparently. Blurring out all the information. Oh, and also, almost forgot, Kwite did nothing wrong. Kwite, if you're seeing this on the hashtags, read the posts as replies attached to you. The majority of the psych places in Florida format as much, especially for the first visits. They don't list out the symptoms like Orion showed. They list probable problems, treatment, plans of attack, etc., etc. Thank you so much for this. So this point what Orion's doing. No problem. I despise people like Orion who lie for clout and make clout. Oh my god. Lol. Oh god. What's her at? I gotta find it again. Oh, it's time to make a tweet. It's time to make a tweet. All right, Now's Putin, right? Nyaz Putin. Okay, Nyaz. Let's put 3 emojis. How about that? Drop Orion. Kwite is innocent. What do you guys think of this? Does this look like a good tweet? Damn, guys, where's Orion's response? They're taking such a long time to respond. Suspicious, am I right? Yeah, you are. You are. Hey man, I'm so sorry if I'm bothering. This is off topic, but I think I got automatically banned from your server. I haven't interacted in it all yet. I'll check it later. I'll see. Lol, yes. Okay, well. I'm back. Hello, welcome back. That's funny. That's funny. Alright, well here's the tweet. If you guys want to show it some love, just tweet it. There you go. There's the tweet. I just found out about this drama today, but the amount of people I saw spewing, you should just believe the victim, is baffling. And I honestly just assumed they were people from the crazy side of Twitter. Oh boy. Yeah, crazies will usually want you to believe something without any fucking real proof. But like, damn, Orion. Just damn. That's so funny. Oh my god. That's amazing. That just made my night. All right. That's good. That's good. That's good. You know, honestly, that might be worth its own fucking video. All on its own. I'll pin that. Oh yeah, I'll pin that. Fucking funny. Oh boy. All right. All right. Well, these are unexpected developments. Well, it couldn't have happened to a nicer person. Good night, Pelican. Sleep good. I don't know if pelicans actually sleep, but I'm gonna assume they do, as every other living animal. Although I don't know if a pelican is a living animal sometimes. They might not actually have souls. But yes, quite damning indeed. She wanted a war and she got motherfucking war. We need to look at Kwite and Orion's DMs. Yeah, we should. Gonna finish this up. We got 6 minutes left in this. And yeah, I guess we should be able to. We should be able to, or we could save it for tomorrow. It depends on how many there are. If there are a lot of DMs, have any of you guys checked it out yet? If there are there a lot of DMs or a little bit of DMs? If there are a lot of DMs, we should hold it off until tomorrow. Like for sure. Well, let's finish up this video real quick.
The Kwite fan art hashtag in his original tweet with the allegations, so anybody looking through the tag for art would definitely see what was being said. He locked his replies to mutuals only, so nobody he didn't know could say anything to directly contest him in his replies. He promoted the Drop Kwite and Stand With Orion hashtags for people to use as a rallying cry and to reach as many ears as possible. He shared a bit.ly link named after the Drop Kwite hashtag that led directly to his Twitlonger to make it as accessible as possible for new people to read. He was retweeting and liking any tweet in support of him that condemns me in the harshest terms possible. Like a lot of allegations towards a public figure, this was curated to reach as many people who are or would be viewers of me as possible. The idea behind that is usually to spread awareness of a dangerous individual, but Orion used those same mechanisms of virality. He showed my face to at least prove he knew me and to take away my anonymity, and he accused me of the worst thing he possibly could. They attempted to get as many people as they could to believe I'm a monster. And because all these people think I'm an irredeemable piece of shit with what Orion's shown, they have like an A-OK in their head to say like awful and hurtful shit about me, because they think I deserve it. It was another way of Orion directing as much harm to me as he could manage. Orion pushed hard on the idea of believe victims first, no matter what, both through the tweets he chose to share and by holding a Twitter space where one of the folks speaking went on to champion how always supporting the victim, even if it turns out to be fake, is the right choice, all because it costs you as the bystander nothing.
It costs.
By the way, the reason this is here, this is actually, that's our clip. That's what, remember we took this? We were in the space the first day of the allegations, the first day they dropped. We were there. We were on the scene, ladies and gentlemen. And I went in and we started going in and infiltrating the space. I tried to get into this, but they wouldn't let me. And instead they kicked me out of the space and then they privated the space. But we had already gotten like a good chunk of it. So I decided to make a short, if you will, right? A little bit of a short. Let me show you. Because I make shorts now. And I believe it is, yeah, I started the whole Kwite accuser L's, right here. You know, they talk about Nux and Lost Paws in this. Then they're talking about Genshin Impact and how, you know, fucking that. I think this is the one, right? Kwite accuser L's. It costs nothing. Yeah, this was the one that got my attention. This one is one of the first, the OGs. The Kwite accuser L's. It costs nothing. So there you go. Glad that was able to be of some use. To be honest, I'm glad he was able to put it to good use. The LMAO on the screen was not put by me. It was already in the only recording of this Twitter space I could find. Yeah, it was on mine. I'm the one that did it. I'm sorry, Kwite. I just thought it was really fucking... I thought it was... Wait, bad pun. I thought it was quite funny. That was a bad pun. Hey, I warned you, alright? Clip chop for brevity. Unedited clip in the description.
You absolutely nothing, and it costs you literally less than brain cells to believe a victim. And, you know, if allegations are proven false, then they're proven false, and if the allegations are right, then you back to the right horse. And
as someone who has not only just gone through the falsely accused side of this, but someone who has also made the same mistake of acting too quickly on allegations and hurting people I cared for because of it. This type of thinking is harmful and needs to stop. It is absolutely a good and noble policy to support victims when they speak. You should support their ability to speak and not ridicule them for speaking, but the saying is trust but verify. Orion framed himself as a victim in this situation. He did it to try and use the way the internet generally reacts to allegations allegations in order to publicly abuse me and hurt me on the widest scale he could imagine, continuing that same pattern of behavior he's shown towards me for years. I wouldn't say you were complicit in my abuse if you didn't stay neutral or even if you outright attacked me, but you actively progressed my abuser's goal of trying to hurt me in any way he could by taking Orion at face value. By trying to support an accuser as the victim with no questions asked, you helped an abuser further hurt their target. At the very least, I am more certain now than ever that cutting off Orion was absolutely the right thing for my mental health and my pursuit of happiness. I was escaping an incredibly toxic relationship and dynamic that was abusive, and ever since, Orion has continued to try and harm my reputation, my mental well-being, and is at least okay with the idea of me getting hurt physically, either at my own hands, considering my past, or someone else's, considering that they doxed me in what they accused me of. When ruining my friendships failed, when going to the public the first time failed, when trying to have me back in his life again failed, I thought finally he'd moved on, but I was wrong, and he went on to accuse me of the worst thing he possibly could. Through this whole situation, he continues the pattern of trying to ruin my friendships, my livelihood, my passion, and my reputation, among other things, and this is just another milestone of how far Orion is willing to go to hurt me. My abuser took advantage of the aggressively sympathetic and viral way the internet typically reacts to rape allegations to continue tormenting me. A lot of people have brought up the Slazo situation from back in 2019 during this whole thing, saying that it's ironic I was part of pushing those allegations and now I'm suffering my own, like it's karma coming around. And I mean, on some level, I can't really say they're wrong. I don't mean in the idea that I knew the allegations were always fake and I was trying to use them to end his career. I did not do that, and I never would knowingly. I'm not certain where the idea of me being malicious in that situation first came from, but I'd been approached by someone I trusted and had other people I trusted vouching for them, and the evidence I'd seen at the time made me believe someone I knew had done something horrible. But with hindsight, it's a lot easier to see how careless and irresponsible I was being. It's because I saw Slazo as a friend that how I handled those allegations wasn't good enough. I failed him as a friend by believing what I saw wholesale and not doing the bare minimum of what he deserved, by not even waiting for him to give his side before making a judgment. An event that has now echoed itself in my life. I have felt guilty that he suffered like that, at least in part because of my negligence ever since, and now I can directly relate to him after going through all this shit. I feel like I owe that guy a third apology, and still nothing I do will make up entirely for what I helped put him through. Now, having gone through it for real myself and hearing people constantly say that I tried to end someone's career based on something I knew was a lie has been frustrating, especially because I had been putting up with this exact kind of public smearing on a lower level from Orion for ages, even before the Slazo stuff happened. I have laid out my case here as best as I can. I talked about a lot of personal things before I was ready or never planned on sharing, but I hope this has helped to give a more holistic view of mine and Orion's relationship. Truth be told, if this video gets across how I hope it does, it would only be to get back to a spot worse than where I was at before. Being called a rapist or a sex pest is a label that's probably never going to fully leave my name now because of these allegations and how far they ended up getting despite having no legs to stand on. There are several people I was friends with, or at least friendly with, who distanced themselves from me over this that I may not get to talk to again. And I can't really blame them for that. I understand why they made those choices. At one point, I made the same choice in their position. Hearing that somebody you know, even on a surface level, might be capable of one of the worst things you can do to someone else is terrifying. I just ask that if anybody who is in that position and distanced themselves away from me because of this whole thing and you're watching this, I would really appreciate the chance to get to talk to you about this and try and sort things out, but if not, I understand why. This has dredged up bad memories. My face was put in the public against my will, as well as a wealth of other personal details. Pretty much everything I put into maintaining my privacy and trying to be just a normal person outside of YouTube is just kind of gone. I'm going to be taking some time off, at least a month. I don't know when or if I'll be back. I'm not entirely sure if this whole thing or the nature of this job is for me anymore. That's all for now.
Ooh, that's depressing. Okay. That's sad. That's really depressing. That ending though, ooh. I can see why, like, I had people in the chat saying like, oh, I hope he comes back. This and that. So I was kind of like, huh. Oh god, is that just like are you guys prepping me for something he's gonna say at the end where he like gives up and shit? Oh no, because it does really seem like he's going to yeah, there you go. I think you said it the best just now. Yikes, that ending. Yeah, that's what I'm like saying, because it's like, oh, I don't want him to
This conversation,
I don't want him to fucking quit, because he made a really good fucking response just now. Like, this was like a solid I'd have to say like a solid 10 out of 10 video. Honestly, like what the fuck? Like it's kind of fucked up. I don't want him to, because now you can see there's like, because he's right. Okay, he's right. The labels, when you get stupid ass allegations, yeah, they're not gonna fucking leave no matter how much you disprove them usually, because then at that point people are just like, the internet mentality, right, of certain people is like, if I say it enough and I get to them, it'll become a reality or some shit. Pretty much. It's like whatever. And some people can't handle that or manage that. And I think like this is with his character, from what I've seen in this good hour 30-minute experience, right? I think it is in his character to not be able to handle that, right? For me, it's very different. For me, I'm all about that. If you want to make expose videos on me, you know, if they're interesting to me, if they're interesting, they're worth enough of my fucking time. Because I'll tell you a secret. I've actually spoken to Nux Taku in the past as well, right? And that was some of the advice that he gave me, or rather some of the wisdom he imparted onto me, is to always like embrace the exposed videos, right? And I didn't get it at first. I didn't understand it, really. But as time went on, and as I found out that my enemies kind of just fucking suck. I mean, I have Sulage as a fucking enemy. That guy is fucking stupid. I have fucking Orion as enemies. Those people are stupid. I have Dean, DA Togs as an enemy. That guy's fucking stupid, right? These people, they're not good. So like, yeah, I mean, why wouldn't I want a bunch of people making videos on me? Sure, I can handle. I will have fun. I will have fun debunking them all. I will have fun live streaming them and making fun of them. I will have hell. I'll even extend, maybe if you got the balls, if you think you're good, I might even say, hey, let's have that conversation. You want to school me? You want to expose me? Let's do it. And guess what? I don't even have to talk over you to win. So, yeah, I'm all about it. But here's the thing. I'm not Kwite, and Kwite's not me. And we're going to handle things differently. And we're different, obviously. You can tell by demeanors, right? My demeanor, his demeanor, his word choice, my word choice. We're very different people, him and I. He's more introverted. I feel like I might be more extroverted, you know? So that's the thing. They're like different ways, right? Different ways people are going to handle this. So it kind of sucks, but it fits with his character. Him being reluctant, him not knowing if he can push through and do this, because he's right. He's seen the fucked up side at this point, right? He's like, I don't know if this is for me anymore. It's like, yeah, because you weren't exposed to this part, like the part where it's like, well, we're gonna throw allegations and then we're gonna just keep them on you for as long as we want, just to put you down, and we're just gonna call you a rapist with no proof and have, like, you know, a bunch of people believe it. That does fuck with your psyche, though. I'll tell you, like the first time around, yeah, it does fuck incredibly with your psyche. I understand it. Even me, even when people were trying to fuck with me, yeah, it fucked with my psyche a bunch. So I just adapted, and I changed my mindset and my approach, and I was able to get over it. And now here I am. I'm chilling. Bing chilling. I'm having a good time, with you guys, and most importantly, I do often from time to time like being the SEN attorney. I like finding these cases and bringing them to light and just, you know, pointing out whether it's like inconsistencies from Orion or like white knighting from like people that don't need to white knight for these people, right? It's fun. It's a little bit of a cheap thrill, all right? So that's my thing. And I hope Kwite is able to adapt to this and understand that even if it's bad, he can get over this barrier, so to speak. You know what I mean? Because he does, from this, seem like he has the ability. Like, he is a good content creator. He was able to get all these receipts. He was able to structure this video Very well done. Hell, I'll probably say, I don't know, this is probably a better response video than the Pyro one. I'll say this response is probably better. I don't know if, like, I'd have to rewatch the Pyro one, but this one is definitely good. This one is really good. Why are you not playing Minecraft? You mean SENcraft, slug. It's Mr. Angry Slug, if that is your real name. Well, this was my first live, and honestly, I'm glad it was proving this bitch wrong. Thanks for hosting a great live. Hopefully I can catch the next one. Have a great night. No problem. Thanks for stopping by. Kwite was my comfort creator, too. I don't know much about, I don't know much about, like, Kwite as a content creator. Like, the only thing I have to go off of is this video. A good first impression, right? Other than that, I'm not familiar with his work, but if if his work ethic is this good, if he's able to string together videos like this, I don't, like, I can see it. I can see why he's a good content creator, why people think he's a good content creator. So yeah, it would be sad to just see him dip and not come back. But I hope he does. And I hope we get to see him again, because this was it's a very good video. I liked it. Now the DMs between Orion and Kwite, we could go over them, but we've already been going for like a hot minute. All right, we have been going for a hot minute. So I don't know if we should just wait off, because we can, if there are a lot, you'll probably make another video. Let's see. Not another video, but another stream where we actually go through this. So let's see. How big are these? Message logs, giving Kwite the axe, in the Orion archives. Proof of the Discord DMs. Skype messages, text messages, Twitter messages. Proof of my Twitter DMs. And then there's a screenshot. Oh, these are a lot. Let's go to the Discord messages. These are quite a lot too. Oh, yeah, honestly, we'll probably have to save this for like tomorrow or something, another stream. Yeah, let's save this for tomorrow then, guys. All right? Because otherwise we're going to be hitting like fucking quite a bit. It's 102 screenshots of Twitter message. Yeah, oh my god. 400. Yeah, we're definitely doing it tomorrow. We are definitely doing it. We're definitely doing it tomorrow, okay? Thanks for stopping by, everybody. Let me give you a invite to the Discord if you guys haven't joined it yet, because that is where we give out the stream notifications, because YouTube doesn't work sometimes. So, oh shit, almost clicked the lead message. There you go. So yeah, the Discord notifications here are for the streams. So here you go. I'll put it right there if you guys want to join. And if you join, you know, there's a lot of fucking, what's it call it? Layers of protection. Let's just call it that. All right. So bear with it though, because it'll be worth it. Maybe. I mean, no guarantees on that, you know. You get it. Anyway, again, guys, thank you all for stopping by today. All right, you guys were awesome. You guys were very supportive. Appreciate. Yeah, and I'll catch you all in the next stream, which will probably be tomorrow. We'll see. And yeah, have a great rest of your night, or AM hours, whatever you want to call it. See you guys. Have a good one. Good night. Good night. Good night.